Bridge to Haven by Francine Rivers.
Part 1.
Chapter 1. Yes. You have been with me from birth. From my mother's womb you have cared for me. Psalm 70, 1 verse 6. 1936. Filling his lungs with cool October air, Pastor Ezekiel Freeman started his morning vigil. He had laid out the route on a map when he first came to town. Each building brought people to mind, and he upheld them before the Lord, giving thanks for trials they had come through, praying over trials they now faced, and asking God what part he might play in helping them. He headed for Thomas Jefferson High School. He passed by Eddie's Diner, the students' favorite hangout place. The lights were on inside. Eddie came to the front door. "Mornin',
Zeke.
How about a cup of coffee?" Zeke sat at the counter while Eddie made stacks of hamburger patties. They talked high school football and who might win a scholarship. Zeke thanked Eddie for the coffee and conversation and headed out into the dark again. He crossed Main Street and walked down to the railroad tracks toward Hobo Junction. He could see a campfire and approached the men sitting around it, asking if they minded if he joined them. Several had been around town long enough to have met Zeke before. Others were strangers, men who looked tired and worn from crisscrossing the country, picking up odd jobs along the way, living hand to mouth. One young man said he liked the feel of the town and hoped to stay. Zeke told him the lumberyard north of town was looking for a loader. He gave the young man a card with his name and the church's address and phone number. "Stop by any time. I'd like to hear how you're doing." The crickets in the tall grass and the hoot owl in a towering pine fell silent as a car pulled into Riverfront Park. Stopping near the restrooms, a young woman got out of the driver's seat. The full moon gave her enough light to see where she was going. Groaning in pain, she bent and put her hand over her swollen belly. The contractions were coming swiftly now, not even a minute between. She needed shelter, some hidden place to give birth. She stumbled through the darkness to the ladies' room, but the door wouldn't budge. Uttering a strangled sob, she turned away, searching. Why had she driven so far? Why hadn't she checked into a motel? Now it was too late. The town square was next on Zeke's route. He prayed for each of the shopkeepers, the council members who had a meeting in the afternoon at the town hall, and the travelers staying at the Haven Hotel. It was still dark when he walked along 2nd Street and spotted Leland Dutcher's produce truck turning at the mouth of the alley alongside Groening's Market. Everyone called him Dutch, including his wife, who was in the hospital, suffering through the last stages of cancer. Zeke had sat with her several times and knew she grieved more about her husband's lack of faith than her approaching death. "I know where I'm going. I'm more worried about where Dutch will end up." The man worked 6 days a week and saw no need to spend the 7th in church. In truth, he was mad at God and didn't want to give him the time of day. The truck's brakes squealed briefly as it stopped. Dutch rolled down his window. Cold morning to be gaddying about the streets.
Pastor.
Have a girlfriend tucked away somewhere? Ignoring the sarcasm, Zeke pushed his cold hands into his pockets. This is the best time to pray. Well, hellfire and hallelujah. Don't let me stop you from doing your business. He barked a hard laugh. Zeke came closer. "I saw Sharon yesterday." Dutch let out his breath. "Then you know she's not doing too well."
No.
She's not. Unless there was a miracle. She didn't have much time left. She would rest easier if she weren't so worried about her husband. But saying so right now would only make Dutch more belligerent. "Go ahead."
Pastor.
"Invite me to church." "You already know the invitation is always open." Dutch wilted slightly. "She's been after me for years.
Right now,
All I feel like doing is spitting in God's face. She's a good woman. The best I've ever known. If anyone deserves a miracle, Sharon does. Tell me what help God is giving her. Her body will die.
Dutch.
But Sharon won't. He saw the flicker of pain and knew the man wasn't ready to listen to more. Want help unloading the truck? Thanks. But I think I can manage on my own. Dutch ground the gears, uttered a vile word, and drove down the alley. The child came in a rush of slick warmth, spilling from her body, and the young woman gasped in relief. The iron, clawing embrace was gone, leaving her time to catch her breath. Panting in the shadows beneath the bridge, she looked up between the steel supports to the star-studded sky. The baby lay pale and perfect in the moonlight, on a dark blanket of earth. It was too dark to see whether it was a boy or girl. But then, what did that matter? Body feverish, the young woman struggled out of her thin sweater and laid it over the infant. A cold breeze was blowing in. Zeke pulled up the collar of his jacket. He walked along Mason, across First and down McMurray, back up Second, toward Good Samaritan Hospital. The bridge came to mind, but it was in the other direction. During summer months, he often crossed over to Riverfront Park, especially when the camp was full of visitors living in pitched tents at the small adjacent campground. No one would be in the campground this time of year, with temperatures dropping and leaves falling. The darkness was loosening, though it would still be a while before the sun rose. He should be turning for home, but the bridge loomed in his mind. Zeke changed direction and headed for the bridge and Riverfront Park. He blew into his hands. He should have worn gloves this morning. He stopped at the corner, debating whether to go to the bridge or make his way home. He always showered and shaved before sitting down to breakfast with Mary Ann and Joshua. Going to the bridge now would mean he'd get home late. He felt a sense of urgency. Someone needed help. It would only take 10 minutes to walk to the bridge, less if he quickened his pace.
He wouldn't have any peace unless he did.
Shivering violently, the young woman rolled up her car window, knowing she would never be free of guilt and regret. Her hand shook as she turned the key she had left in the ignition. She just wanted to get away from this place. She wanted to cover her head and forget everything that had happened, everything she had done wrong. Turning the steering wheel, she pressed down too hard on the gas. The car skidded to one side, sending a rush of adrenaline through her. She corrected quickly as the wheels shot pebbles like bullets into the park. Slowing, she turned right, toward the main road, staring ahead through tear-blurred eyes. She'd go north and find a cheap motel. Then she'd decide how to kill herself. The breeze moved down over the sandy beach and beneath the bridge. No longer in the protected warmth of a mother's womb, the abandoned baby felt the stinging cold of the world. A soft cry came, then a plaintive wail. The sound carried across the water, but no lights went on in the houses above the river. The steel Pratt trusses rose above the trees. Zeke crossed the old river road and took the walkway over the bridge. He stopped halfway across and leaned on the railing. The river rippled beneath him. It had rained a few days ago, leaving the beach smooth and packed. The place was deserted. Why am I here, Lord? Zeke straightened, still troubled. He waited another moment and then turned away. Time to head home. A soft mewling mingled with the sounds of the river. What was it? Holding the rail, he leaned over, peering into the shadows of the abutment. The sound came again. He walked quickly across the bridge and cut across the grassy knoll to the parking lot.
Was it a kitten?
People often dumped unwanted litters along the road. He heard the sound again, and this time he recognized it. Joshua had sounded like that when he was an infant. A baby here? He searched the shadows, heart pounding.
He spotted footprints.
He went down to the riverbank and followed them across the sand to the gravel beneath the bridge. Pebbles crunched under his feet. He heard it again, weaker this time, but so close he looked carefully before he stepped. Frowning, he hunkered down and picked up what looked like a discarded sweater. Oh Lord. A baby lay so still, so small, so white he wondered if he was too late. A girl. He slipped his hands beneath her. She weighed next to nothing. As he lifted her into the curve of his arm, her arms spread like a tiny bird attempting flight, and she let out a tremulous cry. Surging to his feet, Zeke yanked open his jacket, popping shirt buttons so he could tuck the baby against his skin. He breathed on her face to warm her up. Scream. Sweetheart, scream as loud as you can. You hold on to life.
Now.
You hear? Zeke knew every shortcut and was at Good Samaritan Hospital before the sun came up. Zeke came back to the hospital in the middle of the day to see Sharon. Dutch was with her, looking grim and worn. He held his wife's frail hand between his and didn't speak. Zeke spoke to both of them. When Sharon held out her hand, he took it and prayed for her and for Dutch. He couldn't leave without going back to the nursery. He shouldn't have been surprised to see Marian standing outside the window, her arm around 5-year-old Joshua. He felt tenderness and pride well up inside him. Their son was all gangly arms, long skinny legs with knobby knees and big feet. Joshua put his hands on the glass. She's so little.
Daddy.
Was I that little? The tiny baby girl slept soundly in a small hospital bassinet.
No.
Son. You were a whopping 9 pounds. The look on Marianne's face concerned him. He took her hand. We should head home. Honey. Thank God you found her.
Zeke.
What would have happened to her if you hadn't? Marianne looked at him. We should adopt her. You know we can't. They'll find someone to take her. He tried to lead her away. Marianne wouldn't budge. Who better than us? Joshua joined in. You found her.
Daddy.
Finders. Keepers. She's not a penny I found on a sidewalk. Son. She needs a family. We're a family. You know what I mean. He cupped Marianne's cheek. You've forgotten what it was like to take care of a new baby. I'm up to it.
Zeke.
I know I am. Why shouldn't she be ours? She drew back. Please don't look at me like that. I'm stronger than you think. Her eyes filled before she turned. Just look at her. Doesn't she break your heart? He did look, and his heart softened. But he had to be practical. We should go. Marianne squeezed his hand. Pure. Genuine religion in the sight of God is shown by caring for widows and orphans. Don't use scripture against me when it's you I'm trying to protect. Joshua looked up. Protect from what? Daddy. Nothing. Marianne gave Zeke a quelling glance. It's just an idea your daddy got into his head a long time ago. He'll get over it. God put her in your arms, Zeke. Don't tell me he didn't. Marianne looked at him with doe eyes. We have our boy. A little girl would make everything perfect. Haven't I said so?
She had.
Marianne had always yearned for more children. But the doctor had warned them that her heart, damaged by childhood rheumatic fever, wasn't strong enough to survive another pregnancy. Zeke felt his resolve dissolving. Marianne.
Please.
Stop. It had taken months for her to recover after Joshua's birth. Caring for another newborn would be far too taxing for her. We can be foster parents. Let's bring her home as soon as we can. If it's too much, then. Her eyes grew moist. Please. Zeke. 10 days later.
Dr.
Rubenstein signed the release forms for little Jane Doe and placed her in Marianne's arms. You'll make fine foster parents. After the first 3 nights, Zeke started to worry. Marianne was up every 2 hours, feeding the baby. How long before her health suffered? Though she looked exhausted, she couldn't have been happier. Sitting in a rocking chair, Marianne cradled the baby in her arms and fed her a bottle of warm milk. She needs a real name, Zeke. A name full of promise and hope. Abra means Mother of Nations. He said it before he could stop himself. Marianne laughed. You wanted her all along, didn't you? Don't pretend you didn't. How could he not? Still, he felt a jab of fear. We're foster parents. Marianne. Don't forget that. If things become too much for you, we'll call the caseworker. We'll have to give Abra back. Give her back to whom? The caseworker wants this to work, and I don't think there's anyone in town who'd take Abra away from us now. Do you? Peter Matthews, a teacher at the local elementary school, and his wife, Priscilla, had expressed interest early on, but with an infant of their own, they had agreed Abra should stay with the Freemans if they were able to handle it. Marianne set the empty bottle aside and raised the baby to her shoulder. We'll need to save money so we can add another bedroom. Abra won't be a baby for long. She'll be in a crib, then a regular bed. She'll need a room of her own. There was no reasoning with her. All of Marianne's motherly instincts had kicked in, but each day wore her down a little more. Catnapping throughout the day helped, but catching a few minutes of sleep here and there wouldn't be enough to keep her healthy. She was already tousle-haired and ashen, with dark circles under her eyes. You sleep in tomorrow morning. I'll take her with me. In the dark. Plenty of streetlights. And I know the town like the back of my hand. She'll be cold. I'll bundle her up. He folded a blanket into a triangle, plucked Abra from Marianne's arms, tied it around his waist and neck, and straightened.
See?
She's snug as a bug in a rug, and right next to his heart, where she'd been from the first moment he laid eyes on her. Sometimes Abra fussed when he took her out for his early morning walks, and he would sing hymns to her. I come to the garden alone, while the dew is still on the roses. She'd sleep for a while, and stir when Zeke stopped in at Eddie's diner or paused to talk with Dutch. Good of you to take on that little one. Isn't she a cutie? With all that red hair. Eddie ran a fingertip over Abra's cheek. Even hard-hearted Dutch smiled as he leaned out the window of his truck to peer at her. Looks like a little angel. He drew back. Sharon and I always wanted kids. He said it like it was another black mark against God. Sharon had passed away, and Zeke knew the man was grieving. When Abra's tiny fingers grasped Dutch's pinky, he looked ready to cry. Who'd leave a baby under a bridge, for heaven's sake? Good thing you happened by. It was no accident. Me going there that morning. How so? Dutch's engine rumbled in neutral. I felt impelled to go.
God does that sometimes.
Dutch looked pained. Well, I won't speculate. No question that little girl needed someone that morning or she'd be dead and buried by now. Like Sharon. His eyes said. If you ever want to talk,
Dutch,
just call. Better just give up on me. Sharon didn't. Why should I? As Abra grew, She slept longer between feedings, and Marianne got more sleep. Even so, Zeke didn't give up carrying Abra on his walks. "I'll keep at it until she sleeps through the night." Getting up every morning before the alarm, he'd dress and peek into the children's bedroom and find Abra wide awake, waiting for him. 1941. Even the demands of an easy child could wear on someone.
And Zeke saw the toll on Marianne.
When he came home one afternoon in June and found Marianne asleep on the couch while Abra, now 4 years old, dunked her doll up and down in the toilet bowl, he knew things were going to have to change. "You're exhausted. Abra can get into something faster than I can say. Jack Sprat could eat no fat. You can't go on like this." Marianne. Others in the congregation noticed how tired Marianne looked and voiced concern. Priscilla Matthews spoke to them one Sunday after services. Her husband had put up gates so their 4-year-old, Penny, couldn't escape the living room. "The whole room is one big playpen right now, Marianne. I gave up and packed away everything breakable. Why don't you have Zeke bring Abra over a couple afternoons a week? You can rest without worry or interruptions for a few hours." Marianne resisted, but Zeke insisted it was a perfect solution. Zeke bought lumber, nails, tar paper, and shingles and started work on a bedroom off the back of the house. 9-year-old Joshua sat on the boards, holding them steady while Zeke sawed. One of the parishioners added wiring for electricity. Another built a platform bed with pull-out drawers and helped Zeke put in windows overlooking the backyard. Though Zeke was less than enthusiastic about his son moving into a narrow, converted back porch bedroom, Joshua loved his fort. His best buddy, Davy Upton, came over to spend the night, but the quarters were so tight, Zeke ended up pitching a tent for them on the back lawn. When he came back inside, he slumped into his easy chair. "The fort is too small." Marianne smiled. Abra tucked close beside her in the easy chair. A book of Bible stories open. I don't hear Joshua complaining. Those boys sound happy as crows in a cornfield. Zeke. For now. If Joshua took after his father and his uncles back in Iowa, he would outgrow the space before he reached high school. Zeke turned on the radio and went through the mail. The radio had nothing but bad news. Hitler grew ever more ambitious. The insatiable Führer continued sending planes west across the English Channel to bomb England while his troops stormed Russia's borders to the east. Charles Liddickson, the town banker, said it was only a matter of time before America got involved. The Atlantic Ocean wasn't any protection with all those roaming German U-boats eager to sink ships. Zeke thanked God Joshua was only 9 years old, and then felt guilty, knowing how many other fathers had sons who might soon be going off to war. When Marianne finished reading the story of David and Goliath, she pressed Abra closer. The child was half asleep, and Marianne looked too weary to rise. When she tried, Zeke came out of his seat. "Let me tuck her in tonight." He lifted Abra away from Marianne's side. The child melted against him, her head on his shoulder, her thumb in her mouth, pulling the covers up and snuggling them around her. He bowed his head. She made prayer hands, and he put his around hers. "Our Father, who art in heaven." When they finished, he leaned down and kissed her. "Sleep tight." Before he could raise his head, she wrapped her arms around his neck. "I love you, Daddy." He said he loved her, too. He kissed each cheek and her forehead before he left the room. Marianne looked wilted. He frowned. She shook her head, smiling faintly. "I'm fine, Zeke. Just tired. There's nothing wrong with me that a good night's sleep won't cure." Zeke knew that wasn't true when she started to rise and swayed slightly. He caught her up in his arms and carried her into their bedroom, then sat on the bed with her in his lap. "I'm calling the doctor." You know what he'll say.
She started to cry.
We need to start making other plans. He didn't have the heart to say it any other way. But she knew what he meant. I'm not giving up Abra. Marianne. She needs me. I need you. You love her as much as I do.
Zeke.
How can you even think about giving her away? We should never have brought her home. Zeke rocked his wife for a moment, then helped her remove her chenille robe and settled her in bed. He kissed her and turned out the light before closing the door. He almost tripped over Abra, sitting cross-legged in the hallway, her teddy bear clutched against her chest, thumb in her mouth. He felt a jolt of misgiving. How much had she overheard? He lifted her into his arms. You're supposed to be in bed, little one. Tucking her in again, Zeke tapped her on the nose. Stay under the covers this time. He kissed her. Go to sleep. Sinking into his chair in the living room, he put his head in his hands. Did I misunderstand, Lord? Did I allow Marianne to sway me when you had another plan for Abra? You know how much I love them both. What do I do now, Lord?
God.
What do I do now? Abra sat shivering in the front pew while Mommy practiced hymns at the piano, even though Daddy had turned on the furnace so the sanctuary would be warm for tomorrow's service. Miss Mitzi said without the heater up and running properly, the church smelled damp and moldy as a graveyard. Abra told her she didn't know what a graveyard smelled like, and Miss Mitzi said, Well, don't look at me like that, Missy. Only way I'll go is if I'm carried there in a pine box. Rain pelted the roof and windows. Daddy was going over sermon notes in the small office off the narthex. Joshua had gone off in his Boy Scouts uniform to sell Christmas trees on the town square. Christmas was less than 3 weeks away. Mommy had let Abra help make gingerbread cookies for shut-ins and set up the creche on the mantel. Daddy and Joshua put up lights around the outside of the house. Abra liked going out the front gate after dinner and looking at the house all lit up. Mommy closed the hymnal, set it aside, and stood. All right, honey, your turn to practice. Abra hopped off the pew and flew up the steps to the piano bench. Mommy half lifted her and then let go, stepping aside to rest her hand heavily on the piano, the other hand against her chest. She panted a moment, then smiled encouragement and set a beginner's book on the stand. Play your scales first, and then Silent Night.
Can you do that?
Usually Mommy stood right next to her, except when she didn't feel good. Abra loved to play the piano. It was her favorite thing to do. She played scales and chords, though it was hard to reach all the notes at once. She practiced Silent Night, O Little Town of Bethlehem, and Away in a Manger. Every time she finished one, Mommy said she was doing so well, and Abra felt warm inside. Daddy came into the sanctuary. I think it's time to go home. He put an arm around Mommy and drew her to her feet. Disappointed, Abra closed the lid on the piano and followed them out to the car. Mommy apologized for being so tired, and Daddy said she'd be fine. Just fine. With a few hours rest. Mommy protested when Daddy carried her into the house. He sat with her in their bedroom for a few minutes. Then he came out to the living room. Play quietly, Abra, and let Marianne sleep a while. As soon as Daddy went back out to the car, Abra went into Mommy and Daddy's bedroom and climbed up on the bed. That's my girl, Mommy said and snuggled her close. Are you sick again?
Sure.
I'm not sick. Just tired is all. She fell asleep, and Abra stayed with her until she heard the car out front. She slipped off the bed and ran into the living room to peer out the front window. Daddy was untying a Christmas tree from the top of the old gray Plymouth. Squealing with excitement, Abra threw open the front door and ran down the steps. hopping up and down.
She clapped her hands.
It's so big. Joshua came in the back door, his cheeks flushed from the cold, but eyes bright. Christmas tree sales had gone well. If the troop raised enough money this year, everyone could go to Camp Diamondo near Yosemite. If not, Joshua had already talked to the Weirs and McKennis, neighbors down the street, about hiring him to mow their lawns. They agreed to pay me 50 cents a week. Times 2, that's $4 a month. It sounded like a lot of money. I'll have enough saved to pay for camp myself. After dinner, Mommy insisted on doing the dishes and told Daddy to go ahead and open the box of ornaments and get started on the tree. Daddy untangled and strung the lights on the tree. He turned them on before he started unwrapping ornaments and handing them over one by one for Joshua and Abra to hang. You take care of the top branches, son, and leave the bottom half to Abra. Something crashed in the kitchen. Startled, Abra dropped a glass ornament as Daddy surged to his feet and bolted for the kitchen. Marianne? Are you all right? Shaking? Abra stooped to pick up the pieces of the ornament she'd broken. But Joshua moved her aside. Careful. Let me do it. You might cut yourself. When she burst into tears, he pulled her close. It's okay. Don't cry. Abra clung to him, her heart thumping fast and hard as she listened to Mommy and Daddy arguing. They were trying to talk quietly, but Abra could still hear them. She heard sweeping and something being dumped in the trash under the sink. The door swung open and Mommy appeared, her smile dying. What's the matter? She broke an ornament. Daddy picked Abra up. Did you cut yourself? She shook her head. Daddy patted her bottom. Then there's no reason to be upset. He gave her a quick hug and set her on her feet again. You two finish decorating the tree while I get a fire going. Mommy turned on the radio and found a music program. Settling into her easy chair, she pulled some knitting from her basket. Abra climbed into the chair with her. Mommy kissed the top of her head. Don't you want to put some more ornaments on the tree? I want to sit with you. Daddy glanced over his shoulder as he arranged kindling. His expression was grim. Sunday was cold, but the rains had stopped. Couples gathered inside the fellowship hall with their children, herding them off to Sunday school classes before going over to the sanctuary for big church. Abra spotted Penny Matthews and ran ahead of Mommy. When Abra reached her, they held hands and went off to their class. After Sunday school, Mrs. Matthews came and got Penny. Mommy helped Miss Mitzi wash and dry cookie plates. Daddy talked with the last stragglers. After everyone left, the family went into the sanctuary. Mommy straightened up the hymnals, gathered discarded bulletins. Daddy put away the shiny brass candlesticks and offering plates. Abra sat on the piano bench, swinging her legs and playing chords. The church door banged open, and a man ran in. Mommy straightened, a hand pressed against her chest. Clyde Eisenhower. What on earth? You scared me half to death. The man looked flushed and upset. The Japanese bombed one of our naval bases in Hawaii. As soon as they got home, Daddy turned on the radio. He took off his suit jacket and hung it on the back of a kitchen chair rather than put it away in the bedroom closet the way he usually did. The Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, by air, President Roosevelt has just announced. The attack also was made on all naval and military activities on the principal island of Oahu. The voice on the radio sounded upset. Mommy sank onto a kitchen chair. Daddy closed his eyes and bowed his head. I knew it was coming. Mommy helped Abra onto her lap and sat silent, listening to the voice that just kept talking and talking about bombings and sinking ships and men burning to death. Mommy started to cry, and that made Abra cry. Mommy held her closer and rocked her in her arms. It's all right.
Honey.
It's all right. But Abra knew it wasn't. Miss Mitzi opened the door with a flourish. Well, if it isn't my favorite little girl. She whipped her shawl over her shoulder and held her arms wide. Giggling, Abra hugged her. How long do I get to keep you this time? As long as you like, Mommy said, following them into the living room. Abra liked spending time with Miss Mitzi. She had knickknacks all over the living room and didn't mind if Abra picked them up and looked at them. Sometimes, she made coffee and even filled a teacup for Abra, letting her pour in cream and as much sugar as she wanted. Mitzi looked concerned. You look awfully tired. Marianne, I'm going to go home and take a nice long nap. You do that.
Dear.
Mitzi kissed her cheek. Don't push yourself so hard. Mommy leaned down and gave Abra a hug. She kissed her on each cheek and ran her hand over her head as she straightened. Be good for Mitzi. Honey. Mitzi lifted her chin. Go hunting, she told Abra. Mitzi escorted Mommy to the front door, where they talked for a few minutes while Abra wandered the living room, searching for her favorite figurine, a shiny porcelain swan with an ugly duckling by its side. She found it on a corner table under a feather boa. Mitzi came back into the living room. Found it so soon. She set it on the mantel. I'll have to find a better place to hide it next time. Rubbing her hands together, she wove her fingers and cracked her knuckles. How about a little honky-donk? She plunked down at the old upright piano and banged out a happy tune. After you learn how to play Bach and Beethoven and Chopin and Mozart, I'll teach you how to play the fun stuff. Her hands flashed up and down. She stood, nudging the stool aside, and kept playing, putting one foot out and then the other, in a clumsy hop kick, hop kick. Abra laughed and imitated her. Mitzi straightened. That was just a little teaser. She swung the end of the shawl around her neck again and lifted her chin, her face grim. Now, we must be serious. She stepped aside and waved her hand airily for Abra to sit on the stool. Giggling, Abra took her position as Mitzi put some sheet music on the stand. A little simplified Beethoven is the order of the day. Abra played until the mantel clock struck 4. Mitzi glanced at her watch. Why don't you play dress up for a while? I'm going to make a call. Abra slid from the stool. Can I look at your jewelry? Sure you can. Honey. Mitzi waved toward the bedroom. Look in a closet. Check through the drawers.
2.
Try on whatever you like. Abra found a treasure trove of sparkly baubles and beads. She put on a pair of rhinestone earrings and a looped necklace of red glass beads. She added one of pearls and another necklace with jet black beads. She liked the weight of flash and glory around her neck. Spying Mitzi's rouge pot, she rubbed a bit on each cheek, then used Mitzi's eyebrow pencil. She chose the darkest red lipstick from Mitzi's hoard of small tubes. Opening her mouth wide, she imitated one of the women she'd seen in the church lady's room and smeared on the lipstick. She dug through more makeup and powdered her cheeks, coughing as a sweet-scented cloud engulfed her. Are you all right in there? Mitzi called from the other room. Waving her hands around her face, Abra said she was fine and dandy and headed for Mitzi's closet. She put on a wide-brimmed hat with a big red bow and found a black shawl with embroidered flowers and a long fringe. Mitzi sure had a lot of shoes. Abra sat and untied her Oxfords, then slipped her feet into a pair of red high heels. Oh my. Mitzi hurried over and grabbed her hand. Pastor Zeke is coming to pick you up. I've got to get you cleaned up before he gets here. She laughed as she whipped off the big hat and sent it sailing into the closet. She unwound the shawl. An admirer gave me this when I was singing in a cabaret in Paris 150 years ago. What's a cabaret? Oh, forget I mentioned it. Mitzi flung the shawl on the pink chenille bedspread. And these old necklaces. Good grief. How many do you have on? I'm surprised you're still standing under all this weight.
Come on now.
Into the bathroom. Mitzi smeared on cold cream and wiped it away again. She giggled. Don't you look like a little clown with those black brows and red lips? She giggled again, scrubbing Abra's cheeks until they tingled.
The doorbell rang.
Well, that's the best we can do. She tossed the washcloth aside, straightened Abra's dress, fingered her hair here and there, and patted her cheek. You look just dandy, sweetie pie. She took her hand and went back into the living room. Wait right here. She went to the door and opened it quietly. Come on in, Pastor Zeke. Daddy took one look at Abra, and his brows shot up. His mouth twitched as he gave a sideways look at Mitzi. Mitzi put her hands behind her back and smiled, all innocence. Put the blame on my account, Zeke. She grinned. I told her to have it anything she wanted in my room while I called Marianne. I forgot all the temptations. Marianne sounded so tired. I said I'd call you. I didn't think you'd be here until after 5. Daddy held out his hand. Time to go. Abra. Mommy was asleep on the couch. She roused. But Daddy told her to rest. He'd fix dinner. He told Abra to play quietly. Joshua came in the back door and talked with Daddy. The telephone rang. For the first time Abra could remember. Daddy ignored it. Mommy seemed better when they all sat down to dinner. Daddy prayed the blessing. They all talked about their day. Joshua cleared and washed the dishes. Abra tried to help, but he shooed her away. It'll be faster if I do it myself. Mommy went to bed early. As soon as Daddy tucked Abra in, he followed. Abra lay awake, listening to the low sound of their voices. It was a long time before she went to sleep. Abra awakened in the dark and heard the front door close. Daddy had gone out for his early morning prayer time. She could remember him carrying her on those walks and wished he still did. The house felt cold and dark when he was gone, even with Mommy in the next room and Joshua out in his fort. She pushed the covers off and tiptoed into Mommy and Daddy's bedroom. Mommy shifted and raised her head. What is it? Honey, I'm scared. Mommy lifted the covers. Abra climbed up and shimmied under. Mommy put an arm around her, covered them both, and held her close. Abra soaked in the warmth and felt drowsy. She awakened when Mommy made an odd sound, a low groan, and muttered, Not now, Lord. Please, not now. She moaned again, her body stiffening. She rolled onto her back. Abra turned over. Mommy, go to sleep. Baby. Just go back to sleep. She spoke in a strained voice, as though talking through her teeth. She made a sobbing sound, and then she let out a long breath and relaxed. Mommy, when she didn't answer, Abra snuggled close, curling up beside her. Awakening abruptly, Abra felt cold. Strong hands lift her out of bed. Back to your own bed. Abra, Daddy whispered. The cold air made her shiver. Wrapping her arms around herself, she looked back over her shoulder as she headed for the door. Daddy went around the bed. Sleeping in this morning? He spoke in a soft, loving voice as he leaned down and kissed Mommy. Marianne? Straightening. He turned on the light. Her name came out then in a hoarse cry as he flipped away the covers and lifted her. Mommy hung in Daddy's arms like a limp rag doll, her mouth and eyes open. Daddy sat on the bed, rocking her back and forth as he sobbed. Oh, God, no.
No.
No. Chapter 2. The Lord gave me what I had, and the Lord has taken it away. Praise the name of the Lord. Job 1 verse 21. Joshua sat in the front pew of the church, looking up at his father through eyes blurred with tears. Abra sat beside him, body rigid, tears running down her pale cheeks. When he took her hand, icy fingers gripped his. The pews behind them were packed with mourners, some crying softly. Dad's voice broke and Joshua flinched, his own tears spilling over. Dad stood for a moment, head bowed, silent. Someone sobbed and Joshua didn't know if he'd made the sound or Abra. Mr. and Mrs. Matthews moved from the row just behind them and sat on either side of Joshua and Abra. Penny squeezed in between her mother and Abra and took Abra's hand. Mr. Matthews put his arm around Joshua. Dad raised his head slowly and looked at them. It's very difficult to say goodbye to someone you cherish, even when we know we will see her again. Mary Ann was a wonderful wife and mother. He talked about how they had known each other from childhood, back to the farm days in Iowa. He talked about how young they had been when they married, how poor, how happy. He talked about family Joshua had never met because they lived so far away. They had sent a wreath of flowers. Dad's voice grew quieter and more strained. If there is anyone who would like to say a word or share a story about Mary Ann, please do so. One after another, people stood. Mom had many friends, and they all had nice things to say. One lady said Mary Ann was a prayer warrior. Another said she was a saint. Several older parishioners said she'd come by more than once with casseroles and homemade pies. She brought the little girl with her, too. Sure did cheer me up. A young mother stood with her baby in her arms and said Mary Ann always found a way to bring the Lord into their conversation. The congregation fell silent. No one moved. Miss Mitzi stood. Her son, Hodge Martin, said something, but she squeezed past him into the side aisle and headed for the front of the church. She blew her nose as she walked, tucking her hanky in the sleeve of her sweater. She marched up the 3 steps and sat at the piano. She smiled at Dad, still standing at the pulpit. My turn, Zeke. Dad nodded. Mitzi looked at Joshua and then fixed her eyes on Abra. The first time Marian brought Abra over for a piano lesson, I wondered why she didn't just teach Abra herself. We all know how well she played. She said she never learned to play anything but hymns, and she wanted Abra to learn all kinds of music. I asked what she liked best, and she surprised me. Positioning her hands over the keys, she looked up. This is for you, honey. I hope you're dancing up there. Stamping her foot a few times, Mitzi set a rhythm, then launched into the Maple Leaf Rag. Hodge Martin sank in his pew and covered his face. Some looked shocked, but Dad laughed. Joshua laughed, too, wiping tears from his face. When Mitzi finished, she looked at Dad, her face softening, and started playing one of Mom's favorite hymns. Dad closed his eyes and sang, Jesus lives, and so shall I, death. Thy sting is gone forever. People joined in one by one until the entire congregation sang. He for me hath deigned to die. Leves the bands of death to sever. Dad came down the steps, and Peter Matthews, dressed in a black suit, rose, squeezed Joshua's shoulder, and joined the other pallbearers. The entire congregation stood and continued singing. He shall raise me from the dust. Jesus is my hope and trust. Joshua took Abra's hand, and they followed Dad and the men carrying Mom and the casket out to the hearse parked at the curb. 3 weeks after Mommy's funeral, the car died with a loud clunk and shudder in the driveway. Daddy got out and looked under the hood while Abra sat in the front seat, waiting. After a few minutes, Daddy slammed the hood, his face tight. He opened the car door. Come on, Abra. We'll have to walk to school. It was cold, and her breath steamed, but she grew warm, quickly keeping up with Daddy's long strides. She wished she didn't have to go to school. She hadn't gone back for a week after Mommy died, and when she did, One of the boys teased her about being a crybaby until Penny told him to shut up. You'd cry too if your mommy died, and you were right next to her when it happened, and she knew because her mommy said so. The next day, another girl on the playground said Abra never had a mother. Pastor Zeke found her under a bridge, where people dump kittens they don't want. Abra stumbled and almost fell, but Daddy caught her hand. Can I come to church with you? You have to go to school. Her legs ached, and they still had blocks to go. Will we have to walk home? Probably. When you're too tired to walk, I'll carry you. Can you carry me now? He swung her up on his hip. Just for a block. Enough time to rest. She put her head against his shoulder. I miss Mommy. So do I. Daddy didn't put her down until they were a block from the school. Hunkering down, he held her by the shoulders. Mrs. Matthews is going to take you home with Penny this afternoon. I'll come over and get you at 5:15. Her lip trembled. I want to go home. Don't argue, Abra. He kissed her cheek. I have to do what's best for you, whether we like it or not. When she started to cry, he held her close. Please don't cry. His voice sounded tear-choked. Things are hard enough as it is without you crying all the time. He ran a finger down her nose and lifted her chin. Go on to class now. When school was over, Mrs. Matthews was right outside the classroom door, talking with Robbie, Austin's mother. She looked sad and serious until she spotted them. There are my girls. She kissed Penny's cheek first, and then Abra's. How was your day? Penny talked on and on while they walked to the car. In you go, you two. Mrs. Matthews let them both sit in front, Abra in the middle. Penny talked around her. The house smelled of fresh-baked cookies. Mrs. Matthews had set the kitchen nook table for a tea party. They sipped apple juice and ate cookies. Abra started to feel better. Penny had a canopy bed with a pink chenille bedspread, a white dresser, and walls covered with pink and white dogwood blossoms. The dormer window had a cushioned seat that overlooked the front yard. While Penny rummaged through her toy box, Abra sat in the window seat and looked out at the lawn and white picket fence. She remembered how red roses covered the arbor in summer. Mommy loved roses. Abra felt a hard lump growing in her throat. Let's color. Penny tossed coloring books on the flowery carpet and opened a shoebox full of crayons. Abra joined her. Penny talked and talked while Abra listened for the downstairs grandfather clock to bong 5 times. Then she waited for the doorbell to ring. Finally, it did. Daddy had come for her, just like he promised. Penny let out a loud groan. I don't want you to go. We're having so much fun. She followed Abra down the hall. I wish you were my sister. Then we could play together all the time. Daddy and Mrs. Matthews stood in the entry, talking in low voices. Mommy? Penny said in a whining voice. Can Abra spend the night? Please. Of course she can. But it's up to Pastor Zeke. Penny turned eagerly to Abra. We can play Chinese checkers and listen to One Man's Family. Daddy stood below, hat in hand, looking up at Abra. He looked tired. She doesn't have pajamas or a change of clothes for school tomorrow. Oh. That's no problem at all. She and Penny wear the same size. We even have extra toothbrushes. Oh. Goody. Penny hopped up and down. Come on, Abra. Let's play. Abra rushed to Daddy, clutching his hand and hugging his side. She wanted to go home. Daddy pried her away and leaned down. It's a long walk home. Abra. I think it's a good idea for you to spend the night here. When she started to protest, he put a finger over her lips. You'll be fine. Zeke checked on Joshua before going out for his morning walk. Abra had spent the last 3 nights with the Matthews family. He locked the door, put the key in the flower pot, and headed for Main Street. He followed it north past the end of town and kept going until he reached the Haven Cemetery. He'd been to Marianne's grave so many times in the last few weeks, he could have found his way even if the moon hadn't been full. The white marble headstone glowed. His heart ached for her presence. They used to talk every morning in the kitchen before the children got up.
And he needed to talk now.
He shoved his hands in his pockets. Mrs. Welch came by the church yesterday. The caseworker had offered her condolences before she started asking questions. He swallowed hard, fighting tears. I'm sorry I was so selfish, Marianne. I'm sorry I let you talk me into taking Abra home, even when we knew adoption was out of the question because of your health. I gave in because I knew how much you wanted another child. He closed his eyes and shook his head.
No.
That's not true. I gave in because I loved her, too. He couldn't speak for a moment. I work all day, every day, Marianne. You know the demands of ministry. And I'm failing on all sides. I failed to protect you. I'm failing as a father. I'm failing as a pastor. I'm so caught up in my own grief. I feel crushed beneath the burdens of others. He gave a bleak laugh. I know I've said it 100 times to those going through crises, but if one more person tells me all things work together for good, I'll. His throat felt tight. Abra's only 5. She needs a mother. She needs a father who doesn't get called out in the middle of the night when someone has a crisis. There was no easy way around it. Zeke put his hand on the mound of earth. I'm going to talk to Peter and Priscilla today about adopting Abra. You know they wanted her right from the start, and ever since you've been gone, they have offered to help in any way they can. I know they would love to welcome her into their family. Zeke blinked back tears, looking off into the distance. Mrs. Welch isn't sure it's going to work. She thinks Abra would have an easier time adjusting in a new place. Maybe it's selfish, but I want her close, not off somewhere in another town with complete strangers. Was he making another decision he would regret? Not that he would ever regret the 5 years they'd had Abra. Marian had been so happy. Oh, Marian, you know how much I love her. It's killing me to give her up. I hope I'm doing the right thing. He sat, his whole body convulsed in sobs. She won't understand. He wiped his face. He let the tears flow. Forgive me.
Please.
Forgive me. If Mrs. Welch changed her mind, Abra would be taken from him in a less gentle manner and placed elsewhere. He wouldn't know where she was. He wouldn't be able to see her grow up. Zeke walked down to the main road. A Groening's market truck pulled over and idled at the entrance. Dutch lowered his window and waited for him. How you doing, Pastor? Holding on. Barely. I know what you mean.
Get in.
I'll give you a ride back into town. Zeke stepped up and climbed into the passenger seat. Thanks. Dutch put the truck in gear and his foot on the gas. I used to sit by Sharon's grave and talk to her every day for a couple of weeks, then every couple of days, then once a week. Now I go on her birthday and our anniversary. She would have wanted me to go on living. He cast a glance at Zeke. Took me a while to realize she's not there. Well, she is. But she isn't. You told me. I didn't believe it. He muttered a low curse. I'm trying to make you feel better and doing a pathetic job of it. Don't worry about it. Dutch smiled slightly. You told me once there are no tears in heaven. He stared straight ahead at the road. Well, we have plenty down here, don't we? I know it hurts like the dickens right now. He downshifted and slowed. You'll wade through the pain and climb out the other side. Pulling over, he stopped at the corner. Just like I did. Zeke held out his hand. Thanks, Dutch. The man had a firm grip. Zeke slid out of the cab of the truck. "What do you say to a cup of coffee sometime?" Zeke looked back at Dutch. After all these years, was the door finally opening? Dutch looked sheepish. "I've got a lot of questions. Sharon probably told me the answers. But whenever she started talking religion, I closed my ears. How about Bessie's Corner Cafe tomorrow morning when you finish work?" "Around 7:15.
Yep.
See you there." Dutch raised his hand, put the truck in gear,
And turned right.
Zeke smiled slightly as the truck disappeared around the corner. The sun was coming up. Zeke closed his eyes for a moment, trying not to think about the days ahead. "Lord, just get me through this day. Wade with me through all this pain and help me climb up on the other side." Abra cried all afternoon. Daddy didn't want her anymore because it was her fault Mommy had died. She had heard Daddy saying she made too much work for Mommy. Mrs. Matthews sat with her in Penny's bedroom, stroking her back and telling her how much they loved her and how they hoped she'd learn to love them.
2.
Abra couldn't keep her eyes open. She awakened when Penny came home and bounded up the stairs. Her father called her back down before she reached the door. Abra got up and sat in the window seat. The door opened a few minutes later, and the whole family came in. They came over to Abra, and Penny sat beside her. "Mommy and Daddy said you're going to be my sister." When tears poured down Abra's cheeks, Penny looked uncertain. "Don't you want to be my sister?" Abra's lip trembled. "I want to be your friend, Mrs. Matthews put a hand on each of their heads and smoothed their hair. "Now you can be both." Penny hugged Abra. "I told Mommy I wanted you to be my sister. She said to pray about it. And I did. I prayed and prayed. And now I have exactly what I've always wanted." Abra wondered what would happen when Penny changed her mind. Like Daddy. After dinner, one man's family on the radio, and story time. Abra was tucked into bed with Penny. Mrs. Matthews kissed each of them, turned out the light, and closed the door. Penny chattered away until she fell asleep in mid-sentence. Wide awake, Abra stared up at the lace canopy. Mommy said she would love her forever, and Mommy died. Mommy said God wouldn't take her away, but he did. Daddy said he loved her, but then he said she couldn't live with him anymore. She had to stay here and live with the Matthews family. He said Mr. and Mrs. Matthews wanted to be her daddy and Mommy. Why didn't it matter what Abra wanted? Rain pattered on the roof, a few drops that quickened to a steady drumming. Penny turned over, talking in her sleep. Pushing the covers off, Abra got up and sat in the window seat. Wrapping her arms around her legs, she rested her chin on her knees. The streetlights looked blurry in the rain. The front gate banged. The wind chimes jingled. A man came around the corner a block down and continued up the sidewalk.
Daddy.
Maybe he'd changed his mind and wanted her back. She rose to her knees, hands on the window. He glanced up once and slowed as he walked along the white picket fence. Had he seen her? She tapped on the window. The wind whipped the branches of the 3 birch trees in the corner of the front yard. He stood below her at the gate. As she tapped again, harder, Abra's heart thumped. He didn't look up or come through the gate. He stood motionless, head bowed, the way he did whenever he prayed. when he did that. Mommy always said to wait because he was talking to God. Abra sat back on her heels, bowing her own head, hands clasped tightly. Please,
God. Please. Please.
make my daddy take me home.
Please.
I'll be good. I promise. I won't make anybody too tired or sick. She dashed tears away. I want to go home. Full of hope. She rose and looked out the window. Daddy had walked to the end of the block. She stared as he disappeared around the corner. Peter and Priscilla talked in whispers. Sometimes they looked upset. Then they'd put bright smiles on their faces and pretend everything was fine. Penny's eagerness to have a sister disappeared. It came to a head when Priscilla made a new play outfit for Abra and didn't make one for Penny. I thought it was for me, Penny wailed. You already have several play outfits and Abra doesn't.
Penny cried louder.
I want her to go home. Peter came around the corner from the kitchen nook, where he'd been grading papers. That's enough, Penny. Go to your room. She went, but not before she stuck her tongue out at Abra. Peter told Priscilla they needed to have another talk with Penny, and he and Priscilla went upstairs. They closed Penny's bedroom door and were in there for so long. Abra didn't know what to do. Finally, she went out to the backyard and sat on the swing. Should she go home? Where would Daddy take her then? To another family? She turned around on the swing until the chains were twisted, then lifted her feet, spinning around and around. Penny will always come first. Come first. Come first. Penny is their real daughter. Real daughter. Real daughter. Dizzy. She did it again. I'd better be nice. Be nice. Be nice. Abra had overheard Peter talking to Priscilla in the kitchen that morning. I haven't seen her smile once in the past 3 months.
Pris.
She used to be such a happy little girl. Priscilla spoke in a hushed voice. Mary and adore her. She'd probably still be alive if they'd let us take Abra to begin with. And we wouldn't be having all these problems now. Peter poured himself a cup of coffee. I hope things get better soon. Or I don't know what we're going to do. Fear had gripped Abra. They were talking about getting rid of her. Abra. Peter sounded upset. He came rushing out the back door. She got off the swing, and he let out a relieved breath. There you are. Come on back inside. Honey. We all want to talk with you. Abra's palms felt wet. Her heart kept pounding faster as she followed Peter into the living room. Were they going to send her away to live with strangers? Priscilla and Penny sat on the couch. Peter put his hand on Abra's shoulder. Penny has something to say to you. I'm sorry. Abra. Penny's face was puffy from crying. I like having you for my sister. Her voice was dull. Her eyes told the truth. Good girl. Priscilla squeezed her closer and kissed the top of her head. Abra didn't trust any of them. Priscilla pulled Abra down beside her and wrapped an arm around her shoulders, hugging Penny close on one side and Abra on the other. You're both our little girls now. We love having 2 daughters. Daddy still came over every few days. Joshua never came with him. They only got to see one another after Sunday school each week. And then they'd just stand and look at each other and not know what to say. Whenever Abra heard Daddy's voice, she flew down the stairs, hoping he'd come to take her home this time. Priscilla would take her hand and lean down. Don't call him Daddy, Abra. You're to call him Reverend Freeman like all the other children do. When you get older, you can call him Pastor Zeke. Peter is your daddy now. She cried herself to sleep on those nights and sometimes had nightmares. She'd cry out to Daddy, but he couldn't hear her. She'd try to run after him, but hands held her back. She'd scream,
Daddy.
Daddy, but he didn't turn around. Priscilla woke her up and held her. Everything is going to be all right.
Abra.
Mommy's here. But Mommy wasn't.
Mommy was in a box underground.
No matter how many times they said it, Abra didn't believe Peter and Priscilla loved her. She knew they'd only adopted her because Penny wanted a sister. If Penny changed her mind, Peter and Priscilla would give her away. Where would she go then? To whom? The next time Daddy came, Peter talked to him on the front porch for a long time, then came back inside alone. Abra tried to get around him, but Peter hunkered down and held her by the shoulders. You won't see Pastor Zeke for a while, Abra. She thought that meant she wouldn't see him until church on Sunday, but then Peter drove a different way Sunday morning. When Penny asked where they were going, Peter said they would be attending a different church. While Penny whined and fussed about not seeing her friends, Peter said change would be good for them. Abra knew it was her fault they weren't going to Reverend Freeman's church anymore, and her last hope died. She wouldn't even get to see Joshua now. Penny crossed her arms and sulked. Priscilla gave her a sad smile and said they'd just have to wait and see how things went. 1950. Mitzi opened her door and peered around it. She wasn't wearing any makeup and her hair hadn't been brushed. Is it Wednesday? She waved Abra inside and closed the door. She was wearing a red lounging robe and worn blue satin slippers with a feathery trim. Abra stared. You said I could practice here. Well, a promise is a promise. The slippers slapped her heels as she went into the living room. I'm glad you're here, sweetie pie. Just don't tell anyone I wasn't dressed at 3 in the afternoon. And don't tell anyone I've been smoking. She crushed a cigarette in a small cut crystal ashtray. Hodge thinks it's bad for my health. She grabbed the ashtray and took it into the kitchen, where she dumped the evidence of her misdeeds into the garbage. How about a cup of Ovaltine before you attack that piece of Beethoven I gave you? Abra sank into a kitchen chair overlooking the side yard. Mitzi's son, Hodge, lived next door. Abra could see his wife, Carla, busy in the kitchen. Pull down that shade. Mitzi waved her fingers as she stayed out of view.
No. Wait.
Better not. Carla will think something's amiss, and Hodge will be over here wanting to know why I'm still in my robe in the middle of the afternoon. Abra giggled at Mitzi's air of defiance, and then wondered. Why are you still in your robe in the middle of the afternoon? Because I am old and tired, and sometimes I just don't feel like fussing with makeup and hair, and figuring out what to wear. Looking good is a major project that requires a trowel and a bucket of foundation. Finally, a smile. She spooned Ovaltine into the milk warming on the stove. How's life treating you, sweetie pie? Penny hates it when I play piano. Because she has no ear nor talent for music. Mitzi's expression changed. And you will forget I ever said that as of right this minute. She held out her hand, little finger extended. Pinky promise. Abra complied. Carla Martin had noticed Abra and waved from her kitchen window. Abra forced a wide smile and wiggled her fingers back. You could practice on that sweet baby grand at the church anytime. You know. Pastor Zeke wouldn't mind. Why would I want to go there? Abra looked out the window again. I was just thinking. Mitzi turned off the gas and poured steaming Ovaltine into 2 mugs. Let's go into the living room. She handed a mug to Abra and pretended to slink out the door. No point in flying the red flag in front of Carla's face. Holding the hot mug between both hands, Abra slouched into an overstuffed chair and slung her legs over the arm. Thanks, Mitzi. If she sat like this at Peter and Priscilla's house, Priscilla would tell her to sit up like a lady. I like being here better than anywhere else. Mitzi's smile turned tender. I like having you here. She settled onto the sofa, kicked off her slippers, and put her bare feet up on the coffee table. Her toenails were painted bright red. So they're all ganging up on you? Is that it? They're trying to nip the bud of your blooming talent. Sometimes Mitzi could be annoying. Abra sipped her cocoa and decided to be honest. They get tired of hearing me play the same piece over and over, and I can't get it right if I don't. Priscilla gets a headache. Peter wants to listen to the news on the radio, and Penny shrieks like a banshee. You know, Mitzi drawled. The real trouble is two 13-year-old girls living under the same roof. One day you're bosom buddies, the next you're at each other's throats. So you're saying Peter and Priscilla would be better off if they only had one daughter? Mitzi looked shocked. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying you both will grow up and grow out of being obnoxious. One would hope so. Well, you're welcome to use my piano as often as you like. I might howl when you hit a wrong note, but I won't make you quit. The 3PS in the pod will cheer and do flips around the living room. Abra swung her legs around and put her feet on the coffee table. She liked being with Mitzi. She didn't have to bite her tongue every time she wanted to say what she really thought. Not that Mitzi let her get away with gossip or whining. She had no patience for either. But here, Abra felt more at home than she did at home. Not so fast. Mitzi looked at Abra over the rim of her cup. I have one condition. You play for Sunday services. What? Abra felt all the pleasure and warmth seep out of her. No. She put her mug on the coffee table. Just thinking about it made her stomach flip over. Yes. And I want you to start. I said no. Give me one good reason why not. She looked for any excuse. Because I don't want to do anything for Reverend Freeman. That's why. He gave me away. Remember? Dark eyes flashing. Mitzi planted her feet on the floor. That's a lot of hogwash. And besides that, do you hear Pastor Zeke asking you? You're not doing it for him. You're doing it for me. It would be even better if you were doing it for God. Fat chance. What had God ever done for her? But knowing how Mitzi felt about him, she knew better than to say it. You play a lot better than I ever will. You're almost as good as I am. And you know it. I'm running out of things to teach you. And yes, I'll get around to ragtime. But not yet. Why are you asking me to play for church? Because I'm getting old and tired and want a Sunday off. That's why. And Marian always dreamed you'd play for church someday. Do it for her, if not for me. Tears sprang to Abra's eyes. The old pain rose up, gripping her by the throat. Mitzi softened. I'm sorry, sweetie pie. Oh, honey, you're so filled up with fear, and there's no need. She smiled bleakly. Pastor Zeke loves you, and you won't even speak to the man. I'm so glad your family brought you back to our church. Those 2 years he hardly got to see you were hard on him. Abra rolled her eyes. The man saved your life and gave you a home for 5 years. He should have left me where he found me. Wah. You can cry a river, but can you build a bridge? You don't even show him the respect he deserves as your pastor. Shaking and fighting tears, Abra stood. I thought you liked me. I love you, you idiot. Why do you think I keep you around? For your sunny disposition? Mitzi let out an impatient breath. I'm going to say this once and never again. Get over it. Abra, sweetie, Zeke gave you away because he loves you, not because he wanted to get rid of you. He did it for your own good. And don't give me that glassy-eyed stare. I've never lied to you, and I never will. She huffed. I know it's your choice to believe me or not, but you'd better understand this. What you believe sets the course of your life. And don't tell me you haven't been happy with the Matthews family. I've been pretending. Really? Mitzi gave an indelicate snort. Well, if that's true, you're a better actress than I ever was. She still sat on the edge of the sofa. Will you sit down now? You're making my neck ache. Abra sat. Mitzi settled back and put her feet up again. She eyed Abra. So? What do you say, Miss Matthews? Are you going to climb down off that high horse you're riding and saddle up the piano bench? Or are you going to practice at home and drive your family nuts? How soon do I have to play at church? This week. This week. I'll pick some easy hymns. Ferris Lord Jesus is a good one. Mitzi picked up Abra's cup of cocoa and waved her hand. Enough lollygagging. Warm up with some scales. Abra spotted sheet music to Dinah Shore's Buttons and Bows. Mitzi came back from the kitchen and put Baby Face in front of her. Abra happily picked through the music without too many mistakes. Okay, enough playtime. Mitzi opened the hymnal to Fairest Lord Jesus. Mitzi wasn't satisfied until Abra had played it through 3 times without a mistake. Then she flipped through the hymnal again. Next one is Immortal, Invisible, God Only Wise. She paced while Abra played. Pick up the tempo. It's not a dirge. Mitzi swung her arms in the air and sang loudly, in perfect pitch. When she was finally satisfied, she found Beneath the Cross of Jesus. Abra glared. She wanted to slam the piano lid. Instead, she gave Beneath the Cross of Jesus a whole new rhythm. It's not a waltz. What do you think? People should be dancing in the aisles? Better than sleeping in the pews. Mitzi laughed until she had to sit down. She put her feet out, her arms dangling over the sides of the chair. 2 more, and you can practice whatever you want. Find All Hail the Power of Jesus' Name and make it sound like a march. This will be the postlude. Play it with passion. Fuming. Abra did. All we need now is a processional to get them into the pews, and an offertory to soften their hearts enough to open their wallets. Mitzi patted Abra's shoulders. An hour a day on these and anything you want to learn after. Deal? Do I have a choice? Oh. Such enthusiasm. She made prayer hands. Forgive her, Lord. She doesn't know any better. Yet, reaching around Abra, she flipped the pages to Trust and Obey. Play that one. A memory flashed of riding on Reverend Freeman's back through a misty morning as he sang that hymn. She'd loved the sound of his voice. She knew every word by heart. But trust? She didn't trust anyone anymore, least of all Jesus. She pulled the lid over the keys. I have to go home. Mitzi's hands gripped her shoulders. I won't push so hard tomorrow. I'm not sure I'm coming back. Mitzi kissed the top of her head. Well, that's up to you. There was no point in pretending with Mitzi. They both knew she'd come. When Abra got up, Mitzi stepped in her way and cupped her face. I have faith in you. You'll do us all proud. She let her go and leaned over to get the hymnal. Take it with you. Just read through the words so you'll know how to play. I'll bet if you tell Priscilla and Peter you're going to be playing for church, they'll let you practice. Her eyes glowed with mischief. That way, when you come over here, we can work on ragtime. Abra's spirits lifted. She kissed Mitzi's soft cheek. I love you. Mitzi. I love you too, sweetie pie. Mitzi walked her to the door. I give you a year, and you'll be able to play every hymn in that book. Don't just memorize the music. Memorize the words. Go on now, before Priscilla calls in a missing persons report and Jim Helgerson shows up in his squad car. She hugged her red robe around her as she stood in the doorway. Toodaloo-oh-oh. Zeke removed his St. Louis Cardinals cap as he entered Bessie's. The bell above the door jangled, and the new waitress glanced over before returning her attention to half a dozen male customers sitting on stools at the counter. She had brown hair in a neat French twist, revealing a lovely, if somewhat remote, face. The blue apron tied at the waist over a plain white blouse and black skirt hinted at a nicely curved figure. The men cajoled, but she served each with a cool, business-only smile and a reserved demeanor. The swinging doors from the kitchen bumped open, and Bessie came out with 3 breakfast plates stacked up one arm and another in her hand. Good morning, Zeke. You're a little late today. Your booth is waiting for you. Make yourself comfortable, and I'll be right with you. She served 4 men dressed in work clothes sitting near the front windows, before sliding into his usual spot near the back. Zeke poked his head into the kitchen to say hello to Oliver. Harried but keeping pace with the morning crowd. I see Bessie found a new girl. She's a good worker. Started last night. Kept up without a problem. Bessie has her fingers crossed. Zeke left him to his work and took his seat. He liked sitting in back, facing front. That way he could see everyone who came in. Dutch often stopped by, and they'd have a cup of coffee and talk for a while. He'd finally come to church, where Zeke introduced him to Marjorie Baxter. It took a few months of casual conversation before Dutch asked Marjorie to dinner. We talked about you all evening, Dutch told him with a grin. Now that we've exhausted that boring subject, we can get on to other things. Zeke couldn't have been more delighted when they started seeing each other on a regular basis. The new waitress looked his way again. He smiled and gave her a nod of silent greeting. Usually he could guess people's ages, but this woman perplexed him. 35? She moved quickly, as though accustomed to this kind of work. She looked tired around the eyes, not physically tired, but world-weary, worn down. When she returned his smile, it didn't touch her eyes. Plates delivered. Bessie snatched a mug off the shelf and headed for him. You usually beat the crowd. She set the mug on the table and poured a steaming cup of black coffee, without spilling a drop. Zeke thanked her and wrapped his cold hands around the warm porcelain. I took a longer walk this morning. Beats me why you walk at all when you have that sweet Packard 740 to drive around. Mitzi Martin had shocked him a few months after Marianne's death when she insisted on giving him the 1930 Packard 740 Roadster that had been parked in her garage for who knew how many years. You need a car, and I have one that's sitting in a garage collecting dust. I want you to have it. She had her mind made up, and all Zeke could do was gratefully accept the offer. Even after several years, though, he still felt conspicuous behind the wheel of Mitzi's car, and he only used it when he had to be somewhere in a hurry, or had to go farther than his legs could carry him in a reasonable amount of time. He'd only taken it out once last week, and that was to give Mitzi a ride in the countryside. They talked about Abra. She'd been playing every Sunday for church, though under protest. She's nervous about playing in front of everyone, but she'll get used to it. It takes time. Abra still didn't have much to say to Zeke. She called him Pastor Zeke now, instead of Reverend Freeman, which was an improvement. He told her once how proud Mary Ann would be to see her playing piano for services. She said Mitzi told her the same thing, and that's why she'd agreed to play, in memory of Mary Ann. She'd said it in a perfectly polite tone, but he'd felt the stab just the same. Mitzi said she was looking at things through a child's hurt. Whatever happens, she's going to know every hymn in the book, and something might come back to her when she needs it. Zeke gave Bessie a rueful grin. I don't want to put too many miles on the car. Or you're embarrassed to have a car that's nicer than most of your parishioners. There was some truth to that. In fact, Charles Liddickson was somewhat peeved whenever he saw Zeke in the Packard. He nodded toward the new waitress. I see you found someone to help you out. Bessie looked pleased. Her name is Susan Wells. She came in yesterday, new to town, and said she was looking for work. She said she had experience waiting tables, and after watching her work last night and this morning, I'd say she sure does. She beckoned. Susan, come on over here and meet one of my best customers. Susan dried her hands and came out from behind the counter. Zeke, I want you to meet Susan Wells, newcomer to Haven. Susan, this here is Reverend Ezekiel Freeman of Haven Community Church. Her eyes had flickered at Reverend. He'd seen that look on others' faces. Reverend Freeman. She gave a reserved nod. Call him Pastor Zeke, Bessie told her. Reverend sounds stodgy. Don't you think? Like some old man. She winked at Zeke. Zeke extended his hand to Susan. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Wells. After the briefest hesitation, she shook his hand. One firm shake, and she let go. It's Mrs. Wells. She spoke stiffly. Her gaze flicked away, and then back. My husband was killed in the war. He recognized a lie. I'm sorry to hear that. Hey, Bessie. How about some service over here? A customer held up his mug. Hold your horses. Barney. What are you doing? Anyway? Pouring it in a thermos before you get off your sorry backside and go to work. Bessie excused herself and headed for the booth. Susan had stood staring at the exchange in appalled silence. Zeke chuckled. Don't worry. Barney is Bessie's little brother. Oh, she closed her lips. Bessie and Barney were laughing now. She grabbed a handful of his curly dark hair and yanked it before heading for another booth. It's a morning ritual. Zeke smiled. Welcome to Haven, Mrs. Wells. He met her gaze. Her expression altered, as though a veil had been pulled over her face, hiding her from his scrutiny. Thanks. I'd better get back to work. Joshua found himself trapped on the front porch swing with Abra leaning against the railing while Penny sat beside him chatting about the upcoming 8th grade graduation and the party her parents were giving. Abra leaned against the porch railing, not saying a word. Penny scooted closer to Joshua. Are you going to your senior prom? Isn't it next weekend? Priscilla stepped out the front door. Penny, come inside and set the table. It's not even close to dinner time. Now. Penny. Okay. Okay. Angry? She left the swing. Can Joshua stay for dinner? Priscilla looked at him in question. You know you're more than welcome. A little more welcome than he wanted. Thanks. But I can't. As soon as the door closed behind them, Joshua stood. What do you say we go for a walk? Abra's head came up and her face brightened. Sure. He opened the front gate for her. She walked with eyes straight forward. He wondered what she was thinking about. I was trying to bring you into the conversation. She shrugged. Penny has a crush on you. Again. Joshua had that feeling that something was churning inside Abra. The last thing he wanted to do was cause a rift between two sisters. She'll have a crush on someone else next week. Are you going to prom? She cast him a look he couldn't decipher. You never did answer Penny's question.
Yep.
I'm going. Paul Davenport wanted to take Janet Folsom, but her father wouldn't allow her to go unless another couple went with them. Joshua would have asked Janet's best friend, Sally Pruitt, but he knew Brady Studebaker had already asked her. So he had called Lacey Glover, who said she'd love to go. Abra abruptly changed the subject and asked if he was still working on the Woodings kitchen cabinets. Nope. Jack and I finished that project last week. Now he's talking about replacing the balusters on his staircase. He taught me how to use the router and put me to work making balusters from a template. They're for the new bungalows he's building. He wants me to come up with a template of my own, a baluster with details, as he puts it. He laughed. Mr. Wooding has more confidence in me than I have. I've made 6 so far, and he's broken every one of them in half and tossed them in the firewood box. He sounds mean.
No.
He's not mean. He just pushes me to do better. I've learned a lot from him. Don't you want to go to college? Someday. Maybe. I don't have enough money saved right now. Are you still in Scouts? Not anymore. Jack Wooding had encouraged him to go all the way to Eagle Scout. Joshua had made it last year when he wrote a proposal for a ramp into the public library, designed it, and found financial backing and a crew to make the project happen. Between school and working with Mr. Wooding, I'm pretty busy. You still have time to go out with girls. She glanced at him. You didn't say who you're taking to prom.
Was she still thinking about that?
Lacey Glover. Her family goes to our church. He watched Abra frown and figured she probably didn't know her. Tall.
Brunette.
Sits in the 6th row on the right side of church with her folks. Has a younger brother a year older than you. Brian. Do you know him? She shrugged. I know who he is. I don't know him. She kept walking. Penny was hoping you'd ask her to prom. I doubt that. She's only 13 and not even in high school. We will be next fall. Joshua tried to tease her out of her low mood. Any idea who you'd like to have take you to prom someday? She gave a short laugh. I doubt I'll be invited. Why wouldn't you be? You're a pretty girl. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders and hugged her against his side. You will. You'll have guys lined up wanting to take you out. In the unlikely event you don't have a date, I'll take you. He kissed her cheek and let her go as the downtown clock bonged in the tower. I'd better get you home. Her mood had changed, and she challenged him to a race back. Breathless. They reached the front gate, both gasping for air. You run pretty well for a girl. He'd barely beaten her. He dug in his pocket for keys. The truck's door screeched when he opened it. Abra leaned into the open passenger window. This thing is still a piece of junk. Joshua.
Hey.
This is a work in progress. He patted the steering wheel. She runs pretty well. He turned the key, and the engine choked. Abra giggled. Are you taking Lacey Glover to prom in this old rust bucket?
He grinned.
Dad's loaning me the Packard. I've never even had a ride in Mitzi's car. That's your fault. All you have to do is ask him. He turned the key in the ignition again, and the truck shook itself to life. Abra stepped off the running board and yelled over the noise. Are you coming to our graduation? I wouldn't miss it. You'd better come to mine. He waved as he pulled away from the curb. He looked back as he went around the corner. Abra was still standing outside the gate, watching him. He felt an odd lift in his chest at the sight of her. A hint of something to come,
but he didn't know what.
The George Washington Elementary School auditorium was packed for the 8th grade graduation ceremony. A class of 1950 banner hung over the platform where the students sat. Isn't this exciting? Penny squeezed Abra's hand. Abra squeezed back and looked out at the mass of people. There was Mitzi, beaming, and Joshua, both sitting with Peter and Priscilla. Abra knew Pastor Zeke was standing on the platform a few feet away, but tears were too close to the surface for her to chance a peek at him. Was he proud of her? Was he sorry now he'd given her away? After the ceremony, everyone surged to their feet and clapped and cheered. Abra saw Joshua put his fingers to his lips and give a piercing whistle. She laughed, returning Penny's exuberant hug. Priscilla and Peter met up with them outside the auditorium, where pandemonium reigned. Abra saw Mitzi and went for her as toward a beacon. I'm so glad you came. Mitzi pulled her close and kissed her temple. I wouldn't have missed it for the world. She held her at arm's length. This is just the beginning. Sweetie pie. Peter called out and snapped his fingers. Penny. Abra.
Come on.
You have to return your robes and mortarboards so we can get home. I've got to get the charcoal going. People had already arrived and were milling about the backyard. Pastor Zeke and Joshua stood talking with Peter as he turned hamburgers on the grill. Penny was laughing and hopping up and down with Pamela and Charlotte, probably planning cheers for junior varsity cheerleading tryouts in September. Abra saw Joshua weaving his way over. His gaze swept her up and down. You look all grown up, except for your bare feet. Her spirits lifted. I am grown up, even with bare feet. That dress makes your eyes look almost emerald. She blushed. Pastor Zeke joined them, but Priscilla interrupted his congratulations. Stand together. I want to get a picture. Abra stood sandwiched between Pastor Zeke and Joshua. Say cheese. Priscilla snapped the picture and then beamed at them before heading off to get more pictures of Penny and guests. Marianne would have been very proud of you. Abra. Pastor Zeke took a small box from his pocket and handed it to her. She would have wanted you to have this. The last thing Abra expected from him was a gift. She received it with confusion. Go ahead, Joshua said, watching with an eager smile. Open it. Marianne's gold cross necklace was nestled inside the small blue velvet box. A hard lump formed in Abra's throat, and she couldn't speak. Pastor Zeke took the necklace from the box and stepped behind her. She felt his fingers brush against her neck. There. It's right where it belongs. He spoke softly, a faint rasp in his tone. He put his hands on her shoulders and squeezed gently before letting her go. Abra touched the cross and fought tears. She couldn't manage a simple thank you when she looked at him. Pastor Zeke's expression softened. Her mother gave it to her. He smiled gently. I hope you'll wear it in remembrance of her. She nodded, unable to utter a word. Well, don't you look the cat's meow. Mitzi joined them and put an arm around Abra's waist. All dressed up and no place to go. You're getting so pretty Peter is going to have to use a baseball bat to keep the boys away. Abra giggled. Her eyes blurred. When she looked toward Pastor Zeke again, she saw someone had already drawn him away. Mitzi noticed where she was looking. Poor man never gets any time off. Does he? Just part of the job, Joshua said, and Abra realized he'd been watching her all along. She felt the heat surge into her face. Well, Mitzi had a twinkle in her eye. It's something to consider if you're ever thinking about going into his line of work. Joshua laughed. I think God's calling me in another direction. You never know what God has in mind until he's finished with you. Mitzi looked between the two of them, an odd smile playing on her lips. And he does seem to scatter us in 1,000 directions, doesn't he? Salt of the earth, and all that. Add a little seasoning here, and a little there. She looped arms with both of them, pulling them along beside her. Speaking of seasoning, come on, my darlings. We'd better grab ourselves some hamburgers before they're all gone. Joshua went up into the hills and sat where he could look out over Haven. The campground had a dozen tents pitched with families starting barbecues. The riverfront parking lot was full, teenagers lazing on beach blankets, while families picnicked under the redwoods and children splashed in the roped-off swimming area. Since graduating last month, he devoted all his time to his carpentry apprenticeship with Jack Wooding. He loved the sounds of saws and hammers, the smell of sawdust. He liked seeing houses go up, knowing he was playing a part in making it happen. But by the time he got home, showered, and made himself dinner, he barely had enough energy to talk with Dad. It wasn't often he had a day off, but when he did, he came up here to breathe fresh air and pray. The future seemed so uncertain. North Korea had invaded South Korea, and the United Nations had taken police action, which meant America was being pulled into war. Several men Dad knew who were in the Army Reserves had already been called up for service, and the draft had been reactivated. Joshua felt a restlessness in his soul, a yearning he couldn't define. Priscilla had taken him aside at church on Sunday and said she and Peter were concerned about Abra. She spends all her time in her room reading or over at Mitzi's practicing piano. She says she's fine, but I don't think she is. Peter tried to talk with her, but she only lets us get so close, and then she puts up this invisible wall. She didn't ask, but Joshua knew she was hoping he'd come by and talk with her, find out what was going on inside her. It shook him how much he wanted to. She was only 13, for heaven's sake. And he was 18. She was still a kid, though he had noticed at her graduation party, she was growing up fast. Her hair was darker red, and she showed the first hint of womanhood. Dad had noticed him noticing her and given him an odd look. He'd laughed at himself. He'd almost told Priscilla to find someone else, but he didn't want her to think he didn't care. He just wasn't sure how to encourage a 13-year-old girl without giving her the wrong impression. He'd loved her as far back as he could remember. When Dad gave her to Peter and Priscilla, he'd grieved. Now he was worrying. He couldn't get Abra out of his mind. He couldn't squelch the concerns Priscilla had unwittingly, or perhaps wittingly, put in his head. Abra is suffering, Lord. Is it because of the past? Or is it because of something that's happening now? And what might that be all about? Was it just teen angst? Conflicts with Penny? How would he know unless he spent time with her? Abra needs a friend. No more than that. And no less. Either. Joshua was driving back into town when he spotted Abra walking across the bridge. She didn't even notice his truck coming up behind her until he tooted his horn and called her name through the open window. Do you want a ride?
Oh. Hi.
Sure. She yanked open the door and hopped in. I was just thinking about you. And there you were. Joshua put the truck in gear. I haven't seen you in weeks. You've been busy. Her hair was damp and her cheeks sunburned. You've been swimming at Riverfront Park. Today was the first time I went. I'm not going back. Did you get into a squabble with Penny? No. She lifted a shoulder and stared out the window. I just don't like going there.
Oh.
He knew why, but thought it better not to say any more.
So.
What are your plans for the rest of the day? Me? She gave him a sardonic look. Plans.
Good.
I'm starved.
How about a hamburger? Fries. And a milkshake? You can call home from Bessie's and let your folks know you're with me. I don't think they'll mind. All the angst left her face, and she gave him a smile that melted his toes. The new waitress, Susan, took their order. Joshua understood now why Dad was having more meals at Bessie's. He asked Abra how her summer was going, and she said slowly. He told her she was getting better at the piano every Sunday, and she said she still felt sick to her stomach every time she played in church. Mitzi insists I'll get over it, but I haven't yet. How did she talk you into it? She said if I played for church, she'd teach me ragtime. I'm holding her to her promise. He chuckled. It could be interesting if you got the two styles mixed up. She gave him a mischievous smile that reminded him of Mitzi, then changed the subject. What have you been doing all summer? Are you and Lacey Glover still going together? We broke up 2 weeks ago. Is your heart broken? He put his forearms on the booth table. We're still good friends. Abra's sympathetic smile turned sour. I'll tell Penny. Her heart will be all aflutter knowing you're available again. And she'll forget all about Kent Fullerton. He didn't like the catty tone. Don't be a brat. She looked ready to defend herself and then sank back against the seat. I get tired of pretending sometimes. Pretending what? She looked at him and then shook her head. It doesn't matter. You matter.
To me.
He leaned forward. What's bothering you? Everything. Nothing. I don't even know. I just want. He could see the inner struggle and frustration on her face. She gave up trying to explain and shrugged. My hamburger.
Fries.
And shake. She smiled politely as the waitress delivered their orders. You're new, aren't you? Joshua said before the waitress headed off. When she said yes, he extended his hand. I'm Joshua Freeman, Pastor Zeke's son. And this is my friend, Abra Matthews. I'll bet Bessie is glad to have you on board. So she says. Susan gave a mirthless smile. She looked from him to Abra. Nice to meet you both. Did she sense something amiss? Joshua said grace and picked up his hamburger. Do you have a crush on the lifeguard? 2. Penny would murder me in my sleep. She pounded the end of the bottle of ketchup until it came in a flood. Joshua chuckled. Nothing like a little hamburger with your ketchup. She giggled. So, how did you guys meet Kent Fullerton? She picked up her hamburger. Well, we haven't exactly met him yet. He's a lifeguard at the park. He'll be a senior next year. And he's on the football team. All the girls are crazy about him. Including you? She swallowed and gave him a droll look. He's a sun-bleached blonde Adonis who would look perfect with Penny. She shrugged and took another bite. He changed the subject. Abra told him about the list of classics Peter had given her. She'd read 6 so far. She relaxed and did witty imitations of conversations in Jane Austen novels. Joshua laughed. After eating, they went over to the square and listened to the band. Families gathered. A few older couples danced on the patio in front of the gazebo. Joshua took Abra's hand.
Come on.
Let's join them. Are you kidding? She dug her heels in. I don't know how to dance. Joshua half-dragged her. Don't be such a chicken. I'll teach you. He showed her a simple box step then put her hand on his shoulder and pulled her into dance position. She apologized every time she stepped on his toes. Lift your head, Abra. Stop staring at your feet. He grinned at her. Trust me. Close your eyes and feel the music. She caught on quickly after that. Other couples crowded in. The clock in the bell tower chimed. The song ended. Joshua let her go. I'd better get you home. Abra walked alongside him. The dismal expression he'd seen at the bridge was gone. She looked happy and relaxed, more like the kid she ought to be. Are you up to a hike on my next day off? Sure. She beamed a smile at him. When will that be? Sunday. And I'm talking about 3 miles uphill. Not a walk around the block. The truck sputtered and died twice before he got it started. Are you up to it? I don't know. She grinned. Are you sure you don't have to work on this piece of junk? He grinned back. Never on a Sunday. Joshua knew Dad wouldn't be home yet. He had said he was driving out to the McPhersons to talk with Gil, who'd been struggling ever since he'd come home from the war. Sadie called every few weeks and asked Dad to come. He never said what it was about, other than Gil had been a medic and saw more than any man should. Joshua took the mail from the box and headed up the steps, flipping through envelopes. The one at the bottom of the pile, addressed to him, felt like a kick in his stomach. He set Dad's mail on the kitchen table, his heart drumming a hard beat, and opened his letter. Refolding it, he slipped it back into the envelope. He looked around and then decided to tuck it into his Bible for safekeeping. The roar of the Packard sounded. Joshua didn't want to tell Dad. Not yet. He wanted to pray about it and let it soak in first. He needed a little time before he broke the news. He felt like an elephant was sitting on his chest. Summer suddenly looked a whole lot different from the way he'd envisioned it a couple hours ago while dancing with Abra. Maybe God wanted to close that door. Chapter 3. Forgive your enemies, but never forget their names. John F.
Kennedy.
Abra was pleased when Joshua kept his promise and took her for a hike on Sunday afternoon. During the next few weeks, whenever he got off work early, he would pick her up and drive her to Bessie's for fries and a shake. He told her to stop complaining about Penny and Priscilla and talk to him about books, or what classes she was going to take, or what she wanted to do when she grew up. Most Sundays they hiked together. He pushed her to keep up, not stopping until she felt like she had a spear in her side and could barely breathe. Okay. We'll stop here. She sat, feeling sticky with sweat. Joshua smiled and shrugged off his pack. Next week, we're going all the way to the top of the mountain. Assuming I'll ever take another hike with you. She flopped onto her back, arms spread. A half mile, and we're there. The view will be worth it. I promise. Tell me about it on your way back. She sat up, opened her canteen, and would have emptied it if he hadn't taken it away. A couple of swallows or you might get sick. He opened his pack and handed her a sandwich. The peanut butter and jelly had melted into the bread. It tasted like heaven. She took another couple of swallows of water and looked at him. You haven't said much today. I've got a lot on my mind, such as, hike to the top of the mountain and we'll talk about it. His smile teased, but his eyes looked serious. He ate without speaking. He sat right next to her, but seemed to be 1,000 miles away. Abra finished her sandwich and stood. Let's go. He looked up at her as though having second thoughts.
Come on.
You said you wanted to make it to the top and show me the view. So let's go. He stuffed the pieces of wax paper into his pack, shouldered it, and took the lead. Abra felt dread nibbling at her as she followed. A quarter of a mile, and she was huffing again. Her legs ached. Her feet felt hot inside her red canvas sneakers. Gritting her teeth, she didn't complain. She felt triumphant when she saw the top. Joshua shrugged off his backpack and dropped it on the ground. Abra looked out over Haven. You can see everything from up here. Almost. He seemed to be drinking in the sight. She'd been thinking of all kinds of possibilities.
So,
You and Lacey Glover are back together, and you're getting married. Married? Where did you get that idea? I'm not dating anyone. I've been. He stopped so abruptly. She knew she wasn't going to like whatever he had to say. You've been what? He looked grim. Drafted. Abra closed her eyes, her lips trembling. She remembered standing in the graveyard and watching Marianne's coffin being lowered into the ground. She sat heavily on the ground, put her elbows on her knees and her hands over her head. She sucked in a sobbing breath. Why do you have to go? Because I've been called. He sat beside her. It doesn't mean I won't be back. It hurt to breathe. So, you brought me all the way up here to tell me that. I've been putting it off for weeks. I didn't want to spoil what time I had left with you. She was afraid to ask, but she had to know. Are you going to Korea? He shook his head. I don't know. Boot camp first, then I'll get orders to wherever I'm to serve. He frowned. We have bases in Europe and Japan. I'll let you know as soon as I do. She leaned against him, and he put his arm around her shoulders. She scooted even closer, until her hip was against his. I love you. She felt him kiss the top of her head. I love you.
Too.
I always have. I always will. How many people know you're going?
Dad.
Jack Wooding. Now you. What about Penny? Peter and Priscilla. You can tell them. I think Priscilla has already guessed. He rubbed the top of her head with his chin. When are you going to start calling them Mom and Dad? Abra snuggled herself against him and cried. Promise you'll come home. I promise to try. Abra ran home from school, eager to see if another letter had arrived from Joshua. He had arrived at Fort Ord. He described the base near Monterey Bay and said he'd been assigned to a holding barracks, then a training barracks, where he received his uniform. An NCO platoon leader would oversee the training for the next 8 weeks. More letters followed. Our NCO is tough, but every man here respects him. He made it through D-Day, so everything he says carries weight. We march everywhere and exercise several times a day. The obstacle courses are a challenge I enjoy, but I'm getting tired of running miles in formation every day, rain or shine. He said he missed having time alone in the hills. Every hour of his day was scheduled, and all of it in the company of the other men. My bunkmate is from Georgia and a Christian, too. He's got a better voice than I do and sings so loud at chapel some men laugh at him. He says, Amen every time the chaplain makes a point, which startled me at first. I'm getting used to it. He worked for a peanut farmer, but joined up when he heard President Truman desegregated the armed forces. Joshua took his first leave and spent it down at Cannery Row with buddies from the barracks. Abra went to the library and checked out John Steinbeck's Cannery Row. In her next letter, she asked if he was looking for the Bear Flag restaurant. Joshua wrote a swift response. If you're asking what I think you're asking, the answer is no. I was not looking for a girl. I was looking for something better to eat than mess food. Tell Bessie I miss Oliver's cooking. Mitzi wanted Abra to practice on the church baby grand, so every Saturday they met there. Mitzi would give her instructions and then leave her to practice while she checked the hymnals in the pews or found something to do in the fellowship hall. Pastor Zeke often came into the sanctuary to sit and listen. You get better all the time, Abra. She found herself watching for him. He always waited until she finished practicing before he asked if she'd heard anything from Joshua. I got a letter yesterday. He said he's discovering muscles he didn't know he had. And he went down to Monterey again. He makes Monterey sound like a beautiful place. Doesn't he? Is he coming home after boot camp? We can hope so. She hadn't talked to Pastor Zeke this much since she was living in his house. Joshua loved mail call. Dad wrote frequently. But Abra was writing less and less. And her letters were brief and stilted. Dear Joshua,
How are you?
fine. I hope. I am well and working hard. She wrote about homework assignments and teachers, never about Penny or her other friends. Tearing open Dad's envelope, Joshua unfolded the single sheet filled with his father's neat cursive writing. My dearest Joshua, may this letter find you well in body and in spirit. I miss our long talks over morning coffee. I'm glad you found buddies willing to spend time in Bible study. When 2 or 3 are gathered in his name, Christ is among you, and he will comfort and strengthen you when you need it most. Priscilla and Peter came by the house. They're very concerned about Abra, as am I. She goes to Mitzi's every day after school now. She hardly speaks to Penny. Priscilla thinks Abra is jealous over some boy who likes Penny. I pray that both girls will come to care for each other as sisters should. They were so close before Peter and Priscilla adopted Abra. We all hoped their friendship would grow into a true sisterly bond. Abra has a good friend in Mitzi. She is a good woman who loves the Lord. I know she'll do all she can to keep Abra in the boat while going down the rapids. On a happier note, Abra is becoming a wonderful pianist. She told Mitzi she no longer feels like throwing up every time she plays in front of the congregation. Sometimes I think she wants to talk to me, and I leave my door open. Mitzi gives us space, but Abra stays silent. I broke Abra's trust, and I can only pray and wait and hope someday she'll accept my love again. Dear Joshua, you'll be happy to know that Penny and I are on speaking terms again. We both liked Kent Fullerton. Remember the Adonis I told you about? He's our star quarterback with half the girls in school pining for his attention. He showed some interest in me until Penny decided to steal him. But easy come, easy go. Now her heart is broken because he's going out with Charlotte. Penny said it had to do with Peter's no dating until 16 rule, but I think it has to do with wanting a girl who'll sit in the back row of the Swan Theater. You know what they do in the back row, don't you? Penny is doing a passable job of acting like she doesn't care. I miss you, Joshua. I haven't had a hamburger and shake since you left. But I'm mad at you, too. You invited your dad to your boot camp graduation ceremony. Why didn't you invite me? I would have come. I wouldn't care if I missed church for the rest of my life. And don't tell me I should be ashamed of myself for having such a bad attitude. I hear that enough from Mitzi. I am mad at her right now.
2.
She already made me learn to play every hymn in the book. But that's not good enough for her. Now she's making me memorize a different one every week. I was so mad I wanted to punch her. She just smiled. I took her copy of Maple Leaf Rag and said I wasn't giving it back. She came right out on her front porch and yelled loud enough for everyone in the neighborhood to hear that I'd never get the rhythm right without her. Priscilla and Peter said I can practice at the house, but I know that won't last. There's always the piano at church, but I don't think your dad or the board would approve.
Do you? Haha.
Right soon. I love you. Abra. Zeke entered Bessie's cafe and found the booths all full of early morning customers. He spotted Dutch on a stool at the counter and took one next to him. Good morning. Susan Wells stood a few yards away, jotting down an order. She glanced at Zeke. Be right with you. Pastor Freeman. Dutch looked at him solemnly. Any word from that boy of yours? He's in Texas, training to be a medic. Dutch rubbed his head and rested his arms on the counter. Not much I can say to that. Is there? He sipped his coffee. How's Marjorie? She won't set a date yet. Zeke knew what the problem was. Have you put away Sharon's picture? Dutch frowned as though thinking about it. Is that what's bothering her? Bessie came out of the kitchen with plates stacked up her arm and delivered the breakfast platters to a booth near the front. Morning.
Zeke.
Susan. See, he gets what he wants. Susan set a mug in front of Zeke and filled it with steaming hot coffee. She refilled Dutch's. A bell sounded, and Susan headed for the kitchen. She came back and asked Zeke if he was ready to order. He said he'd like the lumberjack breakfast with orange juice. She didn't linger. Dutch watched her go. I don't think she likes you. I make her nervous. He laughed. You used to make me nervous, too. I knew you were after my soul. Dutch raised his hand for the check. Gotta get back to work. Susan put his bill on the counter in front of him. As she headed for the register, Dutch stood and slapped Zeke on the back. Good luck, my friend. I think you're going to need it. Zeke took Joshua's latest letter out of his jacket pocket. He'd read it a dozen times already and would read it a dozen more before he received another. He wondered what war would do to Joshua. Some men survived physically, but came home soul-wounded. Gil McPherson still had episodes of deep depression. The onset of the Korean War had stirred up his nightmares again. The poor man still dreamed of the carnage of Normandy and friends who died there, one in his arms. Several others manifested battle fatigue in lesser degrees. Michael Weir worked constantly, leaving his wife alone and lonely. Patrick McKenna drank heavily. Oh, Lord. My son. My son. His son was a man of peace being called into war. He'd be in the middle of the fighting, traveling with his unit, carrying medical supplies. He had to be ready to give emergency aid to the wounded. Zeke had to remind himself frequently that no matter what happened, Joshua would never be lost. His future was safe and secure, even if his body wasn't. Despite knowing that, fear could be a relentless enemy, attacking him when he was tired and most vulnerable. A letter from your son? Startled, Zeke glanced up. Susan held his breakfast platter and a pot of coffee. Yes. He folded the letter and tucked it into his jacket pocket. She set his plate down. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. I see it as a kindness that you did. He smiled. He's doing well, but asking for prayer that he'll be up to the job they're giving him. What job will he have? Medic. Oh. She closed her eyes. Her reaction allowed one of Satan's darts to get through a chink in his armor. Fear clawed at him. Lord. Zeke prayed. Lord. I know you love him even more than I do. God is sovereign, even in times of war. He took up the napkin and unrolled the silverware. You're not afraid for him? Oh. I know fear, but every time it hits me, I pray. Prayer never did me any good. Her expression grew troubled. But I guess God listens to ministers more than someone like me. She moved away before he could comment, and she kept her distance. She filled his cup one more time and left his check on the counter. Zeke left enough to cover breakfast and a generous tip. He turned over the check and wrote, "God listens to everyone, Susan." 1951. Dear Joshua, Peter said training to be a medic means you will be going to Korea. Is that true? I hope he's wrong about that. If he isn't, I hope the war ends before you finish training. Peter listens to the news every night. And Edward R. Murrow never says anything good about Korea. Christmas was nice. Mitzi helped with the pageant. Mr. Brubaker played piano this year. Did you know he used to be a concert pianist? Mitzi says he played at Carnegie Hall. She told Priscilla and Peter I should take lessons from him once a week. I asked her if she wants to get rid of me. She says we can concentrate on ragtime now. Penny and I went to Cinderella. Other than that, I study and do my chores and practice piano like a good little girl. That is the sum total of my boring, pathetic life. Haven is the dullest town on earth. When I grow up, I am moving far away to a big city. You will have to come and visit me in New York or New Orleans and see the Mardi Gras. Maybe I'll go to Hollywood and become a movie star. I want to live somewhere exciting where people have fun. You owe me 2 letters now.
Love.
Abra. Abra came home from Mitzi's after a long lesson with Mr. Brubaker. Priscilla greeted her and went on peeling potatoes. There's a letter from Joshua on your bed. Abra ran upstairs. She hadn't seen or heard from Joshua since he came home on leave before Thanksgiving. He had taken her to Bessie's Corner Cafe once, and she felt oddly shy with him. He looked different. He stood straighter and seemed older, more reserved. He wasn't a boy anymore, and she was very aware of their 5-year age difference. She had never before been tongue-tied with Joshua, nor felt the strange, swirling tingles in her stomach when he looked at her. Dumping her books on the desk, she grabbed for the thin blue and red-striped military mailer. She tore it open carefully. Only a few lines this time. Dear Abra, by the time you read this, I'll be in the air and on my way to Korea. I told Dad I didn't want anyone knowing I had my orders. It would have spoiled my time at home. I'm sorry I didn't say goodbye. I thought it best at the time. Now I'm sorry I didn't. I'm praying you will fix your mind steadfastly on Jesus and trust Him no matter what happens. God has a plan for each of us.
And this is His plan for me.
I will do my best to fulfill my duty and come home in one piece. Please thank your mom for the picture. I'll love you forever. Joshua. Abra wept. Zeke took his place in the pastor's chair to the right of the pulpit as Abra finished a medley of hymns and the congregation settled into their seats. Abra's playing had improved markedly since Ian Brubaker had begun working with her. She played with more skill than Marian ever had, but mechanical skill could not replace the outpouring of one's spirit into the music. Zeke prayed as he watched and listened. Lord, what will it take to open this child's heart to the depth, breadth, and height of your love for her? Zeke spotted a new face among the familiar. Susan Wells sat in the back pew, moving slightly to the right to hide behind the Beamers and the Callaghans. Zeke almost smiled, but thought better of it. Let her think he hadn't noticed her. He didn't want her to slip out the door and run away. She had been running for a long time, and she looked weary of it. Opening his Bible, Zeke turned to the Sermon on the Mount. Pages rustled as Zeke began to read aloud. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are they which do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. Everyone sat waiting as Zeke sent up a silent plea for the Lord to give him the words that needed to be said. And then he began to speak. Ross Beamer settled back in the pew, and Zeke caught a glimpse of Susan behind him. Nothing showed in her face, but he sensed her brokenness and yearning. His heart ached at what he saw in her expression. Would she be gone before he had an opportunity to welcome her? Perhaps others would offer friendship if she wouldn't accept it from him. The service was at an end. People stood and moved toward the center aisle as Abra played the postlude. Zeke thought Susan would be gone before he passed the last pew, but she was hedged in by little old Fern Daniels, who always kept watch for newcomers. Mitzi would be along soon, too. Zeke hoped their focused, loving attention wouldn't frighten Susan away. He stood outside, shaking hands and speaking with parishioners as they filed out of the church. Most thanked him, made kind observations, or chatted briefly before heading for the fellowship hall, where refreshments awaited. Marjorie Baxter slipped her arm through Dutch's as they reached him. "We have good news."
Zeke.
She looked happy.
So did Dutch.
"I saw the Haven Chronicle announcement of your engagement." "Congratulations." Fern Daniels had Susan by the arm as she introduced her to Mrs. Vanderhooden and Gil and Sadie McPherson. They all moved toward the front door. Susan avoided looking at him. Fern smiled brightly. "Zeke, I want you to meet Susan Wells." "Susan." "We've met," Susan said. And Fern looked surprised, and then so interested. Susan was quick to explain. "I work at Bessie's Corner Cafe. Pastor Freeman comes in for breakfast a couple times a week."
Oh.
No one calls him Pastor Freeman.
Dear.
"He's Pastor Zeke to everyone in town." She gave him a motherly pat. "We're all family around here, and we'd love to have you join us." "I'm just visiting."
Mom.
"Well, of course you are. You visit as many times as you want."
Oh.
"And here's our little Abra. Honey, come on over here." She beckoned. "Susan, this is Abra Matthews. Isn't she a marvelous piano player?"
Yes. She is.
"Not as good as Ian Brubaker." "Mrs. Daniels." Abra shook hands with Susan. "Oh, stuff and nonsense." Fern waved the comment away like a pesky fly. He went to Juilliard. "You shine, too." She leaned toward Susan. "Abra's been playing since she was knee-high to a grasshopper. She used to be scared half to death sitting up there in front, but she just keeps getting better every week." Fern looked around for others to introduce. Susan seemed ready to duck for cover. "Mitzi,
Come here.
there's someone I want you to meet." Zeke chuckled. "You'll be fine."
Susan.
"They don't bite." Mitzi and Fern both guided Susan toward the fellowship hall. Abra lingered. "Have you heard anything from Joshua?" "Pastor Zeke." Joshua was the only common ground they trod. "I had a short letter that said he made it to Japan and would be transported by ship across the Korean Strait to Busan." "How about you?" "Nothing." She looked worried. "Peter said Hengseong was destroyed." "Joshua wouldn't be there."
Would he?
"Peter said the communists were overrunning our units like a human wave." Zeke had been reading the paper and listening to news broadcasts, too. Hengseong is in the middle of South Korea. He wouldn't have been there when the battle happened, though he may have gone in after. He didn't say whether he'd be with a unit or in an aid station. "We'll just have to wait until he writes, and pray God keeps him safe." She looked angry now, close to tears. Well, I hope God hears you. He's never listened to me. Turning away, she rushed down the steps. Joshua had only been in country a week and already felt dead on his feet. And it got worse every day. He'd never been so tired in his life. The advance on Chipianganai and mountains to the southeast had been grueling. His back and legs screamed for relief. The terrain was rough, the temperature barely warming to 50 degrees by midday. Joshua carried a metal kit, pouches, and an M1911.45 ACP he would only use to save himself or a patient. He'd already been warned communists didn't respect the Geneva Convention and would use the Red Cross on his white helmet as a bullseye. As a precaution, he covered it with mud, but rain just washed it away. He'd been pinned down more than once, enemy fire plucking the ground around him. His comrades said they were lucky the commies were lousy shots, but Joshua credited God and whatever band of angels he'd sent for keeping him alive. Gunfire came from the hill above. Joshua dove for cover. Keep your heads down. Grenades were flung up the hill. A man cried out and went down. An explosion hit nearby. Surging to his feet, Joshua bent low and ran uphill to get to the fallen man. Boomer. They'd prayed together and talked about their families back home. Boomer's folks raised corn and 8 kids, 5 of whom were sons, back in Iowa. Boomer shared Joshua's faith, but he'd had a feeling things wouldn't go well for him today. He'd given Joshua a letter to send home if anything happened to him. Joshua had it in his jacket pocket. Boomer lay sprawled on his back, a red blossom in the center of his chest, his eyes wide open, staring up at the steel-gray sky. Joshua gently closed them as a machine gun rat-a-tatted. Explosions shook the ground on which he knelt. He heard other men cry out. "Medic!" Someone shouted from higher up the hill. Joshua snapped the chain around Boomer's neck. He wedged one dog tag between Boomer's 2 front teeth and pocketed the other. Shifting his pack, he made the run. 2 men had been shot. Joshua called for help, signaling another medic to take the closest wounded while he headed for the one farther up. Bullets pelted the ground around him. He saw a blast from above, heard shouts and screams. Heart pounding, legs burning with exertion, he kept running, fixing his mind on reaching the men who needed him. Abra hadn't received a letter from Joshua in a month, and all Peter could talk about was the number of men dying in Korea. He turned on the radio the minute he came in the door, eager to hear the latest news reports. President Truman had relieved General MacArthur of duty. The Communist Chinese forces drove through the 2nd, 3rd, 7th, and 24th Divisions and on towards Seoul while MacArthur faced congressional hearings for his outspoken views on how the war should be fought. Joshua's last letter had been short, almost perfunctory, as though he rode out of duty. He asked about her. Had she worked things out with Penny? Life was too short to carry a grudge. He hadn't answered any of her questions about his life as a soldier or his friends, or what was happening around him. And Pastor Zeke wasn't sharing his letters anymore. She had been rude to him. Maybe this was his way of punishing her. When she apologized, he still wouldn't let her read Joshua's letters. "I'm not withholding them out of spite.
Abra.
Joshua writes different things to me than he does to you. That's all."
She grew even more determined with that.
"That's why we've been sharing. Isn't it? Some things you don't need to know." "Like what?" "What it's like to be in the middle of a battle." "You could tell me something, couldn't you?" "I can tell you Joshua needs your prayers. I can tell you he's been transferred to an aid station near the front." Peter thought being in an aid station sounded safer than being on a battlefield. At least he's not running with a unit and taking fire. She worried less until she overheard him talking to the next-door neighbor about the communists targeting MASH units. She didn't have to ask if that meant Joshua might be in danger. She had nightmares of him lying in a casket and being lowered into a hole in the ground next to Marianne Freeman's marble headstone. Priscilla awakened her in the middle of the night. "I heard you crying." Abra went into her arms,
sobbing. Penny,
bleary-eyed, stood in the doorway. "Is she okay?" "Mom, just a nightmare, honey. Go on back to bed." Priscilla's arms tightened around Abra, and she spoke softly. "I know you're worried about Joshua, Abra. We all are. All we can do is pray." Priscilla did just that as Abra clung to her. She could only hope the God who hadn't been there for her wouldn't let Joshua down. Staring into the darkness outside her bedroom window, she prayed.
2.
"If you let him die,
God,
I'll hate you forever. I swear I will. Dear Dad, it's been rough. Had no sleep for 92 hours. Woke up a little while ago in the tent barracks and didn't know how I got here. Joe said I collapsed. I don't remember anything. Gil often comes to mind. I understand him better now. I pray for him every time I think of it. I'm under orders to rest for 8 more hours. But I wanted to get a letter off to you. It may be a while before I can write again. I thought the freezing rain and snows were bad, but now we have the heat. Insects are a problem, fleas the worst. Every patient we get in from the front is infested. We have to dust and spray them with DDT. Every Korean in the country is infested with worms and parasites. The minute a doc opens up a Korean patient, worms start crawling out, some more than 2 feet long. The docs just drop them into a bucket. We're short on water, and what's available is polluted with night soil. Lots of men down with dysentery and enteric fever. Even had a couple of cases of encephalitis. Lots of refugees in poverty, hungry, looking for shelter anywhere they find it, and living in filth. Women turn to prostitution to survive. Every soldier who goes looking for comfort comes back with VD. Doc is doing short-arm inspections on every man coming back from leave. I have my pocket Gideon Bible on me at all times and read it every chance I get. It calms me, gives me hope. Men call me preacher, and not in the mocking way they did in boot camp. When death hunts men, they look for God. They want to hear the gospel. Pray for me,
Dad.
I've seen so many die. I no longer feel anything when it happens. It's probably just as well.
Though.
I need a cool head. I need to work fast. One dies, but another waits on a gurney. Tell Abra I love her. I dream about her sometimes. Tell her I'm sorry I'm not writing much. The truth is, I don't know what to say to her anymore. I live in a world so different from hers, and I don't want to invite her into it. All she needs to know is I love her. I'm still doing my best to serve God and my country.
I'm alive.
I love you,
Dad.
Your words are my lifeline. They keep me sane in an insane world. Joshua. Joshua wrote to Abra once from Japan, where he was on R&R. It was the longest letter she had received in months. He said he spent most of the time sleeping while others went out on the town. He'd put in for an extension of his tour of duty because he felt needed. Abra wrote back, furious that he was willing to cause everyone so much worry. She listened to the news almost as much as Peter. Talks of truce started in July, but by late August the communists broke off negotiations and the Battle of Bloody Ridge hit the headlines. Peter thought the communists were posturing for peace, but really just wanted time to recoup their losses. His concern proved true when fighting intensified, the peace negotiations having allowed time for the enemy to hide supplies in sandbag bunkers in their plan to take all of Korea. School started, giving her more to think about than piano lessons, and obsessing about Joshua. Penny made the varsity cheerleading squad and spent most afternoons practicing new cheers. When the girls went to see The Day the Earth Stood Still, Abra kept saying, "Klaatu barada nikto," over and over again because Patricia Neal couldn't remember what she was supposed to say to save the world from the space robot. Meanwhile, the Battle of Heartbreak Ridge raged in Korea. Within weeks, 3 U.S. divisions attacked communist forces along sagging boundary lines and successfully drove the enemy back. Communist losses were so heavy, peace talks resumed at Kaesong. Abra didn't hear a word from Joshua, but she knew things weren't going well because Pastor Zeke looked gray and gaunt. 1952. Peter and Priscilla gave Penny a record player for her 16th birthday. Abra got sick of listening to Hank Williams singing Your Cheatin' Heart and Rosemary Clooney's Come On My House. In self-defense, she swam alone in the backyard pool. They saw high noon, and Penny started wearing her hair up like Grace Kelly. Abra didn't expect a birthday celebration, but Peter and Priscilla surprised her by inviting Pastor Zeke, Mitzi, and Mr. Brubaker to join the family for dinner. Mr. Brubaker gave Abra sheet music to the Broadway hit South Pacific. Mitzi had wrapped up her beautiful Spanish shawl. Penny gave her a Kit Kat clock. When she opened Pastor Zeke's present, she found Marianne's worn Bible wrapped in tissue paper. She opened it and saw Marianne's neat handwriting in the margins, passages underlined, circled, and starred. When she looked up, she saw hope and moisture in his eyes. She thanked him, but she couldn't lie and promised she'd read it. And now, our gift. Priscilla handed Abra a beautifully wrapped present. Removing the ribbons and papers, she found a blue velvet case with satin lining.
Penny gasped. Pearls. Oh.
Let me see. She reached for them. But Peter reminded Penny she'd gotten a nice record player. He took the pearls from the case and put them around Abra's neck, securing the clasp. The evening wasn't even over before Penny asked to borrow them when she went to the Quiet Man with Jack Constantino, one of the varsity linebackers. Not until I've had a chance to wear them. Abra tried to make the words light, but she resented Penny's assumption that everything in Abra's drawers and closet belonged to her, too. When Priscilla brought in the birthday cake and told her to make a wish, Abra wished Joshua home from the war and blew out all the candles. Peace talks continued. Small battles continued along the main line of resistance. Losses mounted up as the negotiations dragged on. Joshua's letters slowed to a trickle and then stopped. Chapter 4. War is Hell. William Tecumseh Sherman, 1953. Sweat ran cold between Joshua's shoulder blades as he rose and ran with his unit. Breech-loaded field guns boomed behind him, shells exploding. Muzzle-loaded mortars fired shells into enemy battlements. Sandbags bursting. Fire flashing. Men screaming. A man went down in front of him. Another was flung backward, arms spread wide like wings. A sobbing soldier tried to haul a buddy to safety. Joshua helped him get over and behind the rocks. "Jacko," the soldier wailed. "Jacko. Come on,
man.
Wake up. I told you to keep your head down." Joshua didn't need to check for a pulse. He snapped off the dog tags, tucked one in his pocket, and set the other between the man's teeth. Joshua pulled the grieving soldier against his chest like a father comforting a child. The man leaned heavily against him, racked with sobs. An explosion hit so close, they were both thrown back. Joshua's ears rang. He heard shouts and machine gun fire. Rolling over, he saw the other man unconscious from the blast. He dragged him to safe cover and radioed for assistance. Within minutes, 2 medics came up the hill with a litter. The smell of dirt, blood, and sulfur surrounded Joshua. The ground moved every time field guns fired. Something hit the side of his helmet. He felt a hard punch in his side. "Preacher," someone shouted. Joshua skidded into the cover of rocks. One man leaned back, pale and panting, while two others fired their guns. Someone was screaming profanity as a machine gun spent dozens of rounds in the space of seconds. Shrugging off his own pack, Joshua peeled off the wounded man's gear. He wiped moisture from his eyes and opened the man's jacket and shirt to get to the wound and stop the bleeding. "Preacher." Face covered with dirt and grime. The man's eyes held relief and confusion. Joshua knew him. "Don't try to talk. Wait. Let's see what's what." He assessed the damage. "Shoulder wound. Missed your lungs. Thank God. You're going home to your cornfields. My friend." Joshua wiped his face again, and his hand came away covered in blood. He pulled a gauze pad from his supplies and jammed it up inside his helmet. One of the men threw a grenade. The explosion brought a rain of rocks and dirt. "Got him. Let's go." Joshua and Wade were left behind. Joshua tried to radio for help, but he couldn't get through. The wounded man had passed out. Joshua shifted and drew in a sharp breath. His side burned like fire, moisture seeping into his waistband. Grabbing another gauze pad, he pressed it hard against his side to stanch the flow of blood, using a length of bandage to keep it in place. His radio crackled, then fell silent. No one was coming. The firing had moved farther away. He might make it down the hill if he went now. Joshua pulled Wade up and across his shoulders and staggered to his feet. He headed across the barren, rocky ground, avoiding pits, rocks, and detritus. Dog tags jingled in his pocket. How many had he carried in his pockets since stepping foot on Korean soil? He stumbled once and fell to his knees, pain shooting up his legs and back. Wade's weight bore down on him like a sack of stones. Searing pain spread across his side. "God, give me strength." The aid station had to be close. His vision blurred, but he thought he spotted the blacked-out school building and tents. Wade's weight was lifted from him. Joshua hit the ground face first. Strong arms lifted. He tried to walk, but his toes dragged as two men half-carried him. Everything went black. Abra. Priscilla stood in the bedroom doorway. "Pastor Zeke is downstairs. He wants to talk to you." Abra's chemistry text and notebook bounced onto the floor as she flew off the bed and raced downstairs. Neither she nor Pastor Zeke had heard anything from Joshua in weeks. Pastor Zeke looked pale and drawn. Fear flooded her, anger in its wake. "He's dead, isn't he?" "Joshua's dead." Her voice broke. "I knew he'd get killed. I knew it." Pastor Zeke gripped her by the shoulders and gave her a gentle shake. "He's been wounded, but he's alive." Abra felt weak with relief. "When can I see him?" "He'll be at Tripla Hospital in Hawaii for a while. I don't know how long. Then he'll be flown to Travis Air Force Base. He'll let us know when he arrives. Half a day's drive from Haven." She started to cry. She couldn't stop herself. Pastor Zeke drew her into his arms. "He's coming home, Abra." She kept her arms at her sides. Pastor Zeke's hand cupped the back of her head. She had forgotten how the sound of his heartbeat comforted. "Pray the war ends soon, Abra." Pastor Zeke rested his chin briefly on top of her head before letting her step back. For Joshua's sake, as well as all the other men in Korea. The relief dissipated. He's wounded. They won't send him back. We can hope the army won't listen to his request. Pain flickered in Pastor Zeke's eyes. He'd aged since Joshua left. His dark hair had streaks of gray. He'd lost weight. It's in God's hands. All you ever talk about is God. You could tell Joshua to stay home and he'd listen to you. I can't do that. You can. But you won't. That's enough.
Abra. Peter spoke firmly.
Go to your room. She ran out the front door instead, racing down the steps. She ran 3 blocks before the pain in her side made her slow down. Anger pulsed through her, and she wanted to aim it at someone. Volunteer to go back? Was Joshua crazy? Did he want to die? Gasping for breath, she continued at a fast walk until she reached the town square. She sat on a bench, looking at the patio where Joshua had danced with her. No bands today. Summer was long over. Rain drizzled. Dark clouds promised heavier ones coming. Her body cooled, and she shivered. Bessie's would offer shelter. Few customers came between breakfast and lunch. The bell jangled over the door as she went in. The dark-haired woman at the counter glanced up in surprise. What was her name? Susan Wells. Can I have a drink? Mrs. Wells. Call me Susan. She put crushed ice in a tall glass, filled it with water, and set it in front of Abra. If you don't mind me asking, are you all right? I'm all right. Joshua's been wounded. She gulped the water. Pastor Zeke's son. Nice young man. You've been in here with him, haven't you? He's my best friend. Or he was. I don't know anymore. He hardly writes. He tells Pastor Zeke all the important stuff and just asks me a bunch of stupid questions. She spoke in mockery. How's school, Abra? How are you getting on with Penny? Are you doing your homework? Are you going to church? She bit her lip to stop the rush of words, afraid tears would follow. Why was she rattling on to a stranger? Maybe he doesn't tell you some things because he knows you'd worry. I'm not going to worry about him anymore. She drank the rest of the water and plunked the glass down on the counter. I don't care what he does. He can go to perdition for all I care. That's usually what we say when we care a whole lot. Susan gave a mirthless smile as she refilled the glass. He's a medic, isn't he? Abra slumped onto a stool. He's an idiot. How badly wounded? Enough that the army is sending him home. But not enough to keep him from going back again.
Oh, Susan sighed,
staring off into space. He did look like that sort of young man. What sort? The sort that cares more about other people than himself. She smiled sadly. Not many men like that around anymore. That's for sure. Abra covered her face and gulped down a sob. Susan took hold of her wrists and squeezed. I'm so sorry, Abra. I'm so sorry. She spoke so close Abra could feel the warmth of her breath. If there's one thing I've learned over the years, it's that you've got no say in what other people do with their lives. Everyone makes their own choices, good or bad. I don't want him to die. Susan's hands loosened and lifted away. All you can do is wait and see what happens. She put several napkins on the counter in front of Abra. Abra took one and blew her nose. I'm sorry I'm making a fuss. Don't worry about it. Abra looked out the window. No drizzle now. Just a cold, hard, pelting rain. Can I stay a while? Stay as long as you want. She put a menu in front of Abra. You might feel better if you had something to eat. I don't have any money. My treat. Susan smiled. Unless you want a steak. Joshua felt fear bubble up inside him like soda in a shaken can. It made no sense. He was stateside and on a Greyhound bus heading home. Soon after he'd arrived at Travis, he'd tried to volunteer to go back to Korea, but he'd been told he'd have to re-enlist. He prayed about it, but instead of feeling peace about returning to the front, he'd felt the strong pull to go home. Everything was so quiet, so normal. While inside, he felt anything but. He couldn't stop thinking about the men still in Korea, still fighting,
Still dying.
He felt like he'd gone through a meat grinder and been spewed out the other side. Most of the bus passengers slept. One snored loudly in the back row. Joshua dozed and dreamed he was running up a hill, his lungs burning for air, explosions going off to the right and left of him. He could hear screaming and knew he had to get to the wounded. He made it to the top and looked down into a valley of shadows and death, Americans, Koreans, and Chinese all tangled together. The air was filled with the stench of rotting flesh. The sky was black with circling carrion birds ready to feast. He fell to his knees, weeping, and heard dark laughter. A figure came out of the darkness, malevolent and mocking. He spread his wings, triumphant. I'm not done yet. This is just the beginning of what I will accomplish before the last day comes. Joshua stood. You've already lost. But then, so have you. You couldn't save them all. Could you? Only a measly few. This is my domain. I hold the power over life and death. You're a liar and a murderer. Get away from me. The sneering voice came closer. I see you, Joshua. I see her,
too.
Joshua reached for his throat, but the creature laughed and disappeared. Joshua awoke, his heart pounding a war beat. No one stood beside his seat.
No one was speaking to him.
No incoming mortar shells blowing men to pieces. Just the screech of the bus brakes. He leaned back and stared out the window. He didn't want to close his eyes again. He'd been on American soil for a month, but sleep still brought nightmares of Korea. Joshua breathed in deeply and exhaled slowly. He cast his mind back, remembering. His muscles relaxed, his mind focused. You called and I answered.
Lord.
He felt warmth and stillness. And I call you again to lay down your burdens. I give peace, Joshua, not as the world gives, but a peace beyond all human comprehension. Abide in me. The Greyhound bus pulled off the main road. Joshua saw Riverfront Park off to the left. His heart drummed with excitement as the bus crossed the bridge to Haven. Rat-a-tat. Rat-a-tat. The wheels whispered against the steel and macadam. Joshua leaned forward as the Greyhound pulled to a stop on Main Street, across from the town square. Joy burst inside him when he saw Dad standing on the sidewalk, and then a sharp stab of disappointment. He didn't see Abra. Haven, the driver called out as he opened the door and went quickly down the steps. Joshua rose, straightening his uniform jacket as he made his way off the bus. Dad embraced him firmly. You'll see Abra in a few minutes. Peter and Priscilla insisted we come for dinner. Dad took the duffel bag from his hand and led the way to Mitzi's roadster parked around the corner. Joshua grinned as he slid in and closed the door. Either you haven't been driving this baby, or you just had it washed and polished. Dad laughed as he turned the key. The engine roared to life. I thought it was a good time to give her a spin. A welcome home. Joshua Banner was stretched along the white picket fence. He saw cars parked up and down the street. Dread filled him. What is all this? I'm sorry. You know it's waiting for you, and you'll survive it. I tried to tell them to give you a couple of days. But people love you. Son. They want to welcome you home. The parking space in front of the house had been reserved for them. Friends poured out the front door onto the porch to cheer and clap. Joshua barely made it around the car before they swarmed through the gate, surrounding him, hugging him, slapping his back. Priscilla cried and waved others ahead of her. Joshua took in the familiar faces: Mitzi, the Martins, Bessie and Oliver Knox, the Liddicksons, Jack, and the crew he'd worked with. Give the man room, folks, Peter shouted. Let him get inside the house. And then Joshua saw Abra. His heart leaped when she came through the front door and stood on the porch. She'd grown taller and filled out while he was away. Even with a girlish ponytail, she looked like a young woman and not a girl anymore. Seeing her coming down the steps, he pressed his way between friends and caught her when she threw herself into his arms. Joshua, arms wrapped around his neck, she pressed herself full against him. He drew in a sharp breath, caught off guard by the shock of sensations coursing through his body. She kissed his cheek. I missed you so much. Could she hear how hard his heart pounded against hers, or feel the heat radiating through him? He set her down firmly and stepped back, forcing a laugh. I missed you too. His voice came out tight and hoarse. He wished they were alone so he could talk to her. Her recent letters had been so cautious and cold. He hadn't known what to expect when he came home. Certainly not a welcome like this, not this heat in his belly, nor the racing blood. Abra grabbed his hand, tugging him up the steps, acting more like the girl child he had left behind. Come on. Everything's ready inside. He laughed uneasily. What everything? The decorations. The buffet in the backyard. The cake. When they entered the house, she slipped her arm around his waist and squeezed hard. I was afraid you'd never come home. He slid his hand under her ponytail and gently gripped the back of her neck. So was I. She turned exuberantly and kissed him on the corner of his mouth. When she drew back, he saw something indefinable and intoxicating in her eyes. Did she sense her budding power? He looked away, deliberately breaking the moment. Dad stood off to one side, watching them. Joshua didn't fully relax until people lined up for the buffet. He'd been to 100 banquets at the church, and he'd lined up for grub in army mess halls. Everyone insisted he go first. They had all brought something to add to the feast. Joshua hesitated until Mitzi grabbed his plate and his arm. Come on, boyo. You need more meat on your bones. Penny pulled Abra off to one side. Cover for me. Would you? Where are you going this time? Michelle and I are going to Eddie's. Abra had half expected the sight of Joshua in his army uniform to resurrect Penny's old crush. Other than saying he looked handsome, she hadn't been bowled over. Abra looked at him standing at the buffet table, Mitzi snatching his plate and serving him. He had changed. It wasn't just in the leanness or muscle of his body, the cropped hair, or the tension in his jaw. It wasn't the uniform. It was something else, something pressed down deep inside him. She'd seen it when he got out of the car. Did everyone? He had suffered greatly. He carried deeper wounds than the one in his side. He was still Joshua, just not the same Joshua who had left Haven nearly 3 years ago. Abra. Penny pressed. Impatient. Will you cover for me or not? All this drama for a hamburger and milkshake with Michelle? There's this guy I want to see. Abra gave her a droll look. Of course. Who is he? No one you know. He's from LA and absolutely gorgeous. I want to meet him. If Mom asks. Abra laughed. If anyone asks, I'll say you're on the telephone. That'll give you the whole afternoon all to yourself. How's that? Perfect. She kissed Abra's cheek. Thanks. I'll do you a favor someday. And I'll tell you all about him when I get home. She took 2 steps and turned back with a teasing grin. Then again. Maybe I won't. As if I care. Abra rolled her eyes.
Go on.
Get out of here. She shook her head as Penny headed through the gathering and went into the house. Abra picked up a plate and took a piece of fried chicken. She looked over at Joshua. People kept stopping by his table. Joshua seemed uncomfortable, tense. If she'd had her way, she'd have met Joshua alone at the bus station and they'd be at Bessie's right now, having hamburgers, fries, and shakes. Chocolate for her, strawberry for him. She glanced at Joshua again. He was looking right at her. She felt an odd twinge in her stomach. He smiled. She smiled back, hoping the war hadn't changed him too much. A shiny red Corvette convertible with white leather bucket seats was parked in front of the house when Abra came home from Mitzi's a few days later. As she opened the gate, she heard voices and spotted a young man leaning against the porch railing. This must be the guy from LA Penny was all a twitter about. When the gate snapped shut behind Abra, he glanced at her. Abra had never seen a young man more stunningly handsome. He could have stepped out of a movie poster. When his mouth tipped, she realized she'd been staring. He looked Abra up and down with dark, hooded eyes. Her whole body went hot, and breath caught in her throat. He straightened and walked toward her. Since Penny has forgotten her manners, let me introduce myself.
Didn't stark.
He held out his hand. And you are?
Abra.
His fingers closed around her hand, and she felt the warm pressure all the way down to her toes. My sister, Penny said brightly, eyes hot. Really, he drawled. His brown leather jacket was open, revealing a fitted white t-shirt tucked into snug belted Levi's. He'd look better in a bathing suit than Kent Fullerton ever did. She averted her gaze, but not before he noticed. His expression gave Abra the feeling he knew exactly what she was thinking and feeling. He grinned, showing perfectly straight white teeth. It's a pleasure to meet you, Abra. The tingling awareness unsettled her. Abra. Penny glared at her. Don't you have something to do? Abra gave Dylan another glance before opening the front door. It's always a pleasure to meet one of Penny's new boyfriends. She escaped inside and almost ran into Priscilla in the entry hall. Priscilla looked toward the front door. What do you think of him? Abra tried to come up with an answer, but her emotions were boiling over inside her. Priscilla studied her expression and frowned. She opened the screen door and went out onto the porch. Penny, why don't you ask your friend to stay for dinner? I don't want to put you to any trouble. Mrs. Matthews. We'd love to have you join us. Priscilla sounded almost insistent. Peter and I always like to get to know Penny's friends. Dylan laughed softly. Well, how can I say no? But I'll need to call my father, in case he's already made plans. Of course. The phone is in the kitchen. Embarrassed at the thought of being caught eavesdropping, Abra raced up the stairs. Closing her bedroom door, she leaned back against it, heart pounding. Was this what the romance novels meant about meeting someone and knowing immediately you were made for each other? She had never felt it before. Did Penny feel this way every time she was in love? Abra brushed her hair fiercely. Why should Penny get every boy she wanted when Abra hadn't even had a date yet? Let Penny chase down and tackle someone else. Abra had been infatuated with Kent Fullerton, and that hadn't stopped Penny from charming him until he succumbed. Stripping off her white blouse, blue jeans, bobby socks, and tennis shoes, Abra rummaged through her closet and decided on the green dress she wore to church. Mitzi said it was just the right color for her. Abra didn't wait to be called down for dinner. She volunteered to set the table. Priscilla seemed startled when she saw Abra's change of clothes and her hair down around her shoulders. Penny was clearly furious, but one look from Priscilla kept her from saying a word about it. Peter talked briefly with Dylan in the living room before they all took seats around the dinner table. Every nerve in Abra's body told her Dylan's attention was fixed on her, though he didn't even look at her. Her heart drummed, her body hummed. Peter started asking questions. Penny protested, but Dylan said he didn't mind. He answered with a smile while passing mashed potatoes and pork chops. He had taken some classes at USC, mostly business and marketing. He was 20 years old and taking a break before finishing school and jumping into a career. He liked the idea of having his own business someday, but what business, he didn't know. He was spending the summer with his father, who owned vineyards in the area. "I don't know any Starks around here." Peter sounded perplexed. "My father is Cole Thurman. He owns Shadow Hills Winery."
Oh.
Peter's tone was flat. Only those who knew him well would recognize he had any sense of misgiving. Abra hadn't seen that expression on Peter's face before. She glanced at Priscilla and saw she was troubled.
"2.
Who was Cole Thurman?" Dylan continued. His parents had been divorced since he was a boy, not an amicable parting of ways. Unfortunately. He gave a soft, sad laugh and said that was why he went by his mother's name rather than his father's. He thought it was time to come north and get to know him. Make his own judgments.
Peter sawed at his pork chop.
"How long do you plan to stay?" "I don't know yet." Dylan shrugged. "Could be a week. Could be a lifetime." His mother wasn't happy about his coming at all, but he needed time to make up his own mind. Everyone had the right to know the truth about their parents, didn't they? His dark eyes found Abra. She felt the jolt. Had Penny been telling him stories about where her sister came from? Peter asked what Dylan thought about the war in Korea. Penny groaned. "Dad." Priscilla interrupted. "Why don't we all go into the living room and be more comfortable?" Penny shoved her chair back.
"Daddy.
Dylan wants to take me to the movies tonight. The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms is playing. I thought you didn't like horror movies."
"Oh.
This one is supposed to be really good."
"Please."
"I promised to have her home by 10. Mr. Matthews." Penny would probably drag Dylan into the last row. She'd pretend to be terrified and in desperate need of a protective arm around her. Abra watched Penny walk down the steps with Dylan. He opened the car door for her. She smiled at him as she tucked her white skirt around her thighs before he closed her in. Abra lowered her head, afraid he'd see her staring out the window at him, and didn't raise it until she heard the roar of the Corvette pulling away from the curb. She headed for the stairs. In her room, Abra stripped off the green dress and hung it back in the closet. She'd made a complete fool of herself by being even more obvious than Penny. She put on her pajamas and threw herself across her bed. The doorbell rang. She sat bolt upright, suddenly remembering Joshua was supposed to stop by tonight. She ran to the head of the stairs before Priscilla opened the door. "Tell him I'll be down in 5 minutes." She ran back to her room and pulled on her new black Audrey Hepburn capri pants and black flats. She buttoned on a short-sleeved green blouse, raked her fingers through her hair, and put on a bit of lipstick. She'd asked Joshua to take her to the Swan. Joshua caught his breath when Abra raced down the stairs, her cheeks flushed, her eyes so eager. What a difference 3 years could make in a girl. He felt off balance, shaken. Why couldn't she have stayed a little girl instead of becoming this disturbing young woman who threw her arms around his neck and hugged him like a friend when he was feeling so much more? Too soon, he told himself, hoping the heat would cool and his heart slow to its normal rhythm. Can we go to the movies, Joshua?
Please.
Please. What's playing? The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, Peter called from the living room. He appeared in the doorway and gave Abra an odd look before extending his hand in greeting. Good to see you, Joshua. He raised a brow at Abra. Planning on keeping an eye on your sister? He gave a bleak laugh. Not that it's such a bad idea. I'm having second thoughts about letting her go. Joshua looked at Abra in question and saw her cheeks bloom hot pink. Peter walked them to the door, told them to have a good time, and closed the door after them. Joshua opened the front gate for her. I thought you didn't like horror movies. She shrugged. I don't. Usually. This one is supposed to be really good. Something else was going on, and he wanted to know what it was before he walked into the middle of it. Who said? Everybody. She opened the truck door and hopped in. We need to hurry, or we'll miss the first few minutes. Joshua glanced at her as he drove downtown. What's the deal with Penny? No deal. She's on a date. Some guy who just came to town.
Some guy.
She said it in a breezy tone, like it didn't matter to her. He felt an uncomfortable pain in his chest. Sure you don't want to go to Bessie's and just talk? I'm sure. Her hands clasped and unclasped in her lap. What's this new guy like? Younger than you. From LA. She said it as though Joshua were 40 and Los Angeles the most exciting town in the universe. Joshua clenched his teeth and didn't ask any more questions. The pimple-faced boy inside the ticket booth said they'd already missed 10 minutes of the movie. Joshua suggested they go bowling instead. Abra insisted she wanted to see the movie. They couldn't have missed all that much, she said, and if they had, they could always stay and see the first part when it ran the second time. Couldn't they? Please, Joshua. He'd always indulged her. But now he wanted to shove her in his truck and get her 100 miles from the Swan. Be rational, he told himself, trying to calm down. He bought the tickets. He wanted to see his competition. The usher turned on his flashlight and led them into the darkened theater. Abra looked toward the back rows. Joshua took her firmly by the arm and gave a nod. If you're looking for Penny, she's 4 rows down on your right. Her platinum hair almost glowed in the dark. She was leaning into a boy who had an arm draped around her shoulders. Eyes fixed on them, Abra stepped into a row and sat. When the dinosaur awakened by an atomic test in the Arctic started its devastation of the North Atlantic seaboard states, she didn't even notice it. Penny jumped and let out a shriek, and then pressed closer to the boy she was with. Joshua glanced at Abra and saw her mouth tight, eyes blazing. Annoyed, he leaned close. Are you enjoying the movie? Sure. She crossed her arms and slouched in her seat. It's great. Joshua had never felt jealousy like this before, and it unnerved him. He closed his eyes tightly. Lord, this doesn't feel right. Who is this guy? He opened his eyes and concentrated on Penny's companion. The fellow leaned toward Penny, whispering something in her ear. Abra's hands clenched in her lap. Joshua knew exactly how she felt. The dinosaur was successfully vanquished from New York City, and the anti-atomic weapon message was pounded home. Evil America was at fault for dropping the A-bomb twice on Japan, and who knew what monsters still lurked in the future? Joshua rolled his eyes. He was struggling to control his rising anger. He kept seeing men who died on the battlefield in Korea. A well-placed A-bomb dropped farther north might end the carnage. Lord, help me. My flesh is getting the upper hand. He shifted in his seat and glanced at Abra. Can we go now? Not yet. The lights came up and Joshua got a good look at the boy both Matthew's girls wanted. Not a boy, a young man. Affluent, confident, charismatic. Penny looked at him with worshipful eyes. Only half interested in his conquest, he was already checking out the other women in the theater. When he spotted Abra, his mouth curved in an all-knowing smile that made Joshua want to punch him. He took Abra by the arm this time. "Let's get out of here." She had already planted her feet. "Just a minute." Joshua made eye contact. The other man's brows rose slightly as he acknowledged the warning. Then, looking past Joshua, he stared at Abra as though claiming her even while holding Penny by the hand. Joshua extended his hand and introduced himself. The younger man accepted the gesture and politely reciprocated, though his hooded obsidian eyes held nothing but disdain. Joshua wanted to tighten his hand until he crushed every bone in Dylan Stark's. He let go before the impulse became too much. He reminded himself it wasn't his right to judge anyone. Maybe his initial dislike of Dylan would disappear if he knew him a little better. "Why don't you and Penny join us at Bessie's? We can talk over hamburgers and shakes." Stark's smile grew wry. "Unfortunately, I must decline." He put an arm around Penny. "She'll turn into a pumpkin if I don't have her home by 10. He glanced at his gold watch. "Which gives me 15 minutes before Daddy calls the cops." He grinned at Abra. "I take it you're under a different set of house rules." "Only when she's with me." Joshua put his hands on Abra's shoulders and drew her back from Dylan. She was trembling, her body radiating heat. One look at Stark's face told Joshua the reprobate knew exactly what effect he had on her. As soon as they went through the theater doors, Abra looked right and then left. Joshua heard the roar of a powerful engine and knew before he looked who'd be at the wheel. A red Corvette convertible pulled up to the stop sign. Stark grinned at him and revved the engine. Everyone on the sidewalk turned to look. The boys noticed the car, the girls the guy driving it. Joshua tried to recapture Abra's attention. "Would you like to go to Bessie's for something to eat?" "Not really. It's late. I think I should go home." He gave a soft, cynical laugh. "I never knew you could be so easily distracted by a handsome face." He was sorry as soon as the words left his lips, and not just because of the look on her face. "Shut up, Joshua." If she hadn't guessed how he felt before,
She'd know now.
"He's too old for you, Abra. He's only 20. You're 22. She yanked her arm free. "Peter let Penny go out with Dylan. And you know what a stickler he is about who's good enough for his daughter. If I take you home now, he and Penny will both think you're chasing after him." It was a crime she had often leveled at her sister. Hadn't she written that Penny had stolen Kent Fullerton? Joshua pulled her inside Bessie's. Maybe a glass of ice water would cool her off. If she didn't drink it, he might pour it over her head. The cafe was packed with high school couples who'd just been at the movies. Susan smiled at them and pointed out 2 chrome and red vinyl stools at the counter. She handed each of them a menu and told Joshua it was good to see him home in one piece. Abra perched on her stool as though ready to fly. He frowned and put the menu down. "Do you want to stay or go home?" "As if I have a choice." He strove for patience. "I'm giving you a choice. I don't want to stay. But I don't want to go back to Peter and Priscilla's either." Peter and Priscilla's. Stop talking about them like they're strangers. They might as well be. They're your parents. They love you. She glared at him. "They've never been and never will be my parents. I don't have any parents. Remember? I don't belong anywhere or to anyone." She slid off the stool and headed for the door. Susan gave him a worried look. He shook his head in frustration and followed Abra. She was already at the corner getting ready to cross the street. "Wait a minute." Joshua caught up with her in the crosswalk. "What's going on inside your head?" She faced him under the streetlight, eyes glittering. I'm sick of being told how I should feel and what I should think about everything. I'm sick of seeing Penny have everything she wants, whenever she wants it. And I'm sick to death of you and everyone else defending her all the time and telling me I have to make the best of things. Hold on a minute. He had to take a breath and fight to stay calm. You're not being fair. Just leave me alone. He caught her firmly by the arm and yanked her around to face him. You want to go home?
Fine.
I'll take you. It's only 6 blocks. I'd rather walk. She tried to pull free.
Oh.
No, you won't. I'm a big enough girl now. In case you hadn't noticed. I can take care of myself, she screamed at him. From where I'm standing, you're acting like a bratty 2-year-old throwing a fit because you're not getting your way. He marched her back to his truck. Get in. She did, slamming the door so hard he thought it would pop off its rusty hinges. Joshua slid into the driver's seat. We're going for a ride. I don't want to go for a ride.
Tough.
You're going to cool off before I take you home. She crossed her arms over her chest and glared out the window. Joshua drove around town for half an hour. They didn't say a single word to each other. His temper cooled. Abra finally wilted, and tears poured down her cheeks. You just don't get it, Joshua. She sounded broken. You don't understand. About seeing someone and feeling lightheaded and turned upside down and inside out? He shook his head.
Oh, yeah.
I do. He felt her looking at him as though she understood him. He knew she assumed he was talking about Lacey Glover. He didn't want to correct her. She was breaking his heart and didn't even know it. He pulled up in front of her house and shut off the engine. I don't want you to get hurt, Abra. I've been hurting my whole life. I can't remember a time when I haven't felt like I wasn't enough. When he started to put a hand out to touch her cheek, she turned away and opened the truck door. He got out quickly and came around to walk her to the house. She was already through the gate. He caught up and swung her around. Listen to me, Abra. Please. When she tried to wrench free, he held both her arms and leaned down to look her in the face. Guard your heart. It affects everything you do in this life. Maybe you should have practiced what you preach. She gave him a sad smile. Lacey Glover doesn't deserve you. She ran up the steps and went inside. Zeke heard Joshua come in. The back door closed with a hard thud. Keys jangled onto the table. Water ran in the kitchen sink. Zeke rose from his easy chair and went into the kitchen. Joshua was bent over the sink, splashing water in his face. Zeke took the towel from the oven handle and put it in Joshua's questing hand. Thanks, Joshua muttered, drying his face. Zeke had never seen his son so angry. Something wrong. You could say that. He gave a mirthless laugh. Abra fancies herself in love. It had to happen sometime. I don't like him. You met him? For about 2 minutes. Long enough to know he's bad news. Zeke chuckled. It took that long to make up your mind? Joshua threw the towel onto the counter. Okay, maybe I wouldn't like any guy she fell in love with but this one. His eyes were dark with pain. There's something about him, Dad. I don't usually have a visceral response to people, but he set my teeth on edge. He rubbed the back of his neck. She just met him today. Joshua let out his breath. I'd like to know more about him. His name is Dylan Stark. Ever hear of him? Zeke frowned. Does he have family here? The name didn't ring a bell. Peter might know something. I doubt he'd let Penny out the door without asking 20 questions first. Joshua smiled slightly. Hopefully. Then shook his head. I don't want Abra having anything to do with this guy. Zeke went by the elementary school the next day to talk with Peter. He was forthright with information, Peter said. He's Cole Thurman's son. It was before your time, Zeke. But he almost ripped Haven Community Church apart when he had an affair with the choir director. He wrecked that marriage and then started up with another woman before he got the message and left the church. I see him around town once in a while. I'm not saying Dylan is a chip off the old block, but I will say he has managed to pit my daughters against one another. I don't like him. Is Penny going out with him again? If I say no, he'll be forbidden fruit. I'm making him welcome. He looked grim. I'd rather have my enemy close, where I can keep an eye on him. I know Penny is a flirt and flighty at times, but underneath all that, she has a good head on her shoulders. And Abra, Peter was grim. She's never understood how much we love her. He didn't have to say what he meant. She might look for love somewhere else. Zeke thought of Joshua, but knew it wasn't the time for his son to make any declarations. She was too young, Joshua still too broken from the war. His heart ached already, seeing what the war had done to his tender-hearted son. What would it do to both of them if Abra followed the deceiver rather than the lover of her soul? Zeke knew he had only one way to do battle for this child he and his son both loved. He prayed. Chapter 5. The devil tempts us not, 'tis we tempt him, beckoning his skill with opportunity. George Eliot. The day before school started, Abra withdrew money from her college savings and went to Dorothea's dress shop just around the corner from the square. Mitzi called Dorothea Endicott the town's best dresser. She'd been a model in New York back in the day, every inch of her slender 6-foot frame declaring her an expert in fashion. She took one look at Abra and smiled. I've been hoping you'd walk into my shop someday. You have all the right stuff in all the right places, my dear, and I can't wait to teach you how to dress. The next morning, Abra ignored Penny pounding on the bathroom door and telling her to hurry up. She'd put on the flared skirt and button-up blouse and red leather belt Dorothea had chosen for her. She pulled up the collar just so and left her hair down. It hung loose over her shoulders and down her back. They weren't even out the gate when Penny told Abra she was meeting Dylan. A quick glance over Abra's new outfit added a silent statement that all her primping wouldn't matter one bit. They walked 3 blocks and Abra heard the growl of a powerful engine come up alongside them. 2 gorgeous girls, and I only have room for one. What a sad state of affairs. Penny opened the car door and slid in. Dylan ignored her and grinned at Abra in a way that made her toes curl inside her new shoes. Penny put a pink bandana over her hair. Don't tell Daddy. Abra. Dylan winked at her before he peeled out, leaving Abra to smell burning rubber and smoke. During lunch break, Abra saw Penny sitting with Michelle and Pamela and several football players. Michelle waved Abra over to join them. Penny smiled as though Dylan wasn't between them. The bell rang, and they all got up to return to class. Penny fell into step with Abra. The gang is going to Eddie's after school. Do you want to come with us? By gang, Abra knew she meant Michelle, Charlotte, and Pamela, and probably Robbie Austin and Alex Morgan as well. Aren't you meeting Dylan? She grimaced. No. Was she really supposed to believe that? Daddy doesn't really want either of us going out with him. That didn't stop you from getting into his car this morning. I learned my lesson. What are you talking about? Penny looked unsettled. Dylan isn't Joshua, Abra. He. Charlotte caught up with them, and Penny frowned. Dylan sort of scares me, she whispered. I'll tell you about it later. She walked backward down the hall toward her next class. Come with us to Eddie's. She grinned. Alex said you're a knockout. He'll probably ask you to homecoming. Penny turned and hurried through the other students. Abra rolled her eyes. Who cared what Alex thought? And she didn't believe for a minute Penny had lost interest in Dylan Stark. She was just pretending. The way Abra had pretended she didn't care about Kent Fullerton. When school let out, Abra walked downtown instead of home or to Mitzi's. She felt restless and edgy, as though waiting for something to happen. When she heard a familiar engine purring, she knew why. She didn't turn and look. She walked to the next shop, pretending interest in the books in the window. The silence told her Dylan had parked his car. The sound of the car door slamming filled her with excitement. She opened the door of Bessie's Corner Cafe. Susan glanced up from washing the counter and smiled. "You're looking very pretty today, Abra." The place was almost empty. "Sit anywhere you like." She tossed the wash rag under the counter and waved her hand over the clean counter. "Thanks. But do you mind if I sit in a booth? I have homework."
Sure.
She looked surprised, but pleased. High school students only came into Bessie's on Friday and Saturday nights after the movies.
What can I get you?
Fries? A soda? Just a soda. Thanks. She slid into one of the back booths as the bell jangled over the front door. Her nerve endings tingled. She didn't have to look to know it was Dylan. She kept her head down, pretending to sort through her textbooks. The closer the footsteps, the faster her heart beat. "Mind if I join you?" Dylan slid into the seat facing her, without waiting for an answer. He folded his hands on the table and gave her a slow, taunting smile. "And don't pretend you didn't know I'd follow you." Pride jabbed. She lifted her chin. "If you're looking for Penny, she's at Eddie's Diner across from the high school. Do you need directions? Are you telling me to leave you alone?" "Just say the word, and I'll go." He waited. When she didn't answer, he studied her face and everything else he could see above the table. "I'll bet you turned a lot of heads today,
Abra."
Always happens when a girl lets down her hair for the first time. It wasn't what he said. It was the way he said it that brought heat into her cheeks. She looked away out of self-defense and saw Susan watching them. The waitress frowned and shook her head at Abra. Dylan looked over his shoulder and gave a soft laugh. "I'll bet she's a friend of that PK you're dating, right, PK? Preacher's kid. Penny told me all about him on the way home last night. A war hero. I'm so impressed." He tilted his head slightly. "Would you like to go for a ride with me? See what I'm like?" His expression teased. "I promise not to take you any further than you want to go." His smile dared her. "And you'll be safely home in plenty of time to get all your homework done and have supper with your mommy and daddy. They won't even know you've been missing." Abra's heart raced. She glanced at Susan and then looked back at Dylan. "Where do you want to go?" "Take a risk." He slid out of the booth and held out his hand. "What about your soda?" Susan spoke up from the counter. Abra didn't even remember ordering one. Dylan pulled a quarter from his pocket and slapped it on the counter. That should cover everything. Holding Abra's books under one arm, he spread his hand against the small of her back and guided her to the door. He opened it for her and stayed right on her heels. "Seems like everyone in this town wants to protect you." It was a broad statement, and far from true. "No one in this town cares what happens to me." "Is that so?" He gave her an odd smile. "You really are an innocent, aren't you?" Was he mocking her? "Where are we going?" "You'll see." Dylan dumped her books onto the floor in front of the passenger seat and opened the door for her. "Are you ready to live dangerously, little girl? I have to be home by 5. She felt infantile as soon as the words came out. Dylan laughed. "We'll make it quick." He leaned over the stick. "Hang on, baby. I'm going to give you the ride of your life." He peeled out of the parking place, shoved the stick into gear, and shot toward the stop sign, braking for barely a second before the car squealed onto Main Street. He stayed at the speed limit until he turned onto the bridge. Shifting gears, He hit the gas. Wind whipped at Abra's hair as he raced out of town. Laughing, she tried to hold it. When the air current caught beneath her skirt and lifted it, she grabbed it and tucked it under her thighs. Dylan watched. Spoil sport. He grinned. He took turns so fast the wheels screamed. A green blur of trees and bushes flew by. Abra's stomach tickled when they raced up and over a hill and down into a dip, then up again and around a sharp curve. She felt a jolt of fear when he accelerated, tearing up the road like a race driver. His grin looked more like the baring of teeth as he shifted again. Vineyards spread out on both sides of the road. Abra's pulse shot up when Dylan downshifted quickly and took a hard right. The Corvette slid as he compensated. Dylan shifted again and cranked the wheels so hard the Corvette swung around in a full circle and skidded to a stop in a cloud of rubber-scented dust. He leaned over and raked his fingers into her hair. "Now I'm going to do what I've wanted to do since I laid eyes on you." He kissed her long and hard. She gasped when he let her go. Grinning broadly, he ran his hands over her hair. Some intense, basic instinct rose up inside her when he stared at her. His hand curled over her hip. "I love the way you look at me." He kissed her again. It wasn't the same as the first time. He parted her lips and devoured her. When he drew back, he looked amused. "Never been kissed like that before, have you?" No, had he kissed Penny that way? "You're delicious." "Let's try it again." Nothing stayed hidden in a small town for long. Zeke knew Abra had gone for a ride with Dylan Stark before they crossed the bridge. Susan Wells called him. He followed her right in here and sat at her booth. 5 minutes later, he had her in his car. "She's just a baby, Pastor Zeke, and I know his kind only too well."
Mitzi called the next day.
Her son had told her he'd seen Abra in a red Corvette. Hodge said that boy was driving like a maniac. He said he must have been going 60 by the time he passed Riverfront Park. Is Peter out of his mind letting Abra go off with a boy like that? He'd no sooner hung up than Priscilla called. Peter told Dylan both girls are too young for him. I've never seen Peter so angry. What did Dylan say? Nothing. He just got in his car and drove away. Peter talked with the girls. I thought Penny would go through the roof. But she was fine. It's Abra who is furious. Peter had told Abra she was never to speak to Dylan again. And she said she'd do whatever she wanted. And he said, "Not under my roof." "You won't." And she said she'd leave. She could go live under the bridge. That's where they all thought she belonged anyway. Wasn't it? I don't know what to do.
Zeke.
Peter is out of his mind with worry and hurt. I don't know what Abra is. Crazy in love. Isn't that what they call it? Priscilla wept. I've never seen her like this. Will you please talk with her?
He tried.
She sat in stony silence, hands fisted, staring straight ahead. When he fell silent, she got up and walked out of the room. Peter and Priscilla came out of the kitchen and looked at him. He shook his head. Joshua was the last to hear what was going on and the most deeply disturbed. Joshua rang Peter and Priscilla's doorbell. His hands were shaking. Dad had asked if he'd go by and speak to her. Joshua reminded Dad that he'd already tried to warn Abra about Dylan Stark. And he hadn't even seen her since that night at the movies. But he figured it was worth a try. Priscilla answered the door. Thank God. She stepped back so he could come inside. I hope she'll listen to you. Joshua. She kept her voice low. She's grounded. But I'm worried the minute she goes out that door to school, she'll be in Dylan's car. She won't listen. How's Penny? Upset. Of course. She had a crush on Dylan, but I think it's already over. I'm not quite sure how that happened. She looked at him. I thought all the melodrama over Kent Fullerton was trying, but this is frightening. We don't know what to do, Joshua. Abra wouldn't even speak to your father yesterday. I don't think she heard one word he said. She can be stubborn. Can't we all? She gestured weakly. She's upstairs in her room. She must be hungry. She wouldn't come down for dinner. She gave a bleak laugh. She said she didn't want to eat with hypocrites. Her eyes filled with angry tears. Some people are very difficult to love, which meant they needed love even more. Joshua went upstairs.
Penny's door was open.
She lounged on the window seat, flipping through a movie magazine. She got up when she saw him and came to the door. Good luck. You'll need it. She's an idiot. Her voice rose. Abra wouldn't listen to God if he appeared in a burning bush. She threw the magazine on the floor, raising her voice another notch. She thinks I'm jealous. I'm not, she yelled. You're going to be sorry you ever met Dylan, Abra. Penny, Priscilla called from downstairs. That's enough. In tears, Penny slammed her bedroom door. At least one Matthews girl had seen through the disguise. Joshua tapped on Abra's door. Abra? It's Joshua. The lock turned, and the door drifted open. Abra walked back to her unmade bed. She didn't look at him as she sat cross-legged on the bed and picked up her hairbrush. Are you here as a friend or foe? She sounded hostile. When have I ever been your foe? She kept her face turned away as she yanked the brush through her hair. Then closed the door. I don't want that little witch across the hall to hear anything we say to each other. No matter how long he'd known her. It felt wrong to be closeted alone with her in a bedroom, even if Peter and Priscilla approved under the current circumstances. Maybe we should go out for a walk. I'm grounded. Joshua shrugged and closed the door. He took the chair from her small desk and turned it around, straddling it. Abra continued brushing her hair. He looked around the room. It felt like a hotel room, not her personal living space. Everything matched perfectly except for the bulletin board with pin-ups of old-time movie stars more suited to Mitzi's generation than Abra's. His heart lifted when he spotted two pictures of himself, one in his high school graduation cap and gown, and the other in uniform. At least he still mattered somewhere in the scheme of things. Maybe there was still hope.
So,
what's going on? She lifted her chin. Pale green eyes spitting fire. Nothing. She clenched the brush as though she intended to throw it at his head. Yet, Dylan and I have a lot in common. Like what? He kept his tone cool, though everything inside him tightened up for battle. His father left him when he was a baby. What else do you know about him? Her eyes flickered. He plans to get his degree in business and marketing. Sounds like a family thing. He tried to sound neutral, but her eyes flashed again. What's that supposed to mean? Cole Thurman is reputed to be a consummate businessman. That's all I meant. She went back to brushing her hair. He's trying to make up for the years he lost with Dylan. Joshua fought against the anger rising in him. It had been boiling beneath the surface since he came back from Korea. How well do you really know Dylan Stark? He doesn't like pretense. He wants me to be myself.
oh,
Really? Sarcasm dripped this time, and he knew he was already defeated. He understands me. He understands you're attracted to him. I saw that much at the Swan. This isn't about love.
Abra.
It's about sex. The basest kind. Her mouth fell open, and her face flamed red. You're disgusting. He stood so quickly the chair toppled. I'm telling you the truth. Dylan says I'm beautiful. Dylan says I'm smart.
Dylan loves me.
Dylan will say anything to get what he wants. He wants me.
I don't doubt that.
But for how long? His affection for Penny didn't last a week. She smiled and lifted her chin. He said Penny is water. And I'm wine. Dylan seemed to know exactly what Abra wanted to hear. It infuriated Joshua that she didn't know what the guy was up to. He righted the chair and sat again, hands clasped between his knees this time, fighting his emotions. Listen to me, Abra. Hear me out. We're friends. Give me that much. When she didn't say anything, he prayed as he spoke. A man who loves you will strive to bring out the best in you. I am my best when I'm with Dylan. He gripped his knees. Vain and rebellious? Completely self-centered. Without a thought of what you're doing to your family? This is your best. Abra's eyes filled with tears of accusation. You're supposed to be my best friend, and you can say that to me. I say it because I love you. She had no idea how much. You know what, Joshua? I used to think you were the only real, true friend I had. Her eyes went cold. Now I know you're just like all the rest. The wound in his side throbbed. I'm still your friend. The best friend you'll ever have. And more. So much more. And I always will be. She tossed the brush on the unmade bed, got up, and went to the door. She opened it and stood aside. Thanks ever so much for coming by. She spoke in a sugary tone. Then added ice. Don't bother ever coming back. Joshua stepped over the threshold. She uttered a choked cry, slammed the door, and locked it. Joshua stood in the hallway,
Stunned.
It was over before it had ever begun. I've lost her.
Lord. Oh. God.
I've lost her. Joshua's nightmares returned, worse than ever. He dreamed he was back in Korea, suffering through a cold, white winter, running, always running, to save someone he couldn't quite reach. Dad awakened him almost every night and sat and prayed over him while Joshua lay panting, fighting the panic that lurked just under the surface. Gil McPherson called and invited Joshua out to the ranch. Dad had suggested it. He was a medic at Normandy. I think he might understand better what you're going through than I can.
Gil did.
Dad still went out every morning for his long walk around town. Joshua knew he still stopped at Peter and Priscilla's gate. He still prayed for Abra. And Dylan Stark still showed up in town. A high school teacher friend of Peter's said he'd seen a red Corvette parked at the cyclone fence on the far side of the high school football field. Dylan Stark had also been seen near Eddie's Diner, where students like to hang out. Joshua knew Dylan wouldn't give up. Dylan was biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to take what he wanted. Peter couldn't keep Abra grounded forever. Abra felt like she was going crazy. All she could think about was Dylan and when she could see him again. Classes let out for lunch break. The halls and corridors swarmed as students made their way outside, sitting in clusters on the lawn, sitting at picnic tables set up under the trees near the shop building, or gathering in groups on the football field. When Abra spotted Dylan standing by the cyclone fence, she darted a look around and went to him. She gripped the wire. It's good to see you. His fingers curled over hers. That's all you've got to say? He looked angry, frustrated. When are you going to break out of that prison they've locked you in? Peter grounded me for a month.
Dylan.
I still have 2 weeks to go. I'm not waiting around for another 2 weeks. Baby. I'm sick of this town. Her heart knocked hard and fast.
Please don't go.
Come with me. His fingers tightened, hurting her. Where would we go? Does it matter? You love me, don't you? At her breathless nod, he stepped closer. I want to get my hands on you. We were barely getting started that day. I took you home. We're going to be good together. Baby. We could go to San Francisco, Santa Cruz, wherever we want to go. She didn't doubt he loved her. You know I want to get away.
Dylan.
He let her go and stepped back from the fence. Then meet me at the bridge at midnight. Tonight? I can't. She couldn't think that fast. Can't or won't. Maybe I was wrong about you. He walked away. Dylan.
Wait.
I'll be there. He looked back then and smiled. If you're not, you'll spend the rest of your life wondering what you missed. He kept walking this time and didn't look back. Abra ate even though she wasn't hungry. It was Penny's turn to do the dishes, and Abra asked to be excused. She had homework to do and was a little tired. Maybe she'd go to bed early. Peter looked at her, a faint question in his eyes. Sure you don't want to join us in the living room? Watch a little television? I wish. I have a report due on Friday. 2 lies in a row, and it didn't even bother her. With everyone downstairs, it was easy for her to slip into Penny's room and steal a suitcase from the set Priscilla had given her for Christmas. Penny wanted to go to Mills College. Ian Brubaker said Abra should go to Juilliard. But she only wanted one thing now: to be with Dylan. The suitcase wasn't big enough for everything, but Abra packed what she could and hid it under her bed. It was after 9 o'clock before Peter came upstairs. An hour after that, Priscilla came up. She tapped lightly on Penny's door. Lights out. Penny. School comes early. The house fell quiet. Abra lay in the darkness. Joshua's words came back to her, and doubts followed. Did Dylan really love her? He'd never said so in so many words. But could he kiss her like that and not love her? The clock ticked. Time crept by. She got up and paced, then stopped because someone might hear and come and knock on her door and ask if anything was wrong. She sat on the end of her bed, heart thumping wildly. She should leave a note at least. She went to her desk and found paper. She turned on the lamp and wrote quickly. The wind came up, the maple tree outside the window rustling and startling her. The wind chimes danced under the patio arbor. The downstairs clock chimed 11. She took out envelopes. She tucked in a note addressed to Mr. and Mrs. Matthews, another to Reverend Ezekiel Freeman, and a far kinder farewell to Mitzi. She wanted to write to Joshua, too, but didn't know what to say. Best to leave well enough alone. As an afterthought, she took Marianne's Bible from the bottom drawer and scribbled a quick note to tuck inside. Marianne would want Joshua's wife to have this. Pulling the suitcase out from under the bed, she slowly opened the door and tiptoed down the hallway, heart skipping a beat when the stairs creaked. She hurried to the front door and closed it quietly behind her. Her side ached by the time she reached the bridge. Dylan was there, leaning against his car. He straightened when he saw her. He tossed her suitcase into the small trunk and slammed it. I knew you'd come. He pulled her close and kissed her until she was breathless. Wouldn't you love to see their faces in the morning? His hands spread over her breasts, and she felt a moment of panic. Still wearing this? He broke the chain holding Marianne's cross and tossed it aside. You don't need any reminders of the past, do you? He didn't give her time to think before he kissed her again. His hands took liberties that shocked her, but she was afraid now to protest. I'm going to have so much fun with you. He shifted her so he could open the car door. Get in.
She slid down,
swinging her legs in before he closed the door. He came around and got into the driver's seat.
Tonight,
we start living. He gunned the engine and honked the horn as they crossed the bridge out of Haven. Just so they all know. He looked so delighted. She laughed, exultant. Joshua sat in the kitchen, still shaken by his nightmare. Head in hands, he tried to concentrate on Psalm 23. Yeah. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. The telephone rang. Adrenaline shot through his body. He felt a premonition and tried to push it away. Just because the telephone rang at 4 in the morning didn't mean something had happened to Abra. Dad often got calls in the middle of the night. Joshua scraped the chair back and went into the living room to answer. Joshua. It's Peter. She's gone. He didn't have to ask who had taken her. When did they leave? Sometime after we went to bed. Priscilla woke up and thought she heard something. I've been out driving around town for the last 2 hours. But I haven't seen her. Joshua hung up, flipped through the telephone book, and dialed Cole Thurman's number. The telephone rang 10 times before a groggy voice answered with a foul curse. Mr. Thurman? Joshua Freeman. Where's Dylan? Joshua barely restrained himself from shouting. How would I know? I'm his father, not his keeper. Abra Matthews is with him. She's 16. That girl was trashed the day your father found her. He should have left her under the bridge. Joshua slammed the receiver down. There's nothing you can do. Joshua. Dad stood in the doorway, dressed for his morning walk. His face looked even more pale and worn than it had when Mom died. I can't just do nothing.
Dad.
I have to go after her. He grabbed his jacket and keys and headed for the door. Abra felt warm and velvety enclosed in Dylan's sports car. He drove fast, radio blaring rock and roll. Her nerves tingled every time he looked at her. When he downshifted, then shifted again, her stomach clenched with excitement. Penny and all her friends had tried to win his attention, but he'd picked her. They'd be together forever. He only had to look at her to make the heat flood her veins. His hand glided up her thigh. You look excited. Abra felt consumed with need. I'm still taking it all in. She looked at him, hoping he would say he loved her. Taking what in? Dylan had the most beautiful, gleaming smile. She laughed, a little breathless. Running away with you. Of course. He was so handsome. Picture perfect. I can't wait to get you into bed. Would the earth move? Like Penny's hidden romance novel said? She felt a shiver of fear. She didn't know anything about sex, other than it was a great mystery. She studied his profile. Where will we go to get married? Married, he gave a short, derisive laugh. What gave you the idea I was going to marry you? His words felt like a slap. You asked me to come away with you.
Dylan. You said you wanted me.
Oh, baby. I do. I want you in the worst way. He caressed her burning cheek with the back of his hand. More than I've wanted anyone in a long time. He focused his attention on the road ahead. Who knows? Maybe I will get married someday. Wouldn't that be something? He laughed as though the whole idea were impossible. Hey. He gave her a sneering smile. Do you think Reverend Freeman would perform the ceremony? I doubt it.
He laughed.
I was kidding. Maybe it was the way Dylan was driving, taking the curves so fast the tires screeched. Jamming the gear shift. Accelerating. That made her feel sick to her stomach. Well, we'd invite him anyway. Wouldn't we? Dylan spoke dryly, mockingly. And that sanctimonious son of his.
2.
What was his name?
Joshua. Yeah.
Joshua. Nice Bible name. Maybe I'll marry you just to see two grown men weep.
He laughed.
For a split second, Abra wanted to tell him to turn the car around and take her home. She didn't want to talk about Pastor Zeke or Joshua. She didn't want to think about how disappointed they'd be in her. She thought of the notes she'd left. No turning back now. Dylan looked at her. You know what I love about you, baby? You went after what you wanted.
You didn't chicken out.
She studied the hard, handsome angles of his face, illumined by the dashboard lights. Would she ever find anyone like him again? Someone who made her feel such a wild sense of want and need? I love you,
Dylan.
Dylan grinned. I know you do, baby. I knew the minute I saw you. We were made for each other. She'd hoped her declaration would encourage Dylan to make a declaration as well. Her stomach trembled, no longer with desire. Do you love me, Dylan? She held her breath, waiting for his response. She had turned her back on everyone in Haven to come with him, and now sacrificed her pride as well. Dylan gave a careless shrug. I'm not sure I know what love is, baby. He gave a curt laugh. I'm not sure I want to know. From what I've seen, love makes a man weak. He downshifted and took a hard curve, accelerating again. One thing you'd better learn about me right now, he gave her a warning glance. I don't like being pushed. She got the message. If she wanted Dylan to love her, she'd better do whatever it took to keep him happy. She looked out the window, fighting the struggling emotions inside her. She should count herself lucky. Every girl in Haven had wanted him. He had chosen her. And he had chosen her over Penny. That was important, wasn't it? Resting her head against the seat, she pushed down the swelling weight of disappointment. This wasn't what she wanted. This wasn't what she thought it would be like. Instinct told her not to cry in front of Dylan. He had as much as told her he didn't like cowards. Dylan turned up the radio, and Nat King Cole's Pretend filled the car. He sang That's Amore along with Dean Martin. He had a good voice, but not nearly the quality of Pastor Zeke's or Joshua's. Why was she thinking about Pastor Zeke and Joshua again? She told herself to put them out of her mind. She'd seen them for the last time. You're awfully quiet all of a sudden. I can't stand it when a girl sulks. She forced a smile. I'm just enjoying the ride. Are you?
Now.
He pressed down harder on the gas pedal, grinning at her and not letting up until the car began to vibrate with the speed. Feels like it's going to come apart, doesn't it? Her heart thundered in her ears. But she made herself laugh. Can it go any faster? Dylan looked surprised and pleased. You're a wild girl. He slowed the car. We'll try her out on a straightaway sometime. Where are we going? San Francisco. I made reservations. He gave her a bright white grin. It'll be nicer than any place you've ever been. As the hours passed, the fog of infatuation seemed to burn away. How much did she really know about Dylan? All she'd thought about over the past weeks was the way she felt when he looked at her. Even now, when he turned his dark eyes on her, she felt a little breathless. Dylan didn't ask how she was feeling or why she was silent. He was too busy beating a rhythm on the steering wheel. Dylan sort of scares me. Penny's whispered words rose up to mock her. Niggling doubts chipped away at her confidence. But what did Penny know? She and Dylan had only gone out twice before he lost interest and dropped her. Thinking about Dylan with Penny made her stomach clench. Why was she letting herself even think about these things now?
Dylan was all that mattered.
He had chosen her, not Penny. He'd take care of her. Had he said so? What if he hadn't? The road climbed. Dylan raced up the hill, then down, entering a tunnel. The Golden Gate Bridge came into view on the other side. Heavy morning fog poured over the mountain and across the road like white foam. The city by the bay was all lit up, beckoning. Dylan slowed to pay the toll when he reached the bridge, the tut-tic quickening Abra's pulse. After going so fast, 45 felt like a slow crawl across the mile-plus expanse. Dylan drove along Doyle Drive toward the marina, then turned down Van Ness. He ran 2 stoplights and made a hard left onto California, shooting up the hill. We're almost there, baby. A cathedral loomed above them. She dreamed she'd have a white wedding someday. She made a promise to herself to make Dylan so happy tonight. He'd want to marry her tomorrow morning. Her fingernails dug into her palms. She'd make it so he never wanted to let her go. The car flew up Nob Hill. A block past the cathedral, Dylan made a sharp left and parked in front of the Fairmont Hotel. Abra gaped. She'd never seen anything so grand.
Here.
Put this on. He pulled a ring from his little finger and handed it to her. Turn it around, so only the band shows. If anyone asks, we're on our honeymoon. He shoved his door open and got out. Cold, humid air hit her. Abra quickly slipped on the ring with the crest of a winged beast before the man in uniform opened her door. Welcome to the Fairmont. His smile altered when he got a good look at her.
She blushed.
Clearly the man knew she and Dylan weren't married. He knew why they were here. She lowered her eyes as she got out of the car.
Hey.
You. Dylan tossed the keys to the man. Park it. He came around and took Abra by the arm, leaning down to whisper. Try not to look like such a schoolgirl. Dylan swept her inside the hotel. Abra wanted to hide when they entered the lobby, though only hotel staff was around at this hour. Sit over there and wait for me. Don't talk to anyone. I'll be right back. She did what he told her, sinking into a plush velvet chair behind a palm. Dylan walked away. He had such confidence, as though he belonged in places like this. Heart hammering, palms sweating, Abra looked around at marble pillars, gilt staircase, red carpets, the sculptures tucked into corners, the paintings on the walls. It was like a palace. She remembered what Mitzi had taught her when she got the jitters before playing piano at church. Take a deep breath and release it slowly through your nose. It'll calm you down. Abra put away the thought that anyone was looking askance and imagined herself a princess, Dylan the prince who had brought her to this castle. She heard him laugh. Peering around the palm, she watched him flirt with the attractive receptionist. The woman smiled back at him and went to work while Dylan leaned forward on the counter. Whatever he said flustered the woman and made her face turn pink. Jealousy and hurt surged through Abra's body. Had he already forgotten he'd left her hidden in an out-of-the-way corner? What would Dylan do if she got up and walked out the door right now? Where could she go if she did? It was cold outside, and she hadn't thought to bring a coat. She'd have to call Peter and Priscilla and beg them to come and get her.
Would they?
Dylan appeared, grinning. Piece of cake. Flirt a little, and she didn't even bother to look your way. He studied her face. You didn't think I was attracted to her, did you?
She's got 10 years on me at least.
Then again, it could be interesting. He put his arm around her and tucked her close against his side. Relax. I'm all yours. They're sending champagne up to the room, so we can celebrate the nuptials. He kissed her temple. You look scared. I am. A little. He knew exactly where the elevators were located. Had he been here before? I don't know anything. Dylan.
Oh.
You will. Baby. You will. As soon as the doors closed, Dylan pulled her into his arms. I love the way you look at me. Like the sun rises and sets on my command. His mouth devoured hers as he pushed her back against the wall. Up. Up. Up they went. His body felt like a furnace. The elevator stopped. Dylan took her by the hand. She had to take 2 steps to his one as he strode down the carpeted hallway. He unlocked a door and pushed it open. Home. Sweet home. Her heart stuck in her throat, and she didn't move until he put his hands on her hips and pressed her forward. The door wasn't even closed before he started pulling at her clothing. She gasped, backing up. Buttons popped. Unzipping her skirt, he shoved it down over her hips, and it dropped to the floor around her ankles. She said his name in frightened protest when he yanked the straps of her bra down from her shoulders. Someone knocked on the door. She scrambled to cover herself. Dylan said a foul word, his breath coming hot and heavy. Go in the bathroom and stay there until I tell you to come out. Abra fled and closed the door behind her, shaking. When she looked in the mirror, she didn't recognize the flushed, dark-eyed, disheveled girl staring back at her. She could hear Dylan through the door, talking to someone. He sounded in complete control again, amused. The other man spoke in a low, respectful voice. Footsteps headed for the door. It closed with a snap. Dylan walked into the bathroom. We have our luggage. Coast is clear, baby. When he lifted the lid of the toilet and unzipped his pants, she hurried to the bedroom. Hands against her hot cheeks, she stood at the windows, staring out at the city lights, the narrow streets, the Bay Bridge. She felt 1,000 miles away from Haven. She heard the toilet flush. In a panic, she opened Penny's suitcase and rummaged for her baby doll pajamas. When Dylan came back out into the bedroom, she ducked by him and went into the bathroom again, locking the door this time. Dylan laughed and drummed his fingers on the door. You're not going to be one of those girls who locks herself in the bathroom all night, are you? Another knock on the door to the suite saved her from having to answer. Dylan opened it and talked to another man. She heard the rattle of a cart. Glassware. The men talking in low voices. The pop of a cork. The door closing. Dylan tapped again. Champagne's arrived. She opened the door cautiously. Is anyone else going to come? Not until we order breakfast in bed. He held out a crystal glass of champagne and lifted his. Here's to enjoying life to the fullest. He clinked her glass with his. Drink up, baby. You look like you need a little liquid courage. He watched through veiled eyes as she sipped experimentally. The bubbles tickled her nose, and she didn't like the taste. Try it with this. He fed her a strawberry. He replenished her glass. After 2, she felt lightheaded. Dylan ran a fingertip down her bare arm, raising goosebumps. You look more relaxed. He took the glass of champagne away and put it on the room service cart. Enough bubbly. He gave her a teasing wink. I want you conscious. Abra had never seen a man undress before and turned her back. Dylan chuckled. Don't be shy. You can look. He turned her around to face him and grasped her hand. And touch. When she pulled back, he took hold of her baby doll pajamas and ripped them down the front. She raised her hands to try to cover herself, but he grabbed her wrists and pulled her arms apart so he could look at her. I knew you'd be beautiful. You're hurting me.
Dylan.
It's your own fault. Stop fighting me.
Please.
Wait. Why? His eyes were like black coal. His smile mocking. Baby. He wedged his knee between hers. How could someone so beautiful become so ugly and frightening? The curling warmth in the pit of Abra's stomach became a cold lump of fear. Everything felt wrong. Dylan was strong and relentless. He was neither kind nor gentle. Unable to escape, Abra retreated inward, shutting down, going numb. She felt as though she floated above, witnessing the devastation. This is making love? This vile, profane act of violence? This is what novelists describe as making the earth move. Finally, it was over. Dylan pulled back abruptly, leaving her to feel the cold. Had his fingers left bruises? She felt battered inside. She wanted to cover her face in shame. Dylan sprawled on his back and went straight to sleep. He snored like an old man. Abra lay still, afraid to move, afraid to awaken him. She stared at the ceiling, tears flooding her eyes, seeping down her temples into her hair. In the darkness, she remembered. I don't want you to get hurt, Abra. Joshua had tried to warn her. She'd always been an outcast, a castaway. Now she was defiled as well.
Oh, God.
What happens now? A dark voice in her head whispered. What do you think? You make your bed. You sleep in it. Remember? This is what you wanted. You'd better make the best of it. Chapter 6. Be careful what you wish for. You might just get it. King Midas. Joshua drove through the night to San Francisco. He found a gas station and filled his tank, trying to think what to do next. Should he start looking in the maze of streets that laced the hillsides? He didn't know where to begin, how to find her. Would Dylan have taken her to a fancy hotel or a cheap motel? Would he have kept driving? Doubtful. He'd have wanted to take what he was after as soon as possible. But then what? Leave Abra somewhere on her own? Take her with him to wherever he intended to go next? Dawn came, and Joshua parked along the beach. He stared at the endless ocean, the waves lapping the shore. People came out and strolled, a few with dogs. Joshua put his head against the steering wheel. Lord, please, make her call home. Defeated, he started the engine and headed back to the Golden Gate Bridge. Abra filled her lungs and breathed out all her expectations and dreams. Her tears dried. She cautiously eased out of bed, went into the bathroom, and locked the door. Hands shaking, she turned on the shower. She stepped under the stream and turned up the heat gradually until her skin reddened like a boiled lobster. The room filled so thick with steam, she breathed in liquid air. She washed thoroughly and still felt dirty. Dylan awakened when she got back into bed. You smell so good. He wanted her again.
She didn't dare say no.
Even if she had, would he have listened? When he finished, she pulled the blanket over herself and curled into the fetal position. Abra. An inner voice whispered. Get up. Go downstairs and call home. I can't. Call Pastor Zeke. She pressed the heels of her hands against her ears. You're just a child. Not anymore. Peter and Priscilla would be too ashamed of her to look at her, let alone speak to her. Penny would spread it all over school that she'd run away with Dylan, spent one night in a hotel, and come home with her tail between her legs like a whipped puppy. Pastor Zeke would tell her she was bound for hell.
And Joshua.
Oh, what would Joshua say to her? She shuddered at the thought of facing him.
Call.
She closed her ears to the voice. I can't go home. I don't have a home anymore. Wherever Dylan goes,
I go.
Exhaustion finally took over. She dreamed she was a baby again, so weak she couldn't raise herself, with barely enough strength to cry. A man stood on the bridge above her. Hope came, and she raised her hand, fingers spread, beseeching. She wanted to call out, but she had no voice. He leaned forward, looking over the rail, but a beast with dark wings approached her. All Abra could see now was the great, dark shape looming over her. It had burning red eyes and a bright white mocking smile. Dad opened the back door when Joshua came up the steps. He didn't have to ask if Joshua had had any luck. Joshua went into the living room and sank onto the couch. I didn't even know where to start looking. She's in God's hands. Son. She's in Dylan Stark's hands. Dad. Anger surged. He'll break her to pieces. He felt like he was choking on rage. If he hasn't already, maybe that's what it's going to take to reach her. Joshua stared at him. You don't mean that. I don't like the idea any better than you do, son. But love and kindness and reason haven't moved her. She's closed her heart to everyone, except this boy. He's not a boy. He's a son of a... If you oppose her, she'll feel like a martyr. Joshua came to his feet. Then tell me what to do. You've done all you can do. That's what I'm telling you. It's time to let her go. Give up on her? Joshua's voice came out ragged, broken. Letting go isn't giving up. It's trusting God to do whatever He has to do. Remember what you know to be true. God loves her more than you do. He loves her more than I do, or Peter and Priscilla, more than all of us put together.
He sighed.
Sometimes God has to destroy in order to save. He has to wound in order to heal. Destroy?
Wound?
I can't let that happen. It's already happening. Joshua. It's not your choice. It's hers. All you can do is trust in God's unfailing love. I have to do something, or go crazy. Joshua sank onto the couch again, covered his head,
and wept.
He felt his father's hand firm on his shoulder. We will do something. His hand tightened. We'll pray for her. Abra awakened when Dylan pulled the covers from her. Come on, baby. Get up. They ate breakfast in the room, and Dylan had her wait outside while he checked out. He said they'd stay another night or two in San Francisco in a hotel near North Beach. It wouldn't be as grand, but all they really needed was a bed, right? He drove her to Fisherman's Wharf. He talked about the last time he'd been in the city, with fraternity friends. When he said they'd had fun, she knew he meant with girls. She liked the smell of the sea. Dylan bought fresh crab in a small cup. Open up, little bird. He forked it into her mouth. He said he wanted to buy her something as a souvenir, and decided on an inexpensive pink zip-up sweatshirt with Fisherman's Wharf printed on it. Pink was Penny's favorite color. Rumor has it Joe and Marilyn will get hitched soon. They live someplace around here. If we're lucky, we might run into them. Are you telling me you know them?
EVA met Marilyn.
He grinned at her open-mouthed surprise. She's been to my house. My mother knows everyone in Hollywood. Is your mother an actress? 2. She'd never heard of Lilith Stark. She's a columnist. She makes and breaks actresses. She throws the best parties in the industry. Anybody who wants to be somebody comes. She knows all the dirt people try to hide. Everybody wants to be on her good side. When she says come, they ask when. He smiled sardonically. Marilyn may come off like a witless blonde, but she's smarter than she looks. Dylan took her to dinner in Chinatown and then to a nightclub in North Beach. I've got a whole new world to show you. The man at the door took one look at her and shook his head. Dylan leaned forward and spoke in the man's ear as he slipped some money into his hand. He stepped aside and let them enter. It was dark and smoky inside. Abra's mouth fell open when she spotted two naked girls gyrating on a small stage. The place was packed with people, mostly men. Dylan pulled Abra along behind him until he found a place for them to sit. Men looked at her. She felt her skin crawl. A topless waitress came to take their order, and Abra quickly looked down at the table. Dylan ordered and leaned back in his seat to watch the show. "Can we go?" Abra pleaded. Mortified. "Quit acting like a Sunday school girl. Watch the act." He caught her by the chin and turned her head toward the stage. "You might learn something." When Dylan got up, she panicked. He leaned close. "Don't worry. I'll be right back." She watched him weave his way between the tables and speak to a man on the other side of the room. The man took something from his pocket and handed it to Dylan. Dylan handed something back. Abra didn't breathe easily until Dylan returned to the chair beside her. He winked at her. "Did you think I was leaving you already?" The topless waitress returned with a tray of drinks. Dylan took one and handed it to Abra. "Drink up." She obeyed and felt the kick as soon as she swallowed. Her stomach grew warm. He took a small envelope from his pocket and removed a pill. "Take this. You've been uptight all day. This will help you relax." She did as he said to please him. When he nodded at her drink, she took another swallow. Abra did relax. The rhythmic beat of drums pounded through her blood. Dylan pulled her up and danced with her. When he took his hands away, she didn't stop. She felt exhilarated, just moving to the music. Men shouted encouragement. Colored lights were in her face. She closed her eyes and turned around, arms in the air, body moving to the beat. The noise grew louder. She heard angry shouts, a commotion, but didn't care. She didn't want to think about anything but the music, the movement. Someone grabbed her wrist and pulled her. She stumbled down steps. Had she been on a stage? "Come on." A woman half-dragged her into a dimly lit hallway. Abra stumbled and bumped into a wall. The woman slapped her face lightly. Once. Twice. "Snap out of it. Honey." "What did that devil give you?" Abra heard Dylan. The woman cried out. He grabbed Abra. The woman protested, and he called her a foul name and told her to mind her own business. Wobbling, Abra kept walking, running her hand along the wall to find her way. Everything was blurry. Dylan caught up with her and put a firm arm around her waist. "Let's go." He opened a door at the end of the hall. The air was cold, the sky dark, so dark. She swayed, everything going black. Awakening with a pounding headache, Abra heard a shower running. She hurt all over, inside and out. Where was she? She didn't remember this room. It had one old dresser, a mirror, a worn chintz chair by a curtained window, and a picture of the Golden Gate Bridge on the wall. Dylan came out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around his waist and using another to dry his hair. What a night! He grinned at her like a feral cat ready to pounce on a mouse. "You made a splash last night. What happened? What didn't?" He laughed at her. "You went wild." She didn't remember much after that pill Dylan had given her. She sat up and pressed her hands against her temples. "My head hurts." "I'll give you something to take care of it." Dylan smirked. "You surprised me, baby." I didn't know a good little Christian girl could dance like that. Like what? She remembered enough not to want to ask. "What did you give me?" "Just a little something to take the edge off." He sat on the bed and pushed the hair back from her shoulders. He kissed the curve of her neck. You wore me out, baby. He nipped her earlobe. I asked for late checkout. So we have until 2. That gives you 30 minutes to get ready. Abra felt dread. For what? To keep going. They headed south on Highway 101 towards Santa Cruz and stopped at the seaside boardwalk at the mouth of the San Lorenzo River. Dylan was in high spirits. He asked her what she wanted to do. She rode the carousel and grabbed the brass ring. Dylan took her on the red and white giant Dipper roller coaster. She went from abject terror 1 minute to hysterical laughter the next. After that, they made the rounds of boardwalk games. Dylan bought 2 colorful towels, swimming trunks for himself, and a bikini for her. You've got it, baby. Flaunt it. They swam toward the platform. Dylan told her she was taking too long and lengthened his strokes, leaving her behind. The water was cold. She felt a shiver of fear, imagining what might be swimming in the depths. She swam faster and was tired by the time she reached the pontoon. Dylan was already basking in the sun. He became bored quickly and dove back into the water. She followed, dismayed when he reached the shore, and walked away without looking back. He wiped the water from his shoulders and shook his head like a shaggy dog. She wondered if he knew a dozen girls were staring at him. A slender blonde in a one-piece pink suit walked over to talk with him. He turned to her and drank up the attention. When Abra reached shallow water, she walked out without looking in his direction. Striking a pose, she raked her fingers through her wet hair and wrung it out, then shook it loose. Even Dylan turned to watch. When a young man headed her way, Dylan reached her first. Back off. She's mine. He slung an arm around her shoulders as they walked up the beach. We've been invited to a party. Cars were parked up and down a narrow street, music blaring from inside a beach house, the place mobbed with kids. The blonde from the beach called out to Dylan, and Abra resisted the urge to cling to his arm. He let go of her hand as soon as he was inside the door and wove his way through the throng ahead of her, holding up a quart of Kentucky bourbon and earning cheers. The girls all seemed to be wearing flimsy tops over swimming suits, some bikinis skimpier than hers. Dylan was soon surrounded. When he kissed the blonde, Abra felt a kick in her stomach. She went out the sliding glass doors to where others gathered around a campfire. Their faces bronze in the firelight. Waves crashed and raced up the white slope, lost power, and retreated to the sea. Abra had watched Penny flirt often enough to know how it was done, but it seemed more natural to her to let the boys who approached her talk. She smiled, pretending to listen, hoping the door would slide open and Dylan would appear. What was he doing inside the house with that blonde? When he finally did appear, she laughed at nothing and said something low, so the boys standing with her had to lean in a little closer. Here you are, baby. I've been looking all over for you. Liar. Abra didn't take the drink he offered, lifting another someone else had given her. When he took it and set it aside, handing her the one he'd brought outside, she wondered if he'd put another pill in it. She heard shrieking laughter as a naked boy and girl came out of the house and made a run for the ocean. While Dylan watched and laughed, Abra poured the drink into the sand. He looked at her. Come on back inside when you're finished pouting. When she did, Dylan was standing among a cluster of boys and girls, most her age. He looked grown up and sophisticated in comparison. They gazed at him worshipfully. I didn't expect to see you here. Kent Fullerton stood next to her, a beer in his hand. I saw you at the beach. I thought you might have come with Penny Matthews. I don't live with them anymore. Since when? Kent sounded troubled. A couple of days ago. I'm with Dylan now. He lifted his beer as he studied Dylan. Another older guy. She looked at him. What do you mean? Kent's smile was rueful. Penny told me you were in love with Joshua Freeman. That's why you wouldn't give me the time of day. Joshua was a friend of the family. And I would have given you the time of day if you hadn't lost interest so fast. I didn't lose interest. Every time I looked at you, you turned the other way.
Penny said you were shy.
I waited for you outside class once. You took one look at me and ducked into the girls' bathroom. I felt like an idiot chasing a girl who didn't even want to talk to me. No one even knew I was alive until then. I didn't know what to say. Kent studied her face. Well, we're talking now. It's too late. Kent looked from her to Dylan. Are you sure you aren't making a mistake? When she didn't answer, he peered down at her again. Do you want me to get you out of here? After hours of watching Dylan with his growing throng of admirers, she'd like nothing better. They hadn't gone more than a few feet when Kent was yanked away. The look on Dylan's face before he hit Kent terrified Abra. When Kent tried to get up, Dylan dove at him like a wild animal. People moved back and shouted. Rolling, Kent managed a few blows before Dylan straddled him and used both fists. Others moved in then, grabbing Dylan by the arms, dragging him back. The music blared on as Dylan fought them. Teeth bared. Veins bulging on his forehead. Face livid. Okay, he said. Okay. Let go of me. He shook off restraining hands. Kent groaned and tried to sit up. Abra took a step forward, and Dylan grabbed her by the arm. You and I are leaving. He propelled her toward the door. People made a path for them. Even the girls who had been so enamored drew back, frightened now. The blonde met Abra's eyes, and there was a look of worry, not envy. Dylan's fingers dug into her as he strode toward the car. Abra had to take 2 steps to one of his. He yanked open the passenger door and almost flung her inside. She barely had time to pull her legs in before he slammed the door. Planting the flat of his hand on the hood, he swung over, yanked open the driver's door, and slid in. The engine roared to life. Swearing, Dylan revved it, then peeled away from the curb. He sped down the street, barely missing parked cars. The tires squealed as he turned corners. You were leaving with that guy. Abra closed her eyes. Terrified. Dylan shifted gears again. 2 days ago. That move had quickened her pulse. Now it stopped her heart. He was one of Penny's old boyfriends. What did you plan to do with him? No more than what you were doing with all those girls standing around you. He laughed. But it wasn't a mirthful sound. He didn't say anything else. And Abra stayed silent, wanting him to concentrate on his driving so he wouldn't get them both killed. Abra had no idea how many miles they traveled before Dylan relaxed. I broke his nose. I wanted to knock his teeth out. He gave her a cruel smile. Maybe I did. He mocked the girls he'd met on the beach. The blonde had wanted to show him the house, but when push came to shove, she lost her nerve. Abra looked away, knowing what he meant by that. Dylan looked at her and grinned. Just like Penny. He swerved sharply, and she sucked in her breath. Gravel pelted the underbelly of the car as it skidded to a stop at the edge of a cliff. He grabbed her by the hair, yanking her toward him. I could throw you down on those rocks and no one would even miss you. The look in his eyes made Abra's heart jump like a fleeing rabbit. What do you say to that? She'd make sure she left marks on him if he tried. His expression changed. Most girls would be crying right now. Begging. He gave her a punishing kiss. You're something. You know that. Smiling. He shook his head and pulled back onto the road. I don't think I'm going to get tired of you anytime soon. He drove on into the night. Resting her head against the seat, Abra studied Dylan. He was so beautiful. He'd been jealous of Kent. Maybe that was a sign he did love her, but just didn't know it yet. He gave her the smile that had made her fall in love with him, or made her imagine that she had.
Anyway.
What are you thinking about? Baby. Just enjoying the ride. Where are we going?
Dylan,
Does it matter? She looked out into the endless darkness.
no.
I want to have a few more days with you before I head home and face the music. Abra shook her head. You don't have to worry.
Dylan,
No one will bother looking for me. I wasn't talking about you. He gave a dismissive laugh as though the people in Haven were the least of his worries. Let's just say I left a little situation for my mother to clear up. That's why I came to Haven. To give things time to cool off. What things? Some girls just don't know when to let go. My mother said the wounded dove flew off and is spending a few months on the Italian Riviera. He put his hand on her thigh. So the coast is clear. He took his hand away. Problem is, my mother is going to take one look at you and want my head on a platter. Zeke walked to the bridge and rested his forearms on the rail. Clasping his hands loosely, he prayed, eyes open, soothed by the sound of water coming down from the mountains and flowing to the sea. Memories of Abra washed over him, hearing her newborn cry, seeing her helplessness, feeling her heartbeat beneath his fingertips, the breath of life he blew over her, her cold flesh pressed against his chest. He'd known fear before, but never as he had that night when he held Abra, slick from birth, close to death in his hands. I remember the way she looked at me, with complete trust and love. And I remember the day that all changed. He gripped the railing. Lord, I won't pretend to understand what you're doing through all of this, but I trust you. Joshua is struggling. A battle is going on inside him. He's just come home from one war and now faces another. He listens to me, Lord, but his heart is broken. Put a hedge of protection around him, Father. Shore him up. Encircle him. Zeke straightened and looked east. Abra had been gone a week, and no word. The horizon softened with faint light, announcing sunrise. Pushing his hands into his pockets, he started back. A glimmer on the walkway caught his eye. Curious, he stooped and picked up the item. Marianne's cross, the chain broken. With a sigh, he slipped it into his shirt pocket. When he let himself into the house, Joshua was sitting at the kitchen table, dark circles under his eyes, his hands wrapped around a mug of steaming coffee. He gave Zeke a bleak smile. Zeke squeezed his shoulder and went over to the counter to pour himself a cup of coffee before he sat across from his son. Joshua shut his eyes. I wonder where they are now. It would do no good to tell Joshua he had to stop thinking about Abra and Dylan. He might as well tell him to stop breathing. Are you working today? Joshua shook his head. Not at the subdivision. We're waiting on more lumber. I thought I'd go out to Gil's and help repair the barn. Good idea. Hard work would keep Joshua's mind occupied. He'd have to learn for himself that only time would ease the pain. Dylan ran low on money and checked them into ever-cheaper motels. They ate at Greasy Spoons. Once, he gave her some money and told her to buy bread and cheese while he looked through the magazines. When they got back into the car, he pulled a stolen bottle of bourbon from under his jacket and tossed it in her lap. He found a place to park for the night and made a bed from 2 blankets he'd stolen from the last motel. He drank the bourbon while staring at the surf. Abra was afraid to go to sleep, afraid if she did, she'd wake up and find him gone. Exhaustion drained her resolve. The sun came up and she felt Dylan's hands combing through her hair. He searched her face. His expression bemused. I'm usually tired of a girl by this time. But I still want you. She heard what he didn't say. It's only a matter of time until I'm done with you. Dylan would do exactly what he wanted to do. Ironically, that had been one of the things that had most attracted her to him. Eyes hooded. He ran a fingertip down her forehead, over her nose and lips, down her throat. I've got enough money for gas to get me home. I guess it's time to face the dragon. Dylan hardly spoke after that. Abra grew more nervous with each passing mile he drove along the Pacific Coast Highway, though she did her best not to show it. He took San Vicente to Wilshire, turning off at South Beverly Glen to Sunset Boulevard. Pristine neighborhoods with green lawns like carpets and clipped hedges flashed by. Bakeries and dress shops, shoe and tailor shops, jewelry stores and steak houses, and more houses, then another turn onto Benedict Canyon Drive. He sped up and the Corvette hugged the road. Houses were set farther back, grander, more hidden. He made a hard right turn onto Tower Road, sped up, then downshifted and made another hard right, screeching to a stop by a raised box in front of two huge stone pillars and a massive, ornate iron gate. He punched a button. A man's voice crackled. Dylan called the man by name and told him to open the gate, then waited, his hand on the gearshift. A muscle twitched in his cheek as the minutes ticked by. Abra knew she wasn't the only one on edge. Dylan revved the engine and bumped the gate. "Come on, Mother." Enough stalling. Tires screeched as he backed up and slammed on his brakes. He revved the engine again. The gate opened slowly. About time, as soon as it opened enough for the Corvette to fit through. He gunned it. A man rode a car-sized lawn-mower in the woodland. The estate reminded her of Golden Gate Park, carefully manicured grass. Trees. Shrubs. Flowers. The road curved, and an enormous Mediterranean mansion with a red tile roof came into view. Dylan sped up, swinging the car in a sharp circle and skidding to a stop in front of the house. Leaving the keys in the ignition, he shoved his door open and got out. He came around and acted like a perfect gentleman. He took her hand and kissed it as he helped her out. Mother always stressed good manners. He winked. She's probably watching us from her tower. Slipping his arm around her waist, he kissed her cheek. Be brave. If she starts breathing fire, just get behind me. I can take the heat. A servant opened the front door and greeted Dylan deferentially. She gave Abra a polite nod. Dylan led her across the threshold into a red marble, white-pillared entryway with potted palms in colorful terracotta pots. An enormous, elegantly furnished living room spread out before them with plate-glass windows overlooking a courtyard with a huge swimming pool. On the other side lay formal gardens that sloped toward the valley view. "Where is she?" Dylan asked the doorman. "Upstairs office, Mr. Stark." "She rang when the gatehouse, let her know you'd come home." "She wants you to come up." Dylan grasped Abra by the elbow. Tiny beads of sweat stood out on his brow. Was it the Southern California heat, or was he really that afraid of his mother? His hand tightened as they walked down a corridor lined with oil paintings and marble statuary tucked into alcoves. It felt like a museum. He stopped in front of a large carved door, his fingers biting painfully into her flesh. "Don't say anything. Let me do the talking." Muffled voices came from behind the door. Dylan let go of Abra and, without knocking, opened the door wide and strode in. "Hello, Mother." A man in a suit and tie and a young woman in glasses. A black skirt. A button-down blouse. And black pumps retreated through a door off to the right. A reed-thin woman in an elegant pink suit stood at windows overlooking the front drive, her blonde hair immaculately arranged in a chignon. She turned and tilted her head to one side. "Dylan, darling. The prodigal home at last." She presented her cheek for him to kiss. "So good to see you." She sounded anything but pleased. She stepped away from him, her cold blue eyes fixed on Abra, standing in the doorway, where Dylan had left her. "And you brought a friend with you. Isn't that wonderful?" Her tone dripped sarcasm. Dylan made a formal introduction. Abra offered the suitable salutations, embarrassed that she sounded like a frightened child. Lilith turned on Dylan. "Are you completely out of your mind?"
How old is this one?
15. This one? Dylan laughed it off with a shrug. I forgot to ask. He looked at Abra and raised a quizzical brow. 17. It wasn't too much of a lie, since her birthday was in 2 weeks. Dylan's mother glared at her like a laboratory technician examining a plague-causing germ under a microscope. She gave a sound of disgust. Another tangled web to unweave. I like to write about scandals, not be in the maelstrom of one. No one cares about her. Your father called and said the police came to see him. And then I got a call from a man wanting to know where you were. When was that? A week ago. Anyone call since?
No.
Dylan gave her a smug smile.
Like I said.
Nobody cares. Abra felt Lilith Stark's cold blue eyes on her again. Why wouldn't anyone worry about you? Dylan answered for her. She doesn't have any parents. Lilith Stark ignored her son. What do you say I give you some money? Dylan can put you on a Greyhound bus and send you back to wherever you came from. Abra felt a moment of panic and looked at Dylan. Would you do it? How could she face the people of Haven after what she'd done? Everyone would say, I told you so. I'm keeping her. Mother. Dylan sounded furious.
What is she?
A pet. Lilith studied him. You usually go for willowy blondes.
Dylan.
What do you see in this girl? It's not something I can put into words. She's just got something. And how long will something last this time? As long as I want. Always your answer.
Dylan.
Lilith picked up diamond-studded reading glasses. I give this a fair month. She flipped through a book.
Fine.
Keep her. She can stay in the blue bedroom. I want the guest house. Lilith pulled her glasses down her nose. All right. The guest house. She's your cousin. Daughter of my sister. You don't have a sister. Who would know? She glared at him. I don't want anyone thinking I approve of seedy affairs under my own roof. Dylan laughed. Really laughed. I won't mention the banker from New York or the artist from Mexico or... Careful.
Dylan.
Her eyes narrowed. This is my house. And you know how much I adore and admire you. Mother. Undaunted. Dylan chuckled. Seedy affairs are the way you make your living.
Oh.
I need some money. I'm all out. I'll give you money. After you work for it. Lilith leaned back and gave him an indulgent smile. I have a big party scheduled for Saturday. I expect you to attend. Who's coming this time? Everyone? Of course. Dylan grinned at Abra. You're in for a treat. Baby. All those country bumpkins back in Haven would die to be in your shoes right now. Speaking of shoes, Lilith looked with distaste at Abra's and wrote something on a tablet. She tore off the page and handed it to Dylan. Call Marissa and have her do something with your little friend. Lilith grimaced. She looks like something the cat dragged in. We've been riding with the top down. Is that what you call it? How much can I spend on her? The sky's the limit. Her bright white smile was the same as her son's. The bill will be sent to your daddy. Her attention drifted briefly and then fixed on him again. Oh, and another thing, darling. Take her to our doctor and make sure she has protection. Her expression filled with heavy meaning. If you create another little problem, Dylan, you'll be the one making and paying for all the arrangements this time around. The telephone rang. Lilith clamped a bejeweled hand on the receiver. Her voice changed when she answered. Darling. What juicy bits of news do you have for me? Zeke sat forward on Mitzi's couch as she handed him a delicate porcelain teacup and saucer. You look like you could use something stronger than tea.
Pastor Zeke.
I've got some good brandy in my cabinet, only for medicinal purposes.
Of course.
Her wry tone made him chuckle. Tea is fine, Mitzi. He watched the old woman cross the room. She'd lost weight she couldn't afford to lose. She eased her thin body carefully into the faded red velvet chair near the front windows. Her ankles were swollen, her fingers twisted with arthritis. Ian Brubaker was filling in for Abra at church, and while he had retained all the skills of a concert pianist, Zeke missed the lighter touch Abra had learned from Mitzi. Mitzi had a wonderful way of sneaking in humor now and then, to the consternation of Hodge and a few others. How are you, Mitzi? She gave him a droll look. I'm just fine and dandy, Pastor Zeke. Have Peter and Priscilla had any word on Abra? When he shook his head, she sighed and rested hers against the back of her easy chair. I was afraid of that. Teenage girls can be so stupid. She gave him a pinched look. I ought to know. I was one once. Abra might call you before she calls anyone else. If she does, I'll let you know. But I can't promise I'll tell you what she says or where she is. If she asks me not to. She trusts you, Mitzi. So, do I. He'd always liked Mitzi. Hodge seemed to be torn between mortification and pride. He adored his mother, but said she drove him insane at times. He admitted once he never knew how his hard-working, somewhat shy, prim and proper father had even met her, let alone married her. Not that he wasn't glad it had happened, being the only product of the union. Zeke knew Mitzi as a woman of wit and wisdom, one who might seem flighty, if not so solidly grounded in faith. Life experience didn't always bring wisdom. In Mitzi's case, it brought a great deal more. She said she'd been passionate in sin, but she was even more so in repentance. She had the gift of compassion for outcasts to prove it. I will never ask you to break Abra's trust, Mitzi. I know. I have a list of names I could call that Dylan Stark. But I won't.
Who is he?
Anyway? He appeared out of nowhere. And I got a whiff of sulfur smoke from the pit. Where did he come from? Do you know anything about him? Mitzi had made the tea strong and hot and laced it heavily with honey. He's Cole Thurman's son.
Oh.
The wolf's cub. She looked at Zeke with those wise old eyes. Poor Abra. She shook her head and stared into her cup of tea. She's in for a rude awakening.
She sipped her tea.
How's Joshua? Grieving. Working hard. Taking long walks in the hills. He doesn't sleep much. Sounds like a chip off the old block. Even when you know the train is coming, you don't always know how to get out of the way.
Zeke.
She looked ready to cry. I worry about that boy of yours. He has strong faith. He'll need it. It could be a long time. You know. I still have hope.
You hold on to that.
God isn't finished with Abra, even if she wants to be finished with him. Her smile held the old hint of mischief. I'm going to pray she remembers every single line of every hymn I made her learn. She chuckled. I'm sure she'll want to forget, but I believe God will bring it all to mind when she most needs it. She tapped her temple. It's all right there inside her head, Zeke. God can use it. Zeke leaned back, relaxing into the cushions of the old settee. Sounds like you knew this day was coming. She sipped her tea again. Abra and I may be decades apart, but we have a lot in common. Besides, aren't you the one who told me nobody is born a Christian? The war over a soul begins before a baby even draws breath. Mitzi put her teacup and saucer on the coffee table. I can't walk all over town like you do, or wander the hills like Joshua, but I sure can sit right here in my easy chair and pray all day long. The devil can take that and shove it. I may be the oldest dame in town, Zeke, but I haven't taken my armor off since the day I put it on. Her aging face crinkled with a gentle smile. And I'll tell you something else. I'm not the only one in this town willing to come alongside you and Joshua to go to battle for Abra. I'm not just talking about those other two grieving souls, Peter and Priscilla. Abra has friends in this town she doesn't even know about. Zeke hoped so. He stayed for another hour. He had come to comfort. He went away comforted. Chapter 7. Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. Richard Lovelace. 1955. Jack Wooding's son drove into the construction site. Windows down. Radio blaring, the Doris Day hit, If I Give My Heart to You. Abra flashed into Joshua's mind, bringing a stab of pain with her. She'd been gone over a year and no word from her. Peter had contacted the police after the first week. Chief of Police Jim Helgerson went out to Shadow Hills and talked with Cole Thurman, who said he didn't know where his son was or who he'd taken with him when he left. Why not call his mother, Lilith Stark? He handed over the telephone number. Lilith Stark said she hadn't seen her son in several months. He was an adult, responsible for his own life, but she doubted he would take any girl who wasn't willing to go with him. Who knows? Maybe they got married. Chief Helgerson told Peter there wasn't anything more he could do. Runaways had a way of disappearing for as long as they wanted. They could have been married in another state by now. He didn't have the time or resources to keep looking. If she wants to come home, she'll come home. The chief's words were hardly cheering to anyone who loved Abra. Even Penny worried about her. The last anyone heard about Abra came from Kent Fullerton. The high school football star came home from college at Christmas and called Penny. He'd seen her sister at a beach party in Santa Cruz. It had to have been just a few days after she'd left Haven. When Joshua heard, he went by the Fullertons to talk with Kent. I asked her if she wanted to leave. Before I knew what hit me, I was on the floor with a broken nose. I think that guy would have killed me if a couple of my friends hadn't pulled him off. I have this to remember him by. He touched a scar on his cheekbone. Joshua's nightmares returned with a vengeance. Will you give me all your love? Will you swear that you'll be true to me? Doris Day's voice sang out, the truck idling as Jack's son delivered some paperwork. Joshua clenched his teeth at the lyrics and wiped sweat off his brow. What kind of promises had Dylan made to Abra? Had he kept any of them? Did Abra still feel the same way about Dylan, or had the infatuation worn off by now? Were they still together, or had he dumped her someplace? He thought of war-torn Korea, starving girls left on their own, and how many GIs he had treated for venereal disease. He sent up another shotgun prayer for God to watch over and protect Abra. Joshua fitted a freshly sawed board into place and pulled his hammer from his tool belt. He found pleasure in the scent of sawdust, the grain of the wood, the way each piece fit together like a jigsaw puzzle. The Doris Day song had ended, and now Rudy Eckhart, working a few yards from Joshua, was singing along with the Chordettes. Sandman, I'm so alone, don't have nobody to call my own. Thankfully, street bulldozers started up, drowning him out with the racket of grading new sites for the next phase of Pleasant Hills. Trucks rumbled in, loaded with concrete and ready to pour slab foundations. Joshua and his crew would be busy framing those houses in the weeks ahead, then putting in doors and windows and installing siding while subcontractors went to work on roofs, wiring, and plumbing. The insulation and trim came next, followed by the plaster guys and painters. The electricians and plumbers finished off their work before bathroom and kitchen counters were installed. More subcontractors arrived to lay carpet and flooring. Once the hookups to water and sewer were done, the bosses would get the punch list and check for any deficiencies or issues that needed to be addressed. Before that day came, Joshua would do his own walk-around inspection. A piercing whistle stopped the hammering. That's it for the day, gents. Jack waved the handful of checks his son had delivered from the home office. Rudy gave a cheer. Hey, guys. What do you say we go on over to the wagon wheel and soak up a couple of ice-cold beers? You coming with us this time? Freeman? I've got a prior engagement. Joshua slipped his hammer into his work belt as smoothly as a gunslinger holstering his Colt .45. News flash. Everybody. Rudy shouted to the others stowing tools and heading for Jack. Joshua has got himself a date tonight. Joshua laughed. A date with a roof early tomorrow morning. The church had needed a new one for several years. But money was scarce. He had connections and enough money put aside to get the job done. Dad. Gil McPherson. And Peter Matthews would be part of the work crew. Don't you ever stop working? Freeman. Rudy yelled. I'm off all day, every Sunday, and spend it in church. All that singing gives me a headache. One of the men called out. Hearing you sing Earth Angel gives me a headache. Others laughed. Rudy broke into That's All Right and imitated Elvis's infamous hip moves. Men booed and shouted protest. What's the problem? Eckhart? Got ants in your pants. Laughing, Joshua collected his check and walked with his buddies toward their parked vehicles. Everyone had plans for the weekend.
2 were going out to the coast to fish.
One had a hot date with a girl he'd met in a bar. Another said his wife had a long honey-do list, and if he didn't get it done before his in-laws arrived, he'd be living in the doghouse. 2 others liked Rudy's idea of meeting up at the wagon wheel after showers and having a couple of cold beers and steaks to celebrate payday. Joshua stopped off at the church on his way home. He wanted to make sure the roofing materials had been delivered. Irene Farley's old Plymouth was parked in front. She'd been the church secretary for as long as Joshua could remember. Dad called her the first line of ministry, because her warm telephone voice brought more than one weary soul into church on Sunday, if only to meet the lady with the sweet voice. Mitzi's roadster was parked in front, too, which meant Dad must have been doing visitation outside the town limits. Bundled stacks of asphalt shingles, a box of nails, and rolls of black tar paper and copper flashing had been left on the lawn between the church and the fellowship hall. 2 extension ladders leaned against the church. The hardest part of the job would be stripping the old shingles. The debris would be dropped and loaded into his pickup. Hodge Martin would make the runs to the dump. The door to the church office stood open. Irene glanced up when Joshua walked in. Well, howdy do, Joshua. She smiled when he leaned down to give her a peck on the cheek. Dad's office door was slightly ajar. He heard the low mumble of a woman's voice. Dad never met with a woman unless Irene was in the front office, and even then, he never closed his door all the way. Slouching into a chair, Joshua chatted with Irene while he waited for Dad to finish with his counseling appointment. He was surprised when Susan Wells came out, her eyes red and puffy. Susan blushed when she saw Joshua. She said a quick, pained hello, thanked Irene, and headed for the outer office door. Dad followed. He put his hand on Susan's shoulder before she could escape and spoke in a low voice. Susan stood still under his touch, but didn't raise her head. She nodded once and left. Irene looked at Dad. Is she going to be all right? She's learning what it means to trust God. Dad thanked Irene for staying late. Gathering her purse and some files. She said she'd see them both Sunday morning. Joshua followed Dad back into his private office. You look exhausted. Dad. So do you. Dad smiled. Ian Brubaker sent the supplies over. Do we have everything we need? Yes. But promise me you won't go up on the roof again. He'd almost slid off last time, barely managing to catch his heel in the gutter. I planned on handling the pulley. He picked up his jacket. What do you say to dinner at Bessie's? Joshua cocked his head and studied his father's face. Irene said he'd been in his office for over an hour. You like Susan, don't you?
Yes.
I do. It was a decisive statement. Joshua started to ask if he meant that in a personal way, but his father interrupted his speculations. Just leave it at that. Joshua stifled his curiosity. I need a shower before we go out to dinner. He wondered how Mom would feel about Dad's interest in another woman. Dad took his Cardinals baseball cap from the hook by the door. I'll walk down now and get us a booth. I'll be quick. Order whatever the special is. No hurry, son. I'll wait until you get there. Joshua went home and stood under the stream of cool water, washing away the dirt and sweat of a hard day's work. He kept thinking about Dad and Susan Wells. Dad was still a man in his prime. Had he finally met someone he might consider marrying? Joshua dressed in fresh Levi's, a button-down short-sleeve shirt and loafers, and decided to pay closer attention to their relationship. He pulled into a space around the corner from the cafe. The bell jangled, and Bessie called out a greeting as he walked in. Two Freemans. My lucky day. You both eat like horses. Dad had his usual spot, closest to the swinging doors into the kitchen. Susan stood by the booth, talking with him, hands pushed into her apron pockets. She turned as Joshua approached. She no longer had puffy eyes, but she still seemed unsettled. Hello, Joshua. What can I get you to drink? It wasn't the first time someone had been embarrassed to be found in the pastor's office. Lemonade. Lots of ice, please. He slid into the booth. And I'll order whatever special Oliver is cooking up for tonight. Roast beef, mashed potatoes, and mixed vegetables. Dinner comes with tomato bisque soup or a green salad. Salad with vinegar and oil. Chuckling, Dad handed Susan his menu. Make that too, Susan, if you will. Coming right up, Pastor Zeke. There was new warmth in Susan's voice and an expression that hadn't been there before. Joshua studied his father surreptitiously and saw nothing out of the ordinary. He looked relaxed, content. Every time the door opened and the bell jangled, Dad smiled a greeting. He knew everyone in town. Some called out a hello, others came over to talk for a few minutes. Joshua had grown up in the midst of interruptions. Dad set his baseball cap aside. I hear Gil is coming tomorrow morning to help out. Joshua counted Gil as one of his closest friends, despite the disparity between their ages. They'd both been through hell and struggled to make sense of the carnage they'd witnessed. They both knew what it meant to be haunted with regret simply because they'd survived when others hadn't. Abra's departure had added to Joshua's post-war stress. Gil suffered, too, and had for years. Somehow, talking things through had helped them both lay down the burden of what they couldn't do and let go of the ghosts of those they couldn't save. Dad had been trying to fan a dying spark of faith in Gil. When he'd sent Joshua out to meet with him, something changed in the man. He was needed, desperately, by another who had suffered as he had. They gained strength from one another. Joshua saw faith flame in the older man. They both had someone closer than a brother standing with them, someone who died to save everyone, someone who knew what it was to grieve over those lost in the battle for men's souls. Being with Gil made Joshua remember things he'd been taught. I forgot the rules, he'd admitted to Gil during one of their early conversations. What rules? Gil had asked. Rule number 1. Young men die. Rule number 2. You can't change rule number 1. I heard it in training, but forgot it in battle. Joshua and Gil could talk freely about what they'd seen and experienced on the battlefield. They could share things they couldn't speak of with anyone else. As time passed, they talked less about what they had lost and more about what needed tearing down and rebuilding. Gil's neighbor had a new barn. In a few days, the church would have a new roof. Susan came through the swinging doors with their salads. Dad blessed the food. And we pray for our beloved Abra. Lord, let her remember who she is. Head bowed, Joshua added. And to whom she belongs. And to call home, Susan said, still standing close enough to hear every word. Joshua glanced up and she grimaced an apology.
Sorry.
I didn't mean to intrude. You didn't. Dad smiled. She went away and came right back to refill their glasses of lemonade. Dad watched her walk away. He caught Joshua watching him. God is working, son. Joshua grinned. Looks like it. He is always working. Dad tucked into his salad. Joshua believed that. He just wished God would work a little faster on Abra. Abra lay on her back, staring at the cottage ceiling. Dylan had already left, dressed in his immaculate white tennis clothes, for a day at the country club. He never took her. He never said who he would be with or when he would be back. A week after he'd moved her into the guest house, Abra had given in to tears and complaints when he went out again without her. Dylan accused her of nagging. When she raged at him, he caught hold of her arms and shook her. She saw the barely controlled fury in his eyes, felt it in his hands, and remembered what he'd done to Kent Fullerton when he lost control. When she showed up at the house for a party that night, Lilith noticed the bruises and sent her back to the cottage. She could hear Lilith tearing into Dylan before she reached the door. He returned that night, but he didn't apologize. And long before the sun came up, Abra knew never to question him again. He would do whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted, and that included whatever he wanted to do to her. He could do even more damage with words than with his hands. Lilith expected Abra to look pretty and polished, act friendly but not too friendly, and eavesdrop. Just move around the room and listen in on conversations. And Abra did. She overheard all kinds of things. They ought to turn that studio into a bomb shelter. It hasn't had a hit in years. From what I hear, they aren't doing any productions. Just renting old movie rights to television. Television won't last. You're a fool if you believe that. Television is here for good. Nobody's going to turn it off. You wait. You'll see I'm right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lilith treated Abra like a favorite niece at parties and ignored her the rest of the time. She enjoyed Lilith's parties, dressing in expensive gowns and being in the same room as the rich and famous, even if they barely noticed her. Lilith preferred it that way. She told Abra to move around the room, be quiet, unobtrusive. Men liked young women who hung on their every word. Encouraged them to boast. Be all ears and eyes. Penny would have given anything to be among these people. Penny would be bragging to everyone if she were in the same room as Natalie Wood and Robert Wagner and Debbie Reynolds and Gene Kelly. Sometimes Abra thought of writing a letter to Penny just to talk about the people she'd met. She'd say she was still with Dylan, living in a lovely little cottage on a huge estate owned by his mother, a famous Hollywood columnist. She wanted Penny to know her life was bigger and better than Penny's would ever be. So, what if it wasn't the truth? Penny didn't have to know Dylan could be cruel. His mother merely tolerated her, and none of the famous people in the room knew or cared enough to carry on a conversation with her because she was a nobody. They were polite because she was Lilith's niece. She'd been nobody in Haven, and she was nobody here, too. So what was new? Dylan's friends, though she had met, didn't even know she was his girlfriend. The closest he'd ever come to telling anyone was at a pool party when he got drunk, put his arm around her, and kissed her, and then laughingly called her his kissing cousin. Lilith always invited Abra to come for coffee and to chat the morning after party. Dylan typically remained in bed, hungover. Lilith would ask what Abra had heard and jot down notes as Abra talked. Dylan smirked when he read the columns. When he was gone, Abra read them and understood what part she played in spreading innuendos and outright scandals, how a tidbit of seemingly harmless information could be twisted and used to reward or punish people. It hadn't taken more than a few parties to realize stars, weren't so different from other people. They were insecure, jealous, sometimes nice, sometimes shy. They were more beautiful and had more money, but their lives weren't as perfect as Abra and Penny and Charlotte and the others had always imagined. Eventually, Abra stopped sharing with Lilith all the things she heard. How could she be party to spreading such rumors when her own life had begun as a scandal? Her birth had made headlines, and the story still haunted her. She didn't want to help Lilith dig for dirt, but she knew better than to admit her attack of scruples. Lilith sensed the change and became a little less tolerant, even less inclined to give Dylan money to spend on her upkeep. As she put it, "If you want her at the party, you buy her dress this time. You always brag about being so generous."
"Mother," Dylan argued.
"What will people think if your favorite niece has to stay in the cottage for lack of a decent gown? You'll be like the wicked stepmother in Cinderella."
He laughed.
Lilith didn't look amused. "I doubt anyone would miss her." Abra had the feeling Dylan only insisted she come to irritate his mother. Most of the time, he left her on her own while he went off to charm and flirt with young movie actresses and drink with their handlers. During the first months, she had burned with jealousy and ached with hurt. She had to remind herself he was playing a role, working a room the way his mother wanted. As long as he did it well, the money would keep rolling in. The longer Abra was with Dylan, the less handsome he seemed. The beauty and charisma that had so attracted her began to fade. Dylan commented on the change in her and played games to keep her enthralled. He wasn't as rough. He acted the gentleman. She wasn't fooled anymore. She only pretended to be. "I never know what you're thinking behind those green eyes of yours. I never know whether I really have you or not." Maybe that was the only thing that kept him interested. Not knowing. Once he boasted of having slept with someone else. He gave her all the details. She listened, detached, and asked if he would mind if she did a little experimentation of her own. She'd seen this man at one of his mother's parties. That was as far as she got. She never said anything like that again. Her heartbeat still sped up when he came into the cottage. Was it love or fear that made her tremble when he took her in his arms? It was better to convince herself it was love. Restless, Abra got up and opened a dresser drawer. Dylan had told her to be ready by 10 to go shopping. He'd be taking her to Marissa's. Lilith was having another party and expected her to do her part. Marissa Cohen was far less elegant than Dorothea Endicott back in Haven, but the middle-aged woman knew how to dress movie stars. Dylan usually stayed to enjoy the fashion show.
Today,
he pulled up to the curb and, without even the pretense of manners, reached across and shoved the door open. "Have Marissa call a cab when you're done. I've got someplace to go." Alarm bells went off inside her head, but she did as he said. It took all her willpower not to turn around and watch him drive away. "Dylan wants something special for tomorrow evening," Marissa announced. He was very specific. Nice that he has good taste. She looked like a schoolteacher with her black-rimmed glasses and her dark hair pulled back in a prim bun. Only the simple slacks, cream silk blouse, and double strand of pearls shouted money. She had a rack of gowns waiting for Abra to try on. The white was too virginal, the red nice, but a little too revealing. One dress drifted like cloud layers over Abra's curves. Marissa told her to walk around in it. "Head up, roll those shoulders back. Imagine you're a queen. That sea green chiffon is gorgeous on you. Perfect for those amazing eyes of yours and all that red hair." Distracted, Abra confessed, "I've always hated my hair. I'd rather be a blonde." "Why?" Marissa looked askance at Abra. "Blondes are a dime a dozen in Hollywood. Especially since Marilyn Monroe came to town. Dylan likes blondes. She couldn't remember one of Lilith's parties where he hadn't gravitated to one. Sometimes she wondered why he'd ever lost interest in Penny and turned to her. Dylan likes women. Don't change yourself to suit a man. Dylan probably chose you because you are different. And he hasn't tired of you like he has the others. Most of his girlfriends last a month or two. You've lasted more than a year. That's saying a lot. He must love you.
Did he?
Or did he keep her around for another reason? He'd never said the words. And she'd never seen that tender look she'd seen between Peter and Priscilla. Marissa touched her shoulder lightly. Don't look so sad. You're a beautiful girl.
Abra.
Even if he does lose interest, there are plenty of other fish in the sea. She turned her to face the mirror. Look at what you have to offer. Abra stared at her reflection. The dress was beautiful. You can change now. Wear your hair up for the party. Abra hadn't been back in the cottage 10 minutes when Dylan stormed out of the house, his mother on his heels. Dylan stopped and faced her, livid. Their voices carried across the pool to the open windows of the cottage. Veronica bores me to death. You had a thing for her last year. It was a game. Mother. I won. It's over. It's not over. And I don't care how you feel about her. You're lucky her father doesn't know what had to be done. And luckier still the girl doesn't have the courage to tell him. You are going to apologize and beg her forgiveness. You are going to be your most charming self. You're going to be a gentleman. Aren't I always? He sneered. You cannot treat the daughter of the president of one of the biggest studios in Hollywood like a common strumpet. She is a common. Shut up.
Dylan.
She has a far better pedigree than that mongrel you have in the cottage. Don't think I don't know everything about where she came from. When are you going to get rid of her? When I'm ready. He stepped forward, thrusting his face toward hers. Stay out of my business. Mother. I was finished with Veronica before I went north. Yes. But you left me holding the bag. If you're nasty to her, she may just go crying to Daddy. And he'll want to know why. Dylan told her to go to blazes. Lilith Stark swore back at him. Lucky for you, Veronica still has a thing for you, buddy boy. Find a way to let her down gently, or set her up with one of your frat friends, or her daddy will send goons to rearrange your handsome face. He might just cut off the only thing that seems to matter to you. Do you understand me now? All right. Dylan turned away, rubbing the back of his neck. He faced his mother again. I'll play nice. Happy now? His sarcasm dripped. When he turned toward the cottage, Abra ran into the bedroom and flung herself on the bed, curling on her side and pretending to be asleep. The door slammed. Dylan swore again and shattered something against the living room wall. She couldn't pretend not to hear that. When she came into the living room, Dylan was sitting on the edge of the sofa, pouring himself a glass of whiskey. She could feel the heat of his wrath and see it in the tension in his shoulders. He glanced back at her and then down the liquor. He'd taught her how to give massages, but she knew better than to touch him in his present mood. How'd it go today with Marissa? Fine. She kept her tone neutral. But adrenaline poured into her bloodstream. She looked at the shattered Grecian urn and wondered if he'd take his temper out on her next. She judged the distance to the door. Dylan emptied a second glass and set it down with a hard thump. Come here. His dark eyes narrowed and burned. When she sat down beside him, he shifted, making himself comfortable. He extended his arms along the back of the couch and gave her a look she had come to dread. Make me happy. When Dylan left an hour later, Abra stayed in the cottage. She didn't go to the house for dinner. No one called to ask why. Dylan didn't come back that night, and a breakfast tray was sent the next morning with a note from Lilith that the chauffeur would take her to Alfredo's salon. Alfredo was Lilith's hairdresser, a handsome, somewhat pale young man who assured Abra he would make her a goddess. He talked and asked questions most rhetorical. He offered her lunch. Apparently, it was a small matter to order it brought in from one of the exclusive restaurants in the area. He named Lilith's favorite. Abra said she wasn't hungry. When Alfredo finished with her, she thought it overdone, but didn't say so. Marissa had said to wear her hair up with a sea-green chiffon dress. Lilith's chauffeur gave her an admiring glance before opening the car door. The Mexican maid showed up at 5 with one plate on the dinner tray. It wasn't the first time Abra had dined alone. Dylan showed up as she was dressing. He leaned against the doorway, watching. He looked like a movie star in his tuxedo. Even given all she knew about him, sometimes she was still struck by his physical beauty. "I'm only here for a few minutes." He'd forgotten his wallet and keys. "I have to pick up someone. Veronica." The girl who still burned for him, despite having suffered at his hands. How many of us are there in the world? Abra wondered. "I'll see you at the party. But I won't be able to spend any time with you." She almost reminded him he seldom did. "You look beautiful. By the way." He came over and tipped her chin, kissing her. He stared into her eyes. "I'll be watching you." Lilith looked stunning in a black dress. Her brows lifted a fraction as her gaze flickered over Abra. "You do have something." It sounded like a small concession. "Do not distract Dylan. He has important business to do this evening. I'd better warn you so it won't be a hurtful surprise. He's bringing another girl. It's very important you stay out of the way." As people were ushered in, Lilith became effervescent, warm, full of laughter. She gave air kisses to everyone. They all smiled and chatted gaily. Despite the pleasantries and shows of affection, Abra had the feeling there were few in the room who liked Lilith Stark. Everyone knew the power of her pen, and no one wanted it dipped in poison at his expense. Dylan came in with a willowy blonde clinging to his arm. Many knew and greeted her. Trays of hors d'oeuvres were served, glasses of champagne replenished. Abra stayed as far away from Dylan and Veronica as she could get in the living room. She sensed he was searching for her. He spotted her and whispered something to the girl on his arm, then led her across the room. Lilith saw what he was doing and tried to intercept them. He stepped around her, and Lilith gave Abra a withering look of warning. Abra headed for the door open to the outer courtyard. When Dylan said her name, she had no choice. Turning, she smiled. "Veronica, I want you to meet my cousin." "Abra, this is Veronica." He leaned down and kissed her cheek. She blushed with pleasure and looked at him with adoring eyes. Abra's heart pounded. The devil still had the power to hurt her. A server in a black tuxedo approached, offering champagne. Dylan took 2 glasses from a tray, handing one to Veronica and one to Abra. He took another for himself. "You don't look like you're having much fun, Abra." She smiled stiffly. "Enough. She's a budding actress." His mouth tipped on one side. "You're fortunate to have Lilith as your aunt." Veronica sipped champagne. "She knows everyone in the business." She looked Abra over and glanced at Dylan. Lilith called Abra, beckoning her over to meet someone. Dylan laughed. "Tell her all her efforts are for naught." Abra had already turned away. But she heard Veronica. "That's not very nice." "Dylan, your cousin is very pretty." Lilith made the introductions and kept the conversation going. Abra stood with half a dozen people and felt utterly alone. "You look a little wan, dear." Lilith pretended concern. "Why don't you go back to the cottage?" Abra wasn't willing to do that. Dylan was the only hope she had. She took another glass of champagne and stood near the windows where she could watch and not be noticed. Dylan was playing his games with Veronica, and the girl was obviously under his spell. Abra felt desolate. "And who might you be?" Startled, she noticed the man sitting in a chair near the wall. He was attractive and older. She guessed him in his early 40s. He rose. He was taller than Dylan, with the broad, muscular shoulders of a mature man. His brown hair had a light sprinkling of gray at the temples. He raised one brow. "Cat got your tongue? My name is Abra." She didn't ask for his. "Abra." He said the name as though testing it. "An interesting name." "Well, Abra. How do you fit in here?" He gave a nod that included the entire room. "I don't." She almost forgot who she was supposed to be. "I'm Dylan's cousin. From up north." "Are you really?" He looked amused. "Dylan's cousin. From up north. It's all in the details, isn't it?" "Which side of the family?" "Franklin Moss." Lilith moved between guests, zeroing in on them. "Darling. There you are. I've been looking for you all evening." He faced her, his mouth curving. Who dares hide from Lilith Stark? "I was so sorry to hear about Pamela." "Ah, Pamela." "I'll bet you were." He sounded droll. "Pretty girls come and go." Lilith grazed Abra with a brief look before she shook her head and gave Franklin Moss a reproving half-smile. "You're not trolling the waters, are you, darling? Everyone here already has an agent, Mr." Moss cocked his head and looked at Abra again. "Even Dylan's cousin?" Lilith covered her irritation with a lifted hand. A servant appeared like a genie from a bottle, offering champagne. Mr. Moss shook his head and said he was drinking bourbon on the rocks. Lilith told the waiter to get him another. She plucked the champagne glass from Abra's hand and said, "Naughty, naughty. She's too young to drink, Franklin, and too young for you. I didn't know you were so protective. She's my favorite niece. And yes, she is lovely. And I dare say she has some kind of talent. But she's going home soon." She sipped champagne, her eyes fixed on Abra. "Her family misses her." "And which family would that be?" Lilith's eyes narrowed. "We've known one another a long time. Franklin. I'm sure you understand." She tipped her chin. "Now, tell me about Pamela." "I won't be satisfied until I hear every detail from the horse's mouth. You know I would rather hear the truth from you than depend on gossip. That hardly seems your style, Lilith." Her pink lips tightened. "Rumor has it she fired you and went with another agency." "I can't believe that's true. After all you've done for her." Abra felt the unpleasant undercurrents and withdrew. Dylan was immersed in conversation with Veronica and several others. Abra felt like a ghost, moving invisibly among the glittering crowd. A few looked at her, frowning slightly, as though trying to place her. She took a cracker with a slice of boiled egg and caviar. Elizabeth Taylor was stunningly beautiful beside her husband, Michael Wilding, as they talked with Debbie Reynolds and Eddie Fisher. Robert Wagner was even more handsome in real life than on celluloid or a poster. Abra edged around the various groups, listening to bits and pieces of conversation, actors chit-chat about auditions gone bad or good, a part they were playing, or talking up their credits to some man in a dark suit, some asking about auditions. She could always spot the studio executives. Dylan was laughing at something someone had said. He still had his arm around Veronica. Depressed, Abra quietly slipped out of the house and returned to the cottage. She hung the Grecian gown in the closet, pulled on a t-shirt, and went to bed. She couldn't sleep. Dylan came in after midnight. I need the bed. One last hurrah with Veronica before I dump her. A tide of jealousy and hurt swept over her. It's bad enough I had to watch you with her all evening. Get up. No, don't ever say no to me. Dylan ripped the covers off the bed. Emotions she'd held in check for months brought her up and at him. Hands like claws. She'd never felt such wrath or hate. Dylan caught her wrists and pinned them against the mattress. It's been a long time since you sounded like a jealous girlfriend. Grinning, he straddled her. I knew fire still burned inside you. She managed to get one hand free and slapped him across the face. His eyes changed. Grabbing a pillow, he covered her face. Terrified, she bucked and fought. Just before she blacked out, Dylan tossed the pillow aside and grabbed her by the hair. You ever slap me again, and I'll kill you. I could, you know. No one would even miss you. Gasping air. She sobbed. Terrified. He sat back on her hips. Her muscles stiffened when his hands ran over her body. But she didn't fight him. You pretend indifference, baby. But your heart still pounds for me. You still love me. I can still have you whenever I want. His weight lifted from her. He sat on the edge of the bed and released his breath. He stroked her hair in a gentle caress, the cruel glint disappearing from his eyes. You were already burning inside. I just stoked the fire. He stood, a look of wariness in his face. Sometimes I'm not sure how I feel about you. I feel something more than anyone else has ever made me feel. Maybe that's why I'm not ready to let you go. He sighed as though the admission angered him. He jerked his head. Take a swim. Still shaking, Abra got up. Veronica knows I'm not your cousin. That's probably why she's so intent upon pleasing me tonight. She removed her clothing while he watched and put on the bikini he'd bought for her in Santa Cruz. Have your fun, Dylan. I always do. Abra sat on the edge of the pool, shivering, as Veronica came out of the shadows. How much had she overheard? What did it matter other than that she might change her mind about Dylan? Maybe he'd said and done it all for that very purpose. Fighting tears, Abra slipped into the warm water. Letting out her breath, she sank to the bottom and sat cross-legged on the white gunite. It felt rough against her tender flesh. Her long red hair floated around her like seaweed. Would Dylan care if she drowned herself? Giving vent to her anguish, she screamed under the water, hands fisted. Her body, traitorous, rose. She treaded water. She felt someone watching her and looked toward the side of the pool. A man stood in the shadows, smoking a cigarette. He tossed it on the cement and ground it out with his foot before going back to the house. He turned slightly before he went inside, his face illuminated. It was Franklin Moss. Joshua's face swam in Abra's memory, his words whispering in the palm fronds stirring in the night breeze. Guard your heart. Too late. She had been so certain when she ran away that she loved Dylan, and he loved her. She learned the truth the hard way that first night in San Francisco. What he felt wasn't love. She'd hoped his lust might turn to something better, something more tender and lasting. She'd given him everything in the hope of that happening. He said he still felt something. But what? He said he wasn't ready to let her go. She could hold on for a while longer. Hope a little more. She floated on her back, legs and arms spread like a dead woman, eyes wide open, staring up at the night sky. The air was chilly, the moon was full. Water covered her ears, and she couldn't hear anything except her own mind. She couldn't go back to Haven anyway. She'd been such a fool. What was it Mitzi said once? No man buys a cow when he can get the milk for free. Even the waitress at Bessie's Corner Cafe tried to warn her about Dylan. I was blind.
But now I see.
The words of Amazing Grace ran through her mind. She'd played that hymn dozens of times. Other lines came, unbidden. She didn't want to remember them. She didn't want to think about God. Thinking about God only made her feel worse. Zeke awakened in the darkness. His heart hurt. He sat up slowly, rubbing his chest. Turning the baby Ben, he read 2:15. He listened intently and heard the twittering hoots of a screech owl in the backyard, but knew that wasn't what had awakened him. He rubbed his face, slipped his feet into his slippers, and padded into the kitchen. Joshua's Bible was open on the table, notes jotted in his neat hand. Zeke pressed his fingers against his sternum again, as if he could rub away an old wound. Is it time yet, Lord? It's been 18 months. Silence. Is there anything I can do, Lord? Joshua came into the kitchen, barefoot and dressed in his pajama bottoms. I heard you get up. Bad dream?
No.
You? Joshua slumped into a chair and raked his fingers through his short hair. It's easier during the day. I can focus on work. You work at night.
Too.
In a different way. Our work is to believe God. He took the coffee from the cabinet. The battle is always over the mind. Son, do you think she thinks about us at all? She probably tries not to. I just don't get it.
Dad.
She's known the Lord all her life. She knew what we told her about the Lord. Joshua. That's different from knowing him. He turned on the tap water. None of us hear his voice until we listen. Dylan came and went as he pleased. Sometimes he still stayed all night. Have you missed me, baby? At least she could pretend for a few hours someone loved her. Lilith kept him busy with constant demands. He was always on the go, doing research, as he mockingly called it. There wasn't a hot spot or hideaway he didn't know about. No one could bury a secret deep enough that he couldn't dig it up. He had spies in private hospitals who called to whisper what star had checked in and why. Lilith made lots of money. Abra wondered if most of it was for keeping certain stories under wrap. She was generous, however, sharing a percentage of her income with Dylan. Mother is giving another party. Was there ever a weekend when she wasn't? Dylan had something on his mind, and Abra knew she wouldn't like it. Marissa will see to everything. I want you to outshine everyone.
Why?
I have my reasons. He got up and took a shower, dressing in his white tennis shorts and shirt. I'll always take good care of you. He tipped her chin and leaned down to kiss her. I promise. He brushed cold fingers against her cheek and left. Dylan had given Marissa Cohen specific instructions, and Abra found herself wearing a halter-neck chantilly white dress. It shows off your tan beautifully. Abra had been spending a lot of time alone by the pool. It's casual for an evening party, which will make you stand out even more. Leave your hair down. The telephone rang as she was walking in the door. Maria is bringing your dinner. Be ready by 7. But don't come to the house until I call you. It was almost 8 before she heard from him. She entered through the French doors off the courtyard and found the living room packed with people in formal attire. Women wore floor-length gowns and glittering jewelry. The men wore tuxedos. Her informal white dress immediately drew attention. She spotted Dylan and was wondering what game he was playing now when a familiar voice spoke from behind her. A dove among the peacocks. Franklin Moss put a cigarette between his lips. inhaled deeply, and crushed it out in a marble ashtray. He exhaled slowly as he studied her face. "You look virginal." When she pressed her lips together, he shook his head. "No insult intended. Lilith made it sound like you were on your way out the door last time we met. I didn't expect to see you again." She lifted one shoulder. "I'm still in the cottage." "Lucky you." He took out a silver cigarette case and offered her one. She shook her head and said she didn't smoke. Smart girl. Nasty habit. He withdrew one for himself, tapped it on the case. He put the case in his pocket and took out a lighter, glancing toward Dylan. "How did a nice girl like you ever get tangled up with Dylan Stark?" "Nice girl?"
She almost laughed.
"He's my cousin. And I'm your uncle." He looked around the room and then back at her. "Lots of uncles in the world. This isn't the place for you. Probably because I'm not an actress."
"Oh."
"I think you are. And better than most in this room. Even the ones who get the starring roles." "Mind if I tell you something?"
"What?"
"For a smart girl, you are really stupid." She turned her head away. "Why do you stay?" "Is it his looks?" "He's got them in spades. That's for sure." "Love." He grinned at her sarcasm.
"Yeah."
"Love." He chuckled. "Or is he that good in bed?" When she didn't answer, he gave a weary sigh. "Even when you get the monkey off your back, the circus always comes back to town." She didn't know what he was talking about. Dylan wove his way through the crowd toward them. "Franklin, good to see you." "As always." He put his arm around Abra's waist and looked between them as though something shady had been going on. "I didn't know you two knew each other." "We don't, mister." Moss crushed another cigarette. "Ready to leave." Dylan squeezed Abra's waist. Franklin worked for one of the most elite agencies in town until one particular actress defected, and he got fired. Like mother. Like son. You know everyone's business. Nothing secret about a high-profile starlet diving into an affair with the director of her latest movie. Pretty hard to do damage control after that. Wouldn't you say? Pamela will go far. Do you think so? Dylan's expression turned to one of deep sympathy. Abra knew it was all show. "I heard your wife filed for divorce. Which makes me wonder if the rumors about you and your client commingling." The older man's eyes flickered with anger as well as pain. But he covered his feelings quickly. He shrugged. "As I told you, mother, women come and women go. This man is a legend."
"Abra."
They used to say he could take a girl off a street corner and make her into a movie star. I still can, though I'm more selective these days. "Found anyone?" "Still looking." His gaze drifted to Abra. "How selective?" "What are you looking for?" "Another blonde bombshell?" "Loyalty." "That's what I'm looking for." "Unfortunately, it's non-existent these days." "You're wrong." Dylan grinned at her. "Abra is as loyal as a Labrador." "Aren't you, baby?" Abra knew what was coming and saw no way to avert the inevitable. Franklin Moss looked at her again. And not just her face this time. "Does she have any talent other than dogged faithfulness?" "Her sister told me she plays piano." "How well?" "I have no idea, but she must have been good." Dylan laughed. "She played for church." He let go of her when someone called his name from across the room. He raised a hand in response and called back for them to give him a minute. "Take her back to your place and see what she can do." He winked. "Who knows? She might surprise you." "You think so?" I don't surprise easily. Nothing ventured. Nothing gained. As they say.
Dylan.
Abra hated how small and desperate she sounded. She reached out and clutched at his arm.
He leaned down. Go.
It's better than being put on a Greyhound bus. He brushed his lips against her ear. I promised I'd take care of you. Didn't I? She watched him walk away, too shocked and hurt to speak. Dylan plucked a glass of champagne from a tray and joined a foursome of beautiful girls. Abra's body shook. It was over.
Just like that.
She'd lost him. She'd known she would. Eventually.
Someday.
Not tonight. Not here.
Not now.
She told herself over and over the day would come. But now that the moment had arrived, the shock set in. The devastation. Are you game? What? Abra gave Franklin Moss a blank look. One brow lifted. To show me what you can do. What choice did she have? She lifted one shoulder. I guess. Come on.
Then.
Nothing ventured. Nothing gained. Chapter 8. For everything there is a season. A time for every activity under heaven. Ecclesiastes 3 verse 1. Franklin Moss kept a hand beneath Abra's elbow as they went out Lilith Stark's front door. Abra had the feeling he thought she'd bolt. It entered her mind, but where would she go? Run off into the dark? Sleep on a bench somewhere? Then what? Return and beg Dylan to take her back?
He would love that.
Her stomach was quivering with tension. Was she making another wrong decision? Should she tell this man she'd changed her mind? I know you're scared. I can feel you shaking, mister. Moss gave her a sad smile. But let me give you fair warning. If you go back inside that house, Lilith will have Dylan drive you to the closest bus station. They both want to get rid of you. How do you know? Was Dylan merely carrying out his mother's instructions? You know it. 2. He let out his breath in disgust. That was the coldest kiss-off I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot. Tears began to gather and burn. Her breath came faster. Dylan had dumped her into the hands of an older man without so much as a warning, and out of bravado, she'd agreed. Mr. Moss put his arm around her waist and leaned down. Don't give them the satisfaction of looking over your shoulder or shedding any tears where they can see you. Hold your head up. It was a command. She obeyed. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing going with you. Her voice quavered. At the moment, there is no right thing. There's just escape. He spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. Hold it together until we're out the gate. Then you can cry buckets and rant and rave.
Just not now.
Not here.
Look up at me.
Smile.
Do it like you mean it.
That's my girl. A shiny new black Cadillac pulled up in front, and the young attendant in black uniform and cap got out. Your coach awaits. Cinderella. Abra slipped in quickly. The trembling got worse. She felt cold all over. She clenched and unclenched her hands, half reaching for the door handle. See it through? You coward. Nothing ventured. Nothing gained. She watched Mr. Moss walk around the front of the car. He talked briefly to the young man, handed him a folded bill, and then slid into the driver's seat. You're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. He sang softly on key and winked at her as he put the car in gear and punched the gas. As soon as he passed beneath the gate and turned left onto Tower Road, He spoke softly. Now you can cry. Abra turned her face away so he wouldn't see the tears pouring down her cheeks. She gritted her teeth. Her rescuer dropped a pristine white monogrammed handkerchief on her lap. She snatched it gratefully. I hate him. Not yet. But someday you'll recognize Dylan for what he is. You can take some consolation. You lasted longer than any other girl I've heard about. And as far as I know, he's never made any kind of arrangements for the others. Lucky me, mister. Moss glanced at her. You've got spunk. I like that. She closed her eyes tightly. I am such a fool. Give yourself credit where credit is due. You survived the scorpion and her son. They both grab hold and sting. Lilith feeds on ruined lives. It's her business to know the latest and greatest scandal. How much had Dylan told her? Abra wondered. But then, who would care anyway? I thought Dylan loved me. She'd wanted so desperately to believe someone could. Dylan Stark is incapable of love. Forget him. You make it sound easy. Not easy. Necessary. And if I have no talent, what then? Would this man toss her out on the street? His gaze moved pointedly over her body. We'll start with what you do have. Which is very nice indeed. He gave her a rueful smile. Don't look so scared. I'm not after what you think. Emotions still roiled inside her. Would he be as rough as Dylan? He was taller and broader. She didn't feel like asking questions. Thankfully, Franklin Moss didn't ask any of his own. He didn't turn on the radio either. She'd never gone anywhere with Dylan that he didn't have it blaring. She looked away. Had Dylan ever loved her, even for a second? She'd only seen lust, sarcasm, and fury. She'd stayed because she was too ashamed to call for help. She'd stayed so she wouldn't have to hear how she'd made her own bed and would have to sleep in it. She'd stayed out of fear. She'd stayed because she didn't know where else to go. She'd stayed for 100 reasons that made no sense, not even to her. Now she felt lost. And the feeling had nothing to do with location. This man handled a car differently than Dylan. He didn't drive at breakneck speed, careening around corners, passing cars with inches to spare. He drove fast, but with complete control. He didn't beat a rhythm on the wheel, but held it firmly. Was he really offering her a chance to salvage herself, or merely a change of beds? A cold wind of realization blew through her. Would it matter? They went through a yellow light. Do you want to go back? To Dylan? To whatever life or family you had before you met him? No, even if anyone had bothered to try to find her, she wouldn't have gone back. She'd never go back to Haven. I didn't have a life. None at all. He looked dubious. None worth talking about. What about your family? I don't have one. I've never really belonged anywhere. He considered her words and her, then looked straight ahead at the road. It's one of the things I noticed about you first. That air of mystery. You stood out. You stood back. Too. Observing and observed. Observed? He chuckled at her look. You don't believe me? The only reason no one came on to you is because Lilith said you were her niece. No one wanted to risk her wrath. She would have been dancing in the street if someone had taken me from Dylan. Then you don't understand anything. He gave her a cool look. Even she won't cross Dylan. They didn't talk anymore. Remote, pensive, Mr. Moss sped through the streets of Los Angeles. She didn't know where he was taking her, and didn't care. What did it matter now, anyway? The buildings were bigger and taller, the lights brighter. Cars jammed a boulevard. An Art Deco theater shone with neon lights, the marquee boasting Lady and the Tramp. It had let out. People strolled along sidewalks. Her life had just fallen apart, but the world around her went on as usual. If she dropped off the face of the earth, she wouldn't even be missed. She might as well do whatever she could to survive. They pulled up in front of an 8-story gray building with Egyptian men and women carved in stone relief. A uniformed doorman emerged as Mr. Moss came around to open Abra's door. "Good evening, Mr. Moss." "Yes, it is, Howard." Mr. Moss handed him the keys and said he wouldn't be needing the car again tonight. Abra felt the heat rushing into her face. She supposed she should be grateful he would let her spend the night even if her audition didn't turn out to be what he hoped. She felt his large hand spread against the small of her back, pressing her forward through the door Howard held open for them. "Fill up the tank and check the oil, would you please?" "Yes, sir." Abra felt more embarrassment than the night Dylan had checked her into the Fairmont Hotel. Mr. Moss was as old as Peter Matthews. Or close to it. The Otis elevator took them to the top floor. Mr. Moss stepped across the hall and unlocked a door. There was only one other door, farther down, and on the other side of the hallway. Home, sweet home. He inclined his head, and she stepped forward into a black and white world. The living room looked Spartan, furnishings utilitarian, expensive and modern. A bank of windows open to the dark night, and a sleeping apartment building across the street. The only color in the room came from 3 large framed pictures hanging on a white wall, 3 different views of a man in a short robe embracing a marble figure that had apparently just come to life. Mr. Moss shrugged out of his black suit coat, folded it shoulder to shoulder, and laid it over the back of a white leather chair. He loosened the black tie and unfastened the top button of his white shirt. Jean Leon Jerome's work. "What do you think?" A tiny warning bell went off inside her. She silenced it. It seemed a perfectly appropriate set of paintings for a talent agent. Pygmalion and Galatea. Smart girl. Pulling her gaze away from the prints, she went to a baby grand in one corner. "Do you play?" "Some. But you didn't come to hear me." He'd stepped behind a counter. "A drink first." "Take a seat." "You're wound up tighter than a $2 clock." "I'm not going to compromise your virtue." As if she had any virtue left to compromise. She sat on the edge of a white sofa. How could she relax when the next hour would determine what happened to the rest of her life? She heard the clink of glass and ice, the grate of a cap being unscrewed. Mr. Moss walked toward her, studying her as he handed her a glass of dark, sparkling liquid. She frowned at it, remembering the nightclub. "What's in it?" "So suspicious." "I suppose it comes from experience." She held the cold drink in cold hands. "Dylan gave me a drink once that had me dancing on a stage." "Where was this?" "North Beach." "San Francisco." He made a derisive sound. Dylan has always been a class act. His expression changed to one of curiosity. "Were you any good?" "Good enough to start a fist fight and get the place busted by police." Or so Dylan had told her. She didn't remember much from that night. He nodded toward the glass in her hand. "It's rum and coke." "You didn't look like a Scotch on the rocks girl." "And I'll never give you drugs unless you know about it, and they're prescribed by a doctor." He talked like everything was already settled. She took a tentative sip. She usually didn't like alcohol, but this tasted good. Mr. Moss sat at the other end of the sofa, his expression pleasant. He looked full of confidence, perfectly at ease. Despite the distance between them, she felt a tension in him, an undercurrent of excitement, expectation. He said this audition wasn't about sex, but she still wondered. He rested his arm on the back of the couch. A few things you might want to know about me before we get to your audition. His smile was wry, as though he could read her mind. He gave a monologue, summarizing his life. He'd graduated from Harvard Business School, apprenticed in a New York agency geared for Broadway performers, before coming west and joining the most prestigious and powerful Hollywood talent agency in the business. He'd done well, bringing in several clients who became big stars. He had never been fired in his life, despite the rumors to the contrary. He had made a lot of money, still had most of it. Since leaving the agency, he had signed contracts with several actors, every one of whom now had steady work, which meant a steady income stream as well. He liked to gamble. He had been looking for another project. And yes, he'd had an affair with Pamela Hudson of the Bright Lights, and yes, it had caused a lot of grief, not the least of which was his wife walking out on him and taking his 2 children with her. Not that he minded all that much. They'd married young and grown in different directions. Divorce is never simple and sometimes expensive. My biggest regret is what the affair did to my children. They haven't forgiven me for cheating on their mother. And your wife. She has the house in Malibu, which makes her and my children very happy. They like the beaches. I have this apartment, which makes me happy. I like being close to the action. Everything he had said had come too fast for her to absorb. How many children do you have? A boy and a girl. Ages 15 and 13. He finished his scotch and got up to pour another. My daughter would like to lop off my head and give it to her mother on a platter. My son doesn't speak to me. The fallout from Pamela. Are you still in love with her? I have more regret over my wife than her. Oh, well. He gave a harsh laugh. Right now, my only interest in any woman is professional. It took the golden goose flying to another man's nest to bring me to my senses. Good thing I invested the commission I made from Pamela before she spread her wings to fly. He smiled without humor. Not that she went far. She's pregnant. By the time she has the baby and gets her body back in shape, she'll be forgotten. And I give her marriage 2 to 3 years max. She'll come out of the divorce with a couple of million. But not the career she envisioned when she snagged her director. Not what she could have had if she'd stayed the course. He shrugged. At least she'll have enough to keep her from ever having to work as a car hop at a drive-in again. Is that story true? She and Penny had read about Pamela Hudson in a movie magazine. You really met her at a drive-in? His smile was full of cynicism. She leaned over to take my order. Let's say I got a good look at her assets and lost my head. He got up and took Abra's half-empty glass. You look like you're feeling better. Perhaps it was his openness, his business-like manner. Would you like me to play for you now, Mr. Moss? Go ahead. He poured himself another drink. I'm all ears. She ran an experimental hand over the keys and found the piano perfectly tuned. Making herself comfortable on the bench, she played scales and chords to warm up. It was a lifetime ago that she had played. She felt more at home now than she had since leaving Haven. She relaxed. Music poured into her mind, and she played what she knew best. A medley of hymns. Every note reminded her of Mitzi, Pastor Zeke, Joshua, the church filled with people she'd known all her life. She lifted her hands abruptly, clenching them. Something wrong with the piano?
No, she paused.
I don't think I'm playing what most people want to hear. That's all. He was sitting on a bar stool, watching her closely. What would you like me to play? He looked surprised. You're giving me a choice? Play whatever you want. She started with Bach's Toccata and Fugue in D minor. Then Debussy's Clair de Lune spilled through her hands. She thought of Dylan and played Hank Williams's Your Cheatin' Heart and the Orioles Crying in the Chapel. Pulling her mind away from him, she sought for some other inspiration, and Mitzi popped into her head. Holding back tears, Abra launched into an impassioned rendition of Maple Leaf Rag. When Mr. Moss started to laugh, Abra stopped. She lifted her hands away, fingers splayed, heartbreaking. What was so funny? Well, you are a surprise. And believe me when I say I'm not surprised very often. He finished his drink and left the glass on the bar. He came over to the piano. Dylan had no idea you could play like that. Did he? He knew I played for the church. Definitely not his kind of music. You already said you can dance.
Can you sing?
She corrected him. I danced when I was drunk on something and didn't even know what I was doing. And I guess I can sing. As well as anyone else. I could probably yodel.
Too.
If someone taught me how. He lifted a hand as though to stop her from saying more. It doesn't matter. You move like a dancer. You have nice tone to your voice. You know what? You're the real deal. He looked excited, eyes glowing. We can do it. Do what? Make you a star. She stared at him. Was he serious? Her heart pounded. It's going to take hard work on both our parts. I'm willing. Are you? She caught his excitement. I can work hard, Mr. Moss. She was eager, but nervous. But where would I live?
Here.
With me. And don't look at me like that. I have 2 extra bedrooms, and they have locks on the doors. Come on. He nodded the way. Take a look. Still nervous, Abra followed him down a hall. He passed an open door to a room with masculine blues and browns, a double bed and signed, framed posters of Yogi Berra, Bob Grimm, and Joe DiMaggio on the wall. He swung another door open, revealing a more feminine bedroom beautifully decorated in pastel pink, green, and yellow. It had white French provincial furniture, a queen-size bed, dresser, side tables, and lamps. It even had a private bathroom with a clawfoot tub and separate shower, everything in pink and white tile with gilded framed mirrors and pale green towels and rugs. Penny would love it. This is my office. Mr. Moss opened another door across the hall, revealing a bigger room with a large brown leather swivel chair, mahogany desk with stacks of files, telephone. Next to it was an iron safe. 4 filing cabinets stood against one wall. Movie posters and glossy portraits were on display, Pamela Hudson noticeably absent. A typewriter sat on one side of his desk with stacked trays of writing supplies. He gave her a few seconds to take it all in, and then led the way to the door at the end of the hall. This is my room. He opened the door into a suite much bigger than Peter and Priscilla's living room. It was filled with dark wood, rich fabrics, and masculine identity. When he went in, Abra didn't follow him. He looked from her to his king-size bed and back, with a sardonic smile. No. She wondered if everything hinged on her saying yes. She swallowed hard. Mr. Moss didn't press the issue or look disappointed. He came out of the room and closed the door behind him. Another first. He smiled at her. Good girl. She followed him back to the living room. Decision time. Abra. He sat at the end of the couch again. Relaxed. Watchful. You can go back to Tower Road and beg Dylan to take you back, knowing he won't. Or you can move in tonight, work with me, and become a star. Which is it? Was it really such a sure thing? She stood on the edge of a precipice,
trembling.
Take the leap. He gave a soft laugh. Any other girl would be diving at the opportunity I'm offering. But you're not like other girls. Are you? I knew that the first time I saw you. I've been watching you for a while. She remembered him standing by the pool. Did Dylan know? Most likely. His smile held no humor. What do you want? Abra? I want to be. A little catch in her throat kept her from saying the rest. Rich and famous? Somebody. She wouldn't be invisible anymore. She wouldn't be the disposable child. She wouldn't be Dylan's cast-off girlfriend. Dylan would regret throwing her away. Penny and her gang of friends would envy her. She'd be somebody. I'll make you that and more. He rose with an air of satisfaction. Everything decided. Come on back to my office. He walked with purpose. He opened a file cabinet, fingered through files, and pulled out 2 documents. Dropping them on the black leather desk blotter, he plucked a silver and black fountain pen from the top drawer and put it on top of the papers. He pulled the chair back.
Sit.
Read. Take all the time you need. Ask anything you want. I don't even know what to ask. He looked inexplicably sad. Where on earth did you come from? Little girl? I was born under a bridge and left to die. She hadn't meant to say that. He tilted his head, studying her. Nice story. True. Obviously. Someone found you, then gave me away.
And now?
Dylan had given her away as well. What would this man do with her? No one has ever wanted me around for long. He frowned slightly, searching her face, then dismissing the notion. If you sign that contract, you're putting yourself in my hands for a long time. And I'll make you into someone the whole world wants. Could he really do that? She studied him for a moment and saw he believed it. She wanted to believe it,
too.
Abra picked up the pen, flipped through the pages, and signed the blank line. Impetuous youth. Mr. Moss's tone was enigmatic. He took the pen from her fingers. When he leaned over her, she felt the heat radiating from his body, the warmth of his breath in her hair. He signed the line below hers with a flourish. He flipped through the second copy and pointed. She signed again. He signed and put the pen back into the drawer, opened the iron safe, and tucked one copy inside. He nodded toward her copy, still on the desk. You should keep that safe. Where do you suggest? In my underwear? He laughed and held out his hand. Give it to me. He tossed it into the safe with his copy, closed the door, and spun the dial. He opened a box of file cards, pulled one up, jotted a telephone number on a tablet, picked up the telephone and dialed. Smiling confidently, he winked at her. Dylan, my young friend. I called to thank you. Who? Franklin Moss here. Who else? 2 in the morning? I had no idea you'd be in bed so early. No, I'm not drunk. Quite the contrary. I'm feeling better than I've felt in a long, long time. He listened again, then laughed. In answer to that question, yes, she surprised me. I just signed her. He leaned his hip against the desk, grinning at her. You still there, Dylan? Yes. That's exactly what I said. He tore the telephone number off the notepad, wadded it, and pitched it into the trash can. I always know what I'm doing.
No.
Don't bother sending anything over. She's starting fresh. He dropped the telephone receiver into the cradle. Finus. That, my girl, was the end of a dark era. A new dawn has come. If she'd had any thoughts of turning back, It was too late now. What did Dylan say? He wanted to know how well you played. He didn't mean the piano. True, Mr. Moss's eyes took on a hard gleam. But he doesn't know that's all you did. He gave Abra another drink, then said it was time for her to go to bed. He tapped on her door a few minutes later, and her heart jumped in alarm. My wife left a few things behind. He handed her a pile of clothing. They'll do for now. We'll go shopping tomorrow. He looked faintly amused. Lock the door if it makes you feel safer. Abra barely slept. She kept looking at the clock on the side table. She waffled between despair over Dylan and hope that the dreams Franklin Moss had planted in her head could actually come true. If she worked hard enough, could she find retribution? I'm done, Gil called, coming up from the other side of the American bungalow roof. How about you? 2 more to go. Joshua nailed down the last shingles and stood, slipping the hammer into his tool belt. He took off his knee pads and tossed them down. Looks great from down here, Harold Carmichael called from the sidewalk, where he sat watching from his wheelchair. You 2 boys have done a grand job. Donna and I are mighty grateful. His elderly wife stood behind him, holding the chair by the handles. There's lemonade and cookies in the kitchen when you 2 gentlemen are ready. Gil started down the ladder. You've got one taker, Mrs. Carmichael. Joshua followed. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he unsnapped the locks on the extension ladder, folded the sections, and carried it over to his truck. Harold and Donna's American bungalow was weatherproof now. No chance of another leak when winter rains came. Mr. Carmichael looked troubled. We should pay you something. Joshua grasped his hand gently, careful not to hurt the man's crippled, arthritic fingers. It's our way of thanking you both for all your years of faithfulness to the church family. Did I ever thank you for the ramp? Joshua laughed. Yes, sir. You did. About 100 times. I love my home, but it was beginning to feel like a jail cell. Mrs. Carmichael started to push the wheelchair. What do you say we go on inside so Joshua and Gil can have some refreshments? Joshua brushed her hands away. Allow me. She gave him a grateful look and went ahead as he wheeled Mr. Carmichael up the ramp. She held the screen door open. Gil followed behind. Mr. Carmichael had other things on his mind. I'm going to have to order some firewood. Tell me how much you want, Gil volunteered quickly. I can bring it next week. I wouldn't mind getting rid of a cord. It's going to rot otherwise. There's always a tree falling somewhere in the woods, and I like to keep as much cleared as I can to cut the fire hazard. You'd be doing me a favor taking it. I still want to pay you something. Okay. I want 2 dozen snickerdoodles and a couple of jars of those pomegranate and quince jellies your wife makes. Donna Carmichael beamed. I can give you the jars of jelly today, but I'm afraid you'll have to wait for your snickerdoodles. I made 2 dozen, but Harold got to them first. She patted her husband's shoulders. He has a sweet tooth. Gil laughed. So do I. He finished a cookie and downed the glass of lemonade. Sorry, folks, but I've got to run. I'll bring a pickup full of wood on Wednesday. How's that? Anytime. Gil. And thanks again, Mr. Carmichael turned his wheelchair around and escorted him to the front door. Donna took Joshua's glass and refilled it without asking. She had something to say. He expected it to be about her husband's health. I've had Abra on my mind for days. Have you heard anything from her? It had been almost 2 years. But the mention of her name still roused emotion in him. Not a word. No one had received so much as a note from Abra in all that time. Had she forgotten everyone who ever loved her? Had she forgotten him? Joshua drained the glass of lemonade, rinsed it, and set it on the counter. Abra will come home when she's ready. Just keep praying. He squeezed her shoulder. Thanks for the lemonade and cookies, Mr. Carmichael was headed for the kitchen doorway. Are you going? Too. He didn't try to cover his disappointment. Harold, his wife, spoke gently. The poor boy has been working on the roof all morning. It's Saturday. He probably has a date. Joshua had only been out a couple of times since he and Lacey Glover had decided to stop seeing each other. Maybe he should start looking around. He wasn't getting any younger. I'll see you two in church tomorrow. On his way back through town, he spotted an old friend walking along the sidewalk and pulled over. Leaning across the front seat, he rolled down the passenger window. Sally Pruitt. When did you get home? She had slimmed down and cut her brown hair in short bob that looked good on her. Sally smiled in happy surprise. Funny coincidence. I was just hoping to run into you, Joshua. She came over to rest her forearms on the truck door. You're a sight for sore eyes. You're looking pretty good yourself. Do you want a ride? I'd love one. She opened the door and slid in. You know what I'd like even more? A strawberry shake at Bessie's. I've spent the last 2 hours walking around town, and I think I need something to cool me off. From the heat or trouble? Children can't come home without parents wanting to become parents again. And I'm a big girl now. I left home the week after high school graduation. In case you don't remember. He didn't. But he knew better than to admit it. He put the truck in gear. Are you up for the weekend or longer? Her open expression of pleasure closed. I'm here too, she shrugged. Think. Should I ask what you're thinking about? What I want out of life? Do you have any ideas? Sally looked at him. I've always had one idea, but it just never worked out the way I dreamed. Joshua parked around the corner from Bessie's. Sally got out before he had a chance to open her door. They walked side by side. When Sally reached for the door, Joshua beat her to it. Allow me to be a gentleman. She laughed as she walked in ahead of him, talking to him over her shoulder. I've been living in a city where most men let the door slam in your face or hit you from behind. It wasn't always that way. Times change, Joshua. I've changed with them. Not too much. I hope. Susan and Bessie called out greetings. Bessie hugged Sally and said how good it was to see her. Had she brought her homework along? They both laughed. Susan told Joshua to say hello to his father for her. Bessie seated them in the back corner by the windows looking out onto the side street where he'd parked. She handed Sally a menu and smirked at Joshua before handing him one. He shook his head. What was it about women? Bessie always wanted to pair him up with someone. Sally set her menu aside, folded her arms on the table, and studied him. You look different, Joshua. He put his menu on top of hers. I'm older. Older. Wiser. A little battered and bruised. I was a medic in Korea. It's more than the war, Joshua. Joshua knew where she was headed. She had heard about Abra. And like so many others, she was fishing for information. Bessie came over. What can I get you too? Sally ordered a strawberry shake. Joshua asked for his usual black coffee. Sally watched Bessie walk away and then faced Joshua again. Bessie says your dad comes here a lot. Any particular reason? Clearly. Her head had already been filled with an idea. Dad prefers Oliver's cooking to his own. Sally raised her brows. You're saying it has nothing to do with Susan Wells? I'm saying you can't stop people from speculating. Joshua knew Susan never did anything that might raise any question about her behavior or Dad's. Maybe that was why Dad liked her enough to seek her out so often. Sometimes Joshua wondered where their deepening friendship might lead. Mom's picture still sat on his bedside table, and their wedding portrait hung above the mantel. How about you, Joshua? Are you seeing anyone? Yes.
He laughed.
I'm seeing you. You know what I mean. I heard you and Lacey Glover dated for a while. I'm not going out with anyone at the moment. Serious. He met her gaze. Lacey and I are still friends. All right. She sighed and gave a slight shrug. We'll play it your way. Some things needed to be clear from the start. I don't play, Sally. Especially when it has to do with someone's feelings. I never did. I never will. She blushed. I always liked you, Joshua. Her smile was tinged with sadness. I never had to wonder where I stood with you. Bessie delivered their order. She nodded to Sally. Let me know if that shake is okay. She filled Joshua's mug with steaming fresh black coffee. Sally dutifully dipped a long-handled teaspoon into the frosty steel beaker. She rolled her eyes dramatically and said it was heavenly, absolutely heavenly. Bessie arched a brow. How are you and your mom doing? Sally shrugged. We're adjusting to one another. We still butt heads. And hers is still harder than mine. I might be coming in here on a regular basis again. You come on in here anytime. Honey. You're always welcome. She went to check on other patrons. Sally asked if Joshua ever saw Paul Davenport, Dave Upton, or Henry Grimm. Paul Davenport worked on his father's apple ranch and didn't come into town much. Dave Upton had gone to USC on a football scholarship. Shortly after graduation, he married one of the Trojan cheerleaders. Joshua had heard her father was a studio executive. Paul told him Dave and his wife settled in Santa Monica. Henry and Bibi Grimm had a rough start, but were very happily married now and expecting their third child. He didn't mention that their first child had arrived only 6 months after the wedding. Brady Studebaker had taken over his father's sign business on Main Street. Sally had kept in touch with Janet Folsom. She was married now and settled down in the Central Valley and had 2 children. Her husband ran a gas station on Highway 99 in Bakersfield. Sally stirred her shake with a straw. I came close to getting married once. Did you know I was engaged 2 years ago? Lacey mentioned it. Wasn't his name Darren? Darren Michael Engersall. We broke up 2 months before the wedding. She lifted one shoulder in a half shrug and sipped her shake. He decided he wasn't ready to commit to a lifetime with anyone, then married someone else 4 months later.
Ouch.
Joshua winced. That must have hurt. Not as much as one might think. She looked serious. Better to know sooner rather than later. And, to tell the truth, Joshua, I was having second thoughts myself. Darren was a nice guy, a really nice guy, but what? I kept thinking about Mom and Dad, and all that yelling. I didn't think they loved each other at all. Bicker, bicker, bicker. That's all they ever did. Then Dad died, and I came home and saw how things were. Mom has come completely undone without him. I've never seen anyone grieve like her. Her eyes grew moist. Surprise, surprise. She did love him after all. She let out a quick breath and shook her head, as though shaking off the emotions rising up inside her. It's been a revelation, I can tell you. She poked the straw up and down in the shake. Darren and I never fought. I can't remember either of us ever raising our voices to one another. She gave a short laugh. No fire. Not even a spark. All in all, we had a pretty boring relationship. So, you're looking for a sparring partner?
No. Well.
Maybe.
Oh.
I don't know. She gave him a self-deprecating grin. That's the sad part of it all. I have no idea what kind of guy I'm looking for. Maybe you should stop looking and let God bring him to you. She met his gaze steadily. You do know I had a gigantic crush on you from kindergarten through senior year of high school. Heat flooded Joshua's face. Is that so? Her face lit up. I didn't know a man could blush. Thanks. That's real helpful. She laughed. You knew. Your buddies teased me unmercifully until you told them to stop. I was flattered. Sally. You were flattered. She gave him a droll look. So flattered you never even asked me out. Not even once. Joshua. I was so hurt. She made it sound like she was teasing. But he wondered. She tilted her head and smiled slightly. You didn't want to lead me on. Right. I wasn't interested in girls back then. She laughed. Oh. Yes. You were. But only Abra. Just when he thought things couldn't get any worse. She was just a kid.
Yes. Well.
I heard you had a huge fight with her when you came out of the Swan Theater one night. And it wasn't long after that she disappeared with some bad boy from Southern California. Sally was watching his face, searching for answers. She looked impatient. Were you in love with her? Yes. Are you still? I don't know. She's been gone a long time. That's not an answer. Joshua. He knew this wasn't a casual conversation. They weren't school kids anymore. Most of their friends were married and had started families. She wanted to put things on the table.
So be it.
I'm not waiting anymore. If that's what you're asking. She finished her milkshake and set the beaker on the edge of the table. Bessie came over. How was it? Sally grinned. The best ever. Bessie. You say that every time. Bessie looked between the two of them. It's good to see you two sitting here nice and cozy together. Having a good chat. Forget it.
Bessie.
Sally put on a mournful face. I threw myself at Joshua and he dodged. Joshua took his wallet out. And just when I was about to ask you to the movies. Sally laughed in surprise. Are you kidding? Unless you'd rather go bowling. There's a new alley at the other end of town. Joshua slid out of the booth and held his hand out to help Sally. As soon as she straightened, she let go of his hand, falling into step beside him as they walked to the door. She didn't reach for it this time and smiled at him as she went out. He'd always liked her dimples. Do you even know what's playing? Sure. He grinned. Lady and the Tramp. Oh. She widened her eyes effectively. Sounds racy. They stood in line talking for almost half an hour before reaching the ticket booth. Joshua stood in line again to buy hot dogs, popcorn, sodas, and junior mints before they went into the theater. Sally tucked her arm through his. The theater was filling up fast, and they found seats on the right side, halfway down. Joshua remembered the night he brought Abra to the movies and she'd stared hungry-eyed at Dylan, who looked straight at him, smug and triumphant, daring him to try to hold on to her if he could. Wherever Abra was now, whatever she was going through, he couldn't let his imagination come up with answers. It would drive him mad if he thought about all the grim possibilities. Sally looked at him. "Are you okay?" Joshua let the past and Abra slip away. There was a time for all things. He couldn't come to her rescue. Only God could save her. "It's been a while since I've been inside this theater." Not since Abra. Not since a last friendly date with Lacey before she moved away. He pulled himself into the present.
Me
too. The lights dimmed, and the music started. Joshua relaxed, enjoying Sally's company. Abra awakened when Mr. Moss tapped on the door the next morning. "Open the door." She pulled on a robe and turned the lock. He handed her a small paper bag. "Toothbrush, toothpaste, cotton undies. Hope they're the right size. There's a hairbrush in the bathroom drawer. Take a shower. Don't bother washing your hair. Just get dressed and come on out to the kitchen." She washed and dried herself quickly. The white panties fit perfectly. His wife's bra and white blouse were both too small. The black capris hung on her hips. The flats flip-flopped. She brushed her hair and swept it up in a ponytail, using one of the rubber bands she found in a bathroom drawer. Mr. Moss set a newspaper aside and stood. He was dressed in tan slacks and a white shirt. He pulled a chair out for her. "Sit. We don't have much time. You have an appointment at Murray's main event this morning. The wizard himself will be working on you, not one of his minions." He set a box of shredded wheat cereal in front of her.
Eat.
She poured cereal into a blue and white porcelain bowl. "May I have milk and sugar?" He set a carton in front of her. "Yogurt is better for you." She frowned. "What is it?" "Just put it on your cereal and eat it. We don't have time for a science lesson." He'd already finished and put his bowl in the sink. "We have a big day ahead of us." He laid out a schedule and talked so fast, she wondered if she should be taking notes. Her hair appointment was just the first stop. "I've already told Murray the look I want. A blonde." "No doubt. Men seem to be crazy about blondes." "He'll have someone do your makeup and your nails." He was looking at her like a bug under glass. "Then we'll do a little shopping, get you an appropriate outfit before going to lunch in Toluca Lake, so we can test the waters." He didn't give her time to ask what that meant. The telephone rang. He got up, crossed the room, and answered. "We're on our way down." He hung up. "Let's go." A yellow cab waited at the curb. Mr. Moss gave instructions to the driver and paid him in advance. He put his hand on her shoulder. "Take the elevator to the 6th floor and tell the receptionist I sent you. Murray will ask lots of questions. Do not tell him your life story. I haven't made it up yet. In fact, the less talking you do, the better. Remember that. It's important." He smiled slightly as he assessed her. He patted her cheek in a fatherly way. "Be brave, little girl. You're about to go on a journey others only dream about." Murray's salon had a waiting area with plush chairs and stacks of magazines and a stunning receptionist behind the counter. Abra told her Franklin Moss had sent her. "I'll let Murray know you're here." The young woman smiled. "Please make yourself comfortable." Abra sat and looked over copies of Photoplay, Silver Screen, and Movie Spotlight. "And you would be Franklin's new protege." A man spoke from the doorway. He came into the waiting room and extended his hand. Murray Youngman. He wasn't what she'd expected. Alfredo had been effeminate and effusively friendly, his bleached blonde hair slicked back like a greasy Diaz. Murray stood 6 foot, wore Levi's, a button-up white shirt and cowboy boots, and had a crew cut much like Joshua's. His fingers closed around hers firmly, and he looked at her intently. "Franklin told me what he wants, but I can't say I agree. How do you feel about it?" She didn't know what ideas Mr. Moss had, and she wasn't in a position to rebel anyway. Franklin's the boss. You'll hardly know yourself. That's not such a bad thing in some cases. An odd expression came into Murray's brown eyes. Are you sure you know what you're doing? I don't. But Franklin does. She looked to the right and left as he led her into the salon. It wasn't one big room with stations down each side. It was a series of small private cubicles with only a few of the doors open. Murray answered her silent question. Our clients like privacy until they're camera ready. He ushered her into a small room. The first thing he did after seating her was to rake his fingers into her hair. Nice and thick, natural wave. Feels silky already. His smile was genuine and warm. Wash first. He turned the chair and lowered the back, pumping a lever at the bottom as he combed his fingers into her hair at the nape of her neck, lifting the mass and draping it into the sink. Leaning over her, he turned on the water, testing the temperature in his hand as he studied her face. You and I are going to become good friends. She wasn't so sure. He asked a lot of questions as he worked. She gave evasive answers. She glanced at the clock on the wall. He noticed. It's an ordeal, isn't it? Keeping secrets. He stood behind her, raking his fingers back through her hair and binding it loosely. He put his hands on her shoulders. We'll finish as soon as the makeup artist is done with you. Sit tight. He ran a finger over her brow, tucking in one errant lock. No peeking. He told her before he started mixing his magic that he wanted to see her honest reaction when she saw the finished look. To that end, he had turned the chair away from the mirror. Murray stepped out into the hallway. Tell Betty she's ready. A gorgeous blonde came in with a box that opened into tiers of makeup. You have perfect skin. She studied Abra with a professional air and began to take tubes and brushes from her supplies. Don't worry. I won't take nearly as long as Murray. He came back the moment the woman began to tuck her things away. She didn't ask what he thought. It wasn't necessary. He worked briefly on Abra's hair. Franklin knows what he wants. He turned the chair around. Now, let's see if you agree. Abra stared at the beautiful ebony-haired girl in the mirror. Is that me? Murray smiled. That's the first unguarded thing you've said since you sat in that chair. She had never looked more beautiful in her life. I thought he'd make me a blonde. I would have kept you a redhead. Murray put his large, strong hands on her shoulders, kneading them as he met her gaze in the mirror. Franklin didn't want you to be one more blonde among a sea of blondes. In my opinion, a lighter red would have been beautiful, but black makes you exotic, especially with those pale sea-green eyes of yours. You're like a mermaid from the mists. He dug his fingers into the thick mass of wavy curls, lifting it. Men will see your eyes first, then the rest of you. He let her hair spill from his hands over her shoulders and breasts, leaving her in no doubt of what he meant. The receptionist appeared in the doorway. Franklin Moss is here. Your Svengali awaits. Murray turned the chair, so she faced him. He took her by both hands and drew her up from the chair. He stood so she couldn't get past him. His expression turned grave. Be careful. He let go of her. I will see you in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. The grin didn't reach his eyes. We don't want your red roots to show. Now. Do we, Mr.? Moss's eyes glowed when he saw her. Exactly what I want. He gave something to Murray that made the hairdresser's brows rise. Abra was eager for praise when they got into the car. You like it? I see you do. I've never felt so beautiful in my life. We're just getting started. Mr. Moss took her to a boutique, where he introduced her to Phyllis Klein. The woman looked her over the same way Dorothea and Ducat had back in Haven. I see that gleam in your eyes, Phyllis, but I didn't bring her here as a model. Something understated that will make people look at her. not the clothes she's wearing. As if anyone wouldn't. Mr. Moss looked at his wristwatch. And we don't have much time. I won't need more than a few minutes. I know exactly what you have in mind. Phyllis whisked Abra into a dressing room, took quick measurements, and went out again. She came back with a simple gray dress and high heels. Abra began to undress. Phyllis took one look at the bra and told her to wait. She came back with another. She tossed the black capris, flats, and white blouse into a corner like rags for the trash bin and helped Abra dress. Perfect. The dress fit every curve, the belt accentuating her small waist. The high heels added 3 inches to her height and defined her calf muscles. Phyllis opened the door. Let's see what Franklin thinks. Shall we? Not that I have any doubts. His brows rose slightly, and he told her to turn around so he could take a look. Like a marionette on strings, Abra put her arms out and turned slowly. Phyllis's laugh held a touch of smugness. I don't have to ask if you like it. The other items we talked about this morning? Mr. Moss sounded all business. I have her measurements. I'll make a few alterations. We can have a fitting on Friday. I'll send over a few outfits this afternoon. Did you want the black capris and? Throw them away. His eyes hadn't left Abra.
The gown.
We haven't talked about colors. Trust me. Franklin. Phyllis assessed Abra again. Lavender. I think. Mr. Moss was already guiding Abra to the door. The Southern California sunshine blinded Abra. She felt his hand at her elbow. We'll have to get you sunglasses. He gently guided her. Where are we going now? For a little walk. I'm not used to high heels. Take my arm. I'm parked 2 blocks down. He put his hand over hers. Set your own pace. We're in no hurry. Aren't we going to be late? We don't have a set meeting time. She felt the air of excitement about him. Don't look at your feet. Chin up. Look straight ahead. I might trip.
No.
You won't. We're just taking a little stroll. I have hold of you.
Take a deep breath.
Let it out. She gave a nervous laugh. My piano teacher used to say the same thing. A man in a business suit walked toward them. He slowed as he came closer. Abra ignored him. Mr. Moss glanced back briefly and chuckled under his breath. 2 more men passed. Abra felt relief when they reached the black Cadillac. Mr. Moss unlocked the passenger door. He didn't say anything until they were both seated inside the car. You'll get used to the attention. Will I? She felt a breathless mixture of pride and discomfort. Mr. Moss pulled easily into traffic. When we get to the restaurant, walk the way you just did, chin up, shoulders back. Don't look around.
Don't look at anyone unless it's me. Got that?
If anyone approaches us and asks you a question, let me do the talking. The restaurant was small with an open-air feel to the dining room, which flowed together with potted ferns tucked here and there. The manager recognized Franklin. This way, Mr. Moss. Abra felt his hand at her back again, warm and gently guiding. He greeted several people casually in passing. He made no introductions. When they were seated, he ordered for both of them. She didn't like fish but didn't argue. Her neck and shoulders ached with tension. Mr. Moss kept telling her what to do. Turn your body a little to the right. Cross your legs. Slowly. We're in no hurry. Tilt your head a little to the left. That's it. Smile as though I've said something witty. Lean forward. Look at me. Breathe, little girl. Breathe. Abra wished he would stop calling her that. We're about to have some company. A conspiratorial smile touched his lips. Albert Cohen is one of the biggest producers in Hollywood. He's had his eyes on you since we walked in the door.
Don't speak.
Stay seated. When I introduce you, nod graciously and smile. And don't look surprised when I say Lena Scott. That's your new name. She drew in a soft gasp of protest. Why did you change my name? It suits the new you. His eyes held a glint of warning, though he looked calm and self-possessed. All business. Get used to it. He lifted his fluted glass of champagne. To the Franklin Moss and Lena Scott partnership. When she lifted her champagne glass of orange juice, he touched it lightly. A man's deep voice spoke and Franklin glanced up, feigning surprise. Albert. It's good to see you. Standing, he shook hands with a balding man with a dark mustache and a nice suit. The man looked at the other chair, but Mr. Moss didn't invite him to join them. Abra smoothed her skirt over her knees and folded her hands loosely in her lap. She acknowledged the introduction with a slight nod and a remote smile. She crossed her legs. Mr. Moss was pleasant, but offered little information. When Cohen asked a question about her, he expertly changed the subject. In the last 24 hours, the girl who had run away from Haven with Dylan Stark had completely disappeared. She looked different. She felt different. She had a new name.
Who am I?
Who am I going to be? Whatever story Franklin Moss made up for her, she doubted it would be anything close to the truth. He would get around to telling her soon. He'd have to if she was going to play the role that would make her into the person they both wanted her to be. A movie star. Someone desirable. Someone people would remember. Someone no one would ever forget. Or want to throw away. Norma Jean Mortensen had become Marilyn Monroe. Hadn't she? She drew in a slow, deep breath as the men talked above her, and let it out slowly. Abra Matthews is dead. Long live Lena Scott. Chapter 9. A pedestal is as much a prison as any small, confined space. Gloria Steinem. Abra joined Mr. Moss for breakfast, trying not to grimace when she saw the box of poached grape nuts and a container of yogurt waiting for her. He told her the camera added 5 to 10 pounds. Better to be under rather than normal weight, as long as it didn't lessen her other attributes. Mr. Moss closed Daily Variety and tossed it on the table. We have a busy day ahead of us. Pictures with Al Russell. Lunch at the Brown Derby. Dinner at Ciro's. Eat quickly. He glanced at his Vacheron Constantine. We're leaving in 15 minutes. I don't know what to wear. And I've only brushed my hair. Your hair is fine. A makeup artist will be at the studio. And Phyllis is sending over a wardrobe.
Now.
Let's move. She finished her bowl of cereal. He put the box in the cabinet and the yogurt in the refrigerator. She guessed she wouldn't be having any more than a cup of food before tackling a full day. Al Russell didn't look much older than Mr. Moss, and he was equally lean and fit in casual slacks and a button-down blue shirt unbuttoned at the collar, a tie pulled carelessly loose. Mr. Moss made the introductions. Abra held out her hand, and Al took it, an amused smile touching his lips. He held on to her hand as he scrutinized her from head to foot. She's got that special something, hasn't she? Mr. Moss looked noncommittal. We'll see. Everything arrive. Racked and ready in the dressing room. Shelley's laying out her war paint and brushes as we speak. But I don't think this girl is going to need much to make her camera ready. Mr. Moss led her past the receptionist watching them, through the gallery of framed photographs of famous actors and actresses, and into a large studio with partition sets, cameras on tripods, mounted lights, reflective umbrellas, fans, and props. He knew his way around. Over here. He opened a door into a small room where a brunette with a flawless, polished perfect face stood dressed in a white-belted red polka-dot dress and high heels. A carrying case lay open, displaying a vast array of beauty supplies. The woman smiled brightly. "Franklin. It's so good to see you again. And you, Shelley." He drew Abra forward between them. "This is Lena Scott. We're working on a full portfolio today. Go for the siren look." The woman studied Abra's features with a professional air. Nice cheekbones, patrician nose, flawless skin, mouth a little full, and eyes to die for. Make her sizzle. He closed the door as he left. Shelley shook her head. "I would have suggested ingenue. You have that wide-eyed look right now." "When did you sign with Franklin?" "A few days ago. Since then, he changed the color of her hair and her name." "Well, Franklin seems to have made up his mind what he wants to do with you." She waved Abra into a raised chair and draped her with a shiny black cape. "Where did he find you? Waiting tables at a restaurant? Car hopping on skates?" "We met at one of Lilith Stark's parties in Beverly Hills." Shelley looked surprised. "So, you were already in the business and had connections in high places." Not his usual modus operandi. Shelley stared intently at her in the mirror, waiting for more information. What story did Mr. Moss want Abra to tell about Lena Scott? She didn't think he'd want her to admit she'd been Dylan's live-in girlfriend, and he had tricked Franklin with a bet he couldn't refuse. She could say she was part of the hired help. It was partially true. She'd had room and board as long as she kept Dylan happy and snooped for Lilith until her conscience got in the way. Abra felt Shelley's silence and knew she had to say something. "I was just visiting." Shelley began wiping away the makeup Abra had applied. "Well, wherever Franklin discovered you, he'll know exactly how to market your talent." "I'm not sure I have any talent." "Oh, honey, you have plenty." Shelley laughed before turning to look over the various shades of foundation. "Look what Franklin did with Pamela Hudson." Not that she ever appreciated his efforts. "Did you know her?" "I still know her. She's beautiful and ambitious. And I thought she was smart until she dumped Franklin and married Terrence Irving, one of the top directors in Hollywood. I'd bet $1 million she'll never star in another one of his movies." "Why not?" "Because he only casts the best. And she's barely mediocre." Hadn't Shelley just said Mr. Moss could spot talent a mile away? Shelley applied foundation, her expression serious as she got down to work. "I must say, you have lovely skin. You wouldn't believe the spots and blemishes some stars have." She mentioned a few and then turned to her brushes, tubes, compacts, and pencils. The time passed quickly as Shelley regaled Abra with stories of the private lives of well-known young actresses she knew. Abra decided never to tell Shelley anything she didn't want spread around. "You're lucky to have an agent like Franklin Moss," Shelley said. "You won't end up being a 5 o'clock girl." "A 5 o'clock girl?" "Under contract to a studio and under an executive or producer at 5 in the afternoon, if you know what I mean. Pretty girls are a dime a dozen in Hollywood. Honey, hundreds arrive starry-eyed and hopeful for any part in any movie. They come hoping to be discovered. Some smarten up and go home. Some end up with a contract and get no further than a casting couch. Precious few end up with an agent who knows what he's doing. Sad fact of life in Tinseltown." Shelley stepped back to survey her work. You are absolutely gorgeous. I can definitely see your face on the silver screen and your name on a marquee. If Mr. Moss knows what he's doing. Take a little advice from someone who's been around and seen a lot. Give Franklin free rein, and he'll get you where you want to go. She winked. He's the best sugar daddy anyone could have. She laughed. You're not going to ask me what that means, too, are you? She removed the cape from around Abra and gestured toward the mirror.
So?
What do you think? Abra stared at the stunning girl in the mirror. Is that me? Shelley laughed. That's all you with just a bit of my magic. Mr. Moss was deep in conversation with Al Russell when Abra came out of the makeup room. Both men glanced her way and then stared. Mr. Moss with paternal pride, Al grinning boldly. I can't wait to get to work on that face. Shelley touched Abra's arm and showed her into a dressing room furnished with a full-length mirror and a rack of evening gowns, swimming suits, and airy lingerie, along with several shoe boxes. On top sat a gold foil box tied with a red ribbon. Mr. Moss had followed her into the dressing room. He stepped around her, flipped through the hangers, and pulled out a black satin gown. This one first. He hooked the hanger on the mirror. He picked up the gift box and offered it to her. First photo shoots can be unnerving. This is a little something from Paris to help get you in the proper mood. Untying the box and opening it, Abra lifted a red teddy out with one finger and stared, heat filling her face. You want me to wear this? In front of Al Russell? His smile was almost tender. He won't see it, but what a woman wears underneath her clothing shows in her eyes. He tipped her chin. It'll be our little secret. But he put 2 fingers over her lips. You promised to trust me. So trust me.
Get dressed.
He closed the door behind him when he left. The murmur of men's voices outside the door fell silent when she came out. The black satin gown fit every curve of her body. Feverish with nerves, Abra felt Al's and his assistant Matt's eyes fixed on her. She remembered Mitzi's training and breathed in through her nose, exhaling slowly through parted lips. She tried not to hunch her shoulders. Mr. Moss poured her a glass of champagne. It's early, but this will help you relax. He leaned close. Roll your shoulders back. Chin up. A little more. That's it. Try to remember that from now on. The champagne tickled her nose and warmed her stomach. Drink it all.
He jerked his chin.
Al's ready. Abra downed the champagne like soda pop and handed him the glass. Wait, mister. Moss turned her around. You look like you just came from a beauty salon. He raked his fingers into her hair. I want it tousled. A bit wild. He lifted her hair and shook it gently. That's my girl. Al stood deep in conversation with Matt, who lost concentration as Abra approached. Al noticed and turned to face her. You look loaded for bear. Abra lifted an eyebrow. Where do you want me? Matt blushed crimson. Al gave a throaty laugh. That's a dangerous question from a girl who looks like you. His gaze swept over her. And, dressed like that. He pointed her toward a mattress covered in waves of white satin. I want you on your back in the middle of that. She tried not to show panic when she looked around. Where's Mr. Moss? I'm right here. Lena. It's all right. Do what Al says. Al chuckled. Better give her another glass of champagne. Franklin. Better give me the whole bottle, Abra muttered, earning a laugh from both men. Good girl. Al winked. She's going to do just fine. Franklin. You can go now. Mister. Moss spoke from the darkness. I'm staying so I can keep an eye on things. Abra breathed in relief as Al climbed a ladder to the scaffolding above. Gathering her courage, she hitched up the ankle-length satin gown and crawled to the middle of the mattress. She lay on her back, legs crossed, arms outstretched. She looked at Al. Like this. You look like you're about to be crucified. Al gave quick, businesslike instructions. Curve one arm. Turn your head to the right, body to the left. Stretch out your left leg, right leg bent over the left. Relax. Point those pretty toes. Look at me. Now smile as though you're hoping I'll come down and join you on that mattress. I feel like a pretzel. Take my word. You don't look like one. Your hands are in fists. Loosen your fingers. That's it. He offered over-the-top compliments as he snapped shots. The champagne began to do its work, and she started to have fun. She vamped several actresses she'd always admired, hardly daring to believe she might soon be one of them. Al came down off the ladder and moved in close. Close your eyes partway. I want a sleepy look, like Venus awakening. There you go. Beautiful, mister. Moss moved in closer and gave instructions. Arch up into a sitting position. Lena. Did you get that shot? Al? Stretch out on your side. Lena. Prop your body up a little. Hands flat on the mattress. Tilt your head. There's what I want. Al came in for another close-up. Mister. Moss again. From the shadows. Shake your hair. Lena. Lean back on your elbows. Let that hair be like a waterfall. That's it. Al interrupted. Bend one leg. Abra felt the satin slide and heard Al's sharp intake of breath. Betty Grable has some competition. He spoke in a low, husky voice. The fear had left Abra. The shyness. She was desirable, in control, powerful. The room felt steamy. She moved seductively and looked into the lens. Is it getting hot in here? Al chuckled low. Hotter by the minute.
Hey, Matt.
Wake up. Turn on the fans. They came on abruptly, blasting cool air. Abra's flesh tingled. Al clicked away. She forgot her inhibitions and relished the male attention, the rain of compliments, the sense that her body held Al and Matt captive. She moved languidly into whatever pose they wanted, imagining herself as Marilyn Monroe, Elizabeth Taylor, Rita Hayworth. She smiled, pouted, looked breathless with anticipation. Enough, mister. Moss spoke roughly from behind the lights. He came forward, took her by the hand, and helped her off the mattress. Put on the strapless ballet dress. Leaning down, he whispered, No red teddy. No nothing. Her heart plummeted. Shelley refreshed Abra's makeup. Matt's in love with you. We haven't even been introduced. As if that mattered. You're going to have hordes of men in love with you when you hit the silver screen. Abra's excitement grew. Was she really going to become a star loved by thousands? Would people want her autograph? She laughed at herself. She had to be in a movie first. Brushing her hair, she pulled it into a ponytail and wound it around into a prim bun on the crown of her head. Mister. Moss grimaced. What in Hades did you do to your hair? I'm in a ballet dress. My hair should be in a bun. Shouldn't it? Here, remove the pins and rubber band. Shake it out. He guided her to a low bench. Sit knees a few inches apart, toes in and touching. He plucked at the net skirt, so it fluffed around her like a cloud of white. Lean forward. A little more. He stepped behind the lights. He said something low to Al, then gave Abra more instructions. Elbows pressed against your sides. Hunch your shoulders a bit. She gasped, afraid she'd spill out of the front of the dress.
Click. Click.
Al said something to Franklin. Tilt your head. Lena. Franklin moved to one side, where she could see him. Chin down. Look into the camera.
Not at me.
Wet your lips. Shelley laughed from somewhere in the studio. Matt needs a cold shower. Abra felt an increasing sense of her own power as the morning wore on. She played whatever role Mr. Moss wanted, knowing she was safe as long as he stood guard. When they decided it was time for a break, Mr. Moss had her change into a new dress Phyllis had tucked in among the gowns. He took her to the Brown Derby. Abra wasn't quite sure whether he was serious when he said there was another Brown Derby restaurant that actually looked like the hat it was named for. The proprietor recognized Mr.
Moss,
gave Abra an admiring smile, and showed them to a table, where a waitress offered Abra a menu. Mr. Moss took it and said he'd order for both of them, a French red wine for himself and water with lemon for her. He glanced at her over the menu. You're having a bit of fun, aren't you? The possibility seemed to please him.
Yes.
I am. She felt bold enough to admit it. I was a little self-conscious. I think the champagne helped. His eyes grew amused. And the French lingerie? Until you told me to take it off. You gave me the exact look I wanted, virginal fear and steamy heat. He set the menu aside. It had been 5 hours since she had eaten the small bowl of cereal and yogurt. Her stomach growled, and she pressed her hand against it. Embarrassed. I'm starving. I'll feed you. He leaned back. I've known Al Russell for 10 years. And I've never seen him sweat the way he has in the last 2 hours. If you can do that to a seasoned Hollywood photographer, we're going to do very well with a few directors I know. Really? He smiled. Really? I don't know how I'm ever going to thank you for all you're doing for me, Mr. Moss. You can start by calling me Franklin. She felt an odd flicker of misgiving, but pushed it away. Franklin. I wouldn't have had the courage to pose like I did if you hadn't been standing right there every minute, making sure no one made a pass at me. The tension eased inside her. Their wine and water were delivered. Abra squeezed the lemon. Shelley said I'm lucky to have you as an agent. His eyes narrowed slightly as he sipped the wine. I'll have to remember to thank her. Abra's gaze drifted, and she drew in a startled gasp. Is that Cary Grant over there? Yes. And don't stare. She tried to be surreptitious about it. On further exploration, she spotted Mickey Rooney laughing and talking with friends. John Agar, Shirley Temple's ex-husband, sat a few tables away with his second wife, model Loretta Barnett Combs. Abra felt bubbles of excitement. She was sitting among stars. The waitress returned for their order. Mr. Moss Franklin ordered 2 salads, a medium-rare steak for himself, and grouper for her. Abra grimaced and spoke quietly. I'm not fond of fish. Franklin didn't change the order, and the waitress left. He faced her. Fish is good for you. It has fewer calories. Learn to like it. Like cereal and yogurt. She stifled the disappointment, admonishing herself. She should be thankful. He was paying, he had the right to decide. Besides, he knew better how she should look and act in order to be a star. If she had to lose 5 or 10 pounds, so be it. It wouldn't cost her anything. Or would it? How much will the photographs cost? Nothing for you to worry about. All bills are on my tab until you're suitably employed. Then we'll figure out how you can pay me back. How could she not worry? And if I fail? You won't. He leaned forward, his manner confident and paternal. Your job is to be teachable. I can help you with a lot of things. And for those I can't, I'll make sure you have the right people to train you. We're in this together. Our relationship will be mutually beneficial. You're spending the whole day with me. What about your other clients? Let me worry about them. He changed the subject. He had managed to get an invitation to the premiere of a major movie. Phyllis would send over an appropriate gown, shoes, jewelry. The more he talked, the more excited and hopeful Abra became. Maybe everything would happen simply because Franklin Moss willed it. Their meals were served. And Abra tried not to stare at Franklin's succulent steak with open envy. The grouper wasn't bad. But then a sautéed slice of cardboard would have satisfied her after so many hours with so little food. How much weight do I have to lose? No more than a few pounds. People stopped by their booth to greet Franklin and to be introduced to her. One mentioned Franklin's long vacation. Another said he hadn't seen anything of Pamela Hudson in a while. Franklin shrugged and said it would be up to Irving what she did in the future. Not much, came the response. Each visitor looked at her with open curiosity. One director grinned at Franklin and said he still had a good eye for what studios wanted. Franklin smiled. You know my number. Give me a call. The man gave her an over-the-shoulder look before going out the door. Franklin put his napkin on the table and paid the bill. Time to get back to work with Al. He helped her out of the booth and kept a protective closeness as they made their way out of the restaurant. The one-piece black bathing suit Franklin chose was sexier than the bikini Dylan had purchased in Santa Cruz. Al positioned her in front of a wooden helm wheel while Matt pulled down a sky-blue screen painted with clouds. Al put his hands on Abra's hips and moved her back against the wheel. She had nowhere to go and felt the warmth of his mint-scented breath on her face. I want you right here. Knock it off.
Al.
A malicious gleam came into Al's eyes. Pretty protective of you, isn't he? Better watch out. He let go and stepped back. She frowned slightly, remembering Murray's similar remark. What were they trying to say to her? Franklin Moss behaved like a perfect gentleman. Strictly business, he'd said. She hadn't seen anything to indicate he wanted to change the arrangement. Grasp the spoke handles behind you. Lena. Franklin gave directions. Al winced. Not so hard. Loosen those elegant fingers of yours. He moved her hands to the spokes he wanted before backing off. Put one foot against the wheel. Now stretch up on those pretty little toes. Franklin spoke again. Left shoulder up. Chin down. A little more.
Get that shot. Al.
The man knows exactly what he wants from you. They worked through the afternoon. On the drive back to the apartment, Franklin told her they'd have time for showers and a quick change before they headed out for dinner at Ciro's. She hoped he'd allow her to eat more than salad and fish. You'll see a lot of familiar faces there. Try not to look like an eager fan. When we get to the apartment, take a 5-minute shower. Don't get your face or hair wet. Should I put my hair up? He cast an assessing look. Brush it and leave it down. She did exactly as he said. The knee-length black dress he'd picked out fit perfectly. She brushed her hair quickly and went out to the living room. Franklin stood by the windows. He looked distinguished in black slacks and a crisp white shirt. His hair was still damp and slicked back. "Do I pass inspection?" Abra turned around. Franklin crossed the room slowly, his expression enigmatic. She noticed the lions had gold cufflinks when he reached out to brush a wayward strand of hair over her shoulders. A matching tie tack held his black tie. He stepped back and smiled. Classic and classy. He gave a single nod of approval. Abra touched her hair. "Is it all right now?" The glistening black waves hung to the middle of her back. "Perfect." Franklin talked about the movie business, directors they might see, the one they had met at the Brown Derby, and how he wanted her to act when they went into Ciro's. Abra drank in every word, eager to be a part of the exciting world he knew so well. Dylan had hidden her away. Franklin Moss wanted to show her off. The plain exterior of Ciro's gave no hint to the Baroque interior or the glamorous patrons. Abra's heart raced with elation as she spotted Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Wasn't that Frank Sinatra with Ava Gardner? Everywhere she glanced, she recognized faces of the rich and famous. Franklin guided her as though he belonged here. As long as she was with him, she did, too. When men and women greeted him, he paused and introduced her as Lena Scott. As they moved on, Abra sucked in her breath and looked back over her shoulder at Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz. Franklin's hand tightened, and she almost tripped over her own feet. He steadied her as she faced a platinum blonde in a body-hugging white dress and fur stole. It took only a second to recognize Lana Turner.
Oh.
Hello. She was even more beautiful in person than on a movie screen. Hello to you, too. The actress laughed softly and smiled at Franklin. Another sweet young thing. They exchanged quick air kisses on each cheek. It's good to see you again, Franklin. You're as ravishing as ever. Lana. Pamela was a fool to leave you, darling. But I see now how easily she's been replaced with something even more lovely. Smiling, she admired Abra. More curves than Pamela, raven hair rather than blonde, and those sea-green eyes, so full of mystery. She laughed and gave Franklin a smile that hinted at conspiracy. Are we ready? I chose the spot because Hedda is less than 20 feet away. Her photographer is inching over. I owe you one. Abra looked at Franklin. Who's Hedda? Lana Turner's laughter sounded real this time. Where did you find this innocent? At the Greyhound bus station. I got her out from under the roof of Lilith Stark. Lana grimaced. Lilith is a nasty piece of work. Lana. A man spoke from behind Abra. How about a picture? Of course. Lana slipped an arm around Abra's waist. Smile pretty. She turned Abra and leaned close as though they were the best of friends. A flash of bright light half-blinded Abra. Lana withdrew her arm immediately and raised her hand in friendly adieu. Have fun. You too. Franklin reclaimed Abra, guiding her to their table, where a waiter stood ready to take their drink orders, Scotch neat for him, iced tea for her. Abra gave a breathless laugh,
Her heart pounding.
I can't believe I had my picture taken with one of Hollywood's biggest stars. Laughing, he patted her hand. We're just getting started. He ordered for her, salmon this time.
She didn't care.
She was too happy and excited to be in Ciro's among the stars to think about eating. They watched a floor show while finishing dinner. Their waiter cleared their table as the dance band started. Franklin took her by the hand. Let's dance. She cast a nervous look at the couples doing the rumba. He helped her up from her seat. Just relax and follow my lead. He escorted her onto the dance floor and took her into his arms. He kept his eyes on her face, but she had the feeling he knew exactly what was going on everywhere in the room. He drew her closer. Are you happier now? Even though you're living in a 1,500 square foot apartment with a man old enough to be your father, rather than a pretty little Beverly Hills bungalow with Dylan.
Are you kidding? She shook her head.
I've never been so happy in my whole life. I'm still trying to figure out how I got so lucky. His expression warmed. I'm glad you feel that way. She imagined the days and months ahead with Franklin as her mentor and friend. From now on, she would awaken with the expectation of something good happening, rather than being constantly on edge, wondering what mood Dylan would be in when he walked through the door. She had a chance to make something of herself. I don't think I'll ever be able to thank you enough for what you're doing for me. Franklin gave her a cool smile. They all say that in the beginning. I mean it. I've been waiting for a girl like you for a long time. I thought Pamela was the one, but she was weak and too easily distracted. I need someone smart, ambitious, willing to be trained. I need a girl who won't complain when she has to work hard. There's no limit to what I can do with a girl like that. I'm that girl. Franklin gazed at her, eyes glowing. Yes, I believe you are. Joshua sat beside Sally in the middle row of the Swan Theater. Sally's tears unnerved him. News had hit the papers last month that James Dean had been killed while speeding in his Porsche 550 Spider. Now everyone was lining up for Rebel without a cause. Judging from the sniffles throughout the theater, Sally wasn't the only one who couldn't stop crying. Joshua couldn't wait for the movie to end. Noting Sally's soggy hanky, he pulled out his own and offered it to her. Are you going to be all right? She blew her nose.
I've fine.
When the movie let out, they went to the cafe for a light supper. Bessie took one look at Sally's red-rimmed eyes and grinned. I saw the movie, too. Sally grimaced. I'm a mess. This is ridiculous. I never cry at movies. I cried buckets when I went 2 days ago. Bessie put her hands on her ample hips and raised her voice, making sure it carried through the open kitchen door. I had to go alone because Oliver doesn't go to a movie unless it's a Western with guns blazing. Brady Studebaker came in. By the look on his face, Joshua guessed he wished he was the one sitting in the booth with Sally. When Bessie welcomed him by name, Sally swung around just enough to catch a glimpse before she turned back again. Her expression was hard to read, but Joshua felt an undercurrent of something. Brady. Joshua waved their friend over. Why don't you join us? Brady slid into the booth, so he was facing Sally. Have you been crying? He speared Joshua with a threatening gaze. Joshua lifted his eyebrows. We've just been through 2 hours of James Dean. Sally blushed. She said men didn't understand about romance. Brady muttered 2 foul words under his breath and turned away. Sally glared at him. What do you know about it? She seemed about to say something more, but she pressed her lips together. Brady returned her glare and slid out of the booth. You two look good together. Be happy. It sounded like an indictment, not a blessing. See you around. He didn't sit at the counter. He walked out the front door. He makes me so mad, Sally said through her teeth. Bessie looked from the door to Joshua. Did you say something to chase a customer away? Not me. Joshua shook his head. I guess he had somewhere else to go. Sally looked ready to cry again. And he had a feeling her emotions had nothing to do with James Dean's tragic death. He crossed his arms on the table and leaned forward. What's going on? Sally. Nothing. She wilted under his scrutiny. We can talk about it later. She seemed determined to forget Brady had ever walked into the cafe. Sally was quiet on the ride home. Joshua glanced at her. Ready to talk now? It's nothing. She sighed. Brady and I ran into each other at Eddie's last Friday.
Eddie's. He laughed.
I know it's a high school hangout, but I was feeling nostalgic. Brady saw me and came in. We talked. He took me for a drive. She gave him a guilty glance. I haven't been out with him since high school, Joshua. He took me to the senior prom. Remember? She gave a bleak laugh.
No.
Why would you? You were all hot and bothered over Lacey.
Was I?
She looked at him. Weren't you?
He laughed.
We're getting off subject. We were talking about you and Brady. He kissed me. He said he loved me. In high school or last Friday? He could almost feel the heat of her blush. Both, she said quietly, and then got mad again. Of all the nerve. She sat up straighter. I told him I was dating you. He wanted to know why I let him kiss me. As if it was my fault. I said I didn't.
He said.
Oh, never mind what he said. He's an idiot. She spent the next 5 minutes ranting about Brady and what a big head he had, and how he didn't know the first thing about love. And what sort of guy kisses a girl when she's not even expecting it, and he knows she's going out with someone else? Joshua tried not to smile.
Poor Brady.
Joshua had been dating Sally for almost 6 months, and hadn't had a clue about Brady's feelings until tonight, when he walked into Bessie's.
He sighed.
He and Sally had done some necking in his truck a few times. They might have gone further once if Abra hadn't come into his mind. What sort of man kisses and fondles one woman while thinking of another? He'd been ashamed. When he let go of her, she asked what was wrong. He didn't tell her he was afraid he was using her to forget someone else. He remembered the day he came home from Korea and saw Abra on her front steps. One look at her, and his pulse had rocketed. Sally had never elicited that kind of a response in him. Tonight, he realized he wasn't making Sally's heart race. Either. But Brady was. It was time to change this relationship. They needed to get back to being friends again. And give up pretending it could lead to anything more. You blushed when you saw him. I did not. Your head snapped around when Bessie said his name. I saw your face. Sally. You don't have to be jealous about Brady. That was just the problem. Joshua wasn't jealous. He felt relieved. Maybe it's time we talked about what is and isn't happening between us. I don't know what you mean. She seemed distracted. Not crushed. Joshua smiled slightly. Yes. You do. We've gone as far as we're ever going to go. She flared. Are you saying this just because Brady Studebaker came into Bessie's tonight and made a scene? A scene? I'm saying it because you're all worked up right now. And it's not because of me. I've had a crush on you since grammar school. Joshua Freeman. I used to sleep with your picture under my pillow and dream about marrying you someday. She sounded more angry than hurt. He could be blunt,
too.
And now you know. Just like I know. We're not in love with each other. We wanted to be. We gave it a good try. The problem is we're both tied up in knots over other people. She leaned her head back in exasperation. Brady makes me feel all riled up inside. I feel comfortable with you. Is comfortable what you want? He pulled up in front of her house and stopped. Or are you just worried you'll have a relationship like your mother and father's? Joshua got out and came around to walk her to the door. A friend offers comfort, Sally, and encouragement. He leaned down and kissed her cheek. Call him. She shook her head. I can't. Joshua went by the Studebaker Sign Company the next day. Brady was dialing Sally's number before he left. The day after that, on his way home from work, he saw Brady and Sally sitting together in the town square. He laughed, glad they hadn't taken too long. 1956. Abra tried to ignore the pounding in her temples as Murray parted and painted dye into her hair. She closed her eyes against the pain, knowing it came from the endless tension and stress of playing Lena Scott for Franklin. He had taken her to another party last night. They'd been at parties every night this week. It was all about being seen, never about relaxing with friends, not that she had any. Franklin used parties the same way Lilith Stark had, except he wasn't looking for dirt. He was on the hunt for new opportunities. Directors and producers treated Franklin with respect. He might have made a fool of himself with Pamela Hudson, but he knew talent when he saw it. Word got around he had a new protégé. People wanted to meet her. Franklin introduced Lena and received a few offers. He told her she wasn't ready to work yet. She still had a lot to learn, and he threw her into 12-hour days of acting lessons and a tutor to work with her on elocution. He paired her with a personal trainer who worked her until she begged for mercy. She had fittings for a new wardrobe, photo sessions, a doctor who prescribed vitamins, as well as uppers and downers, which Franklin doled out judiciously. Over the last year, the luster of meeting movie stars and studio bigwigs had begun to wear off. It hadn't taken Abra long to realize everyone was looking for a way to climb higher, get more publicity, a better part, a new contract, sometimes a new agent. One woman had offered Franklin anything if he'd take her on as a client. He recommended someone else, but not before Abra felt a little less secure, a little more easily replaceable. She still did whatever Franklin told her to do. But would that ever be enough? She hadn't counted the cost of putting her life in someone else's hands. Sometimes, Dylan's cruelty seemed less frightening than Franklin's growing demands for perfection. Murray set the bowl of black dye aside. "You're wound tight today." He stripped off his gloves. "Things not going well?" "On the contrary. I've already had one walk-on part. And Franklin is getting calls. I have an audition tomorrow for the lead in a new movie. She didn't say she'd end up a zombie if she got the part." "That's good news." Murray's tone implied otherwise. Her shoulders sagged. She was too tired to sit up straight, too tired to care if her posture wasn't exactly the way Franklin wanted. When Murray put his hands on her shoulders, she started in surprise. "Lena, you need to relax." He clipped her hair up to let the dye set. "And a massage wouldn't hurt." "I don't have time. Tell Franklin to add one to your schedule." He looked concerned. Everything was going so well. Franklin said so. His instincts and knowledge had worked with Pamela Hudson. Abra could trust him. She loved wearing beautiful gowns and having her hair and makeup done. She enjoyed being in the same room with famous movie stars like Susan Hayward and Victor Mature and meeting directors like Billy Wilder and Stanley Donen. She even enjoyed attending acting classes. Franklin coached her. Whatever he told her to do, she did. She cooperated, remembering the bargain she'd made and the promise she'd given him to work hard. What she hadn't understood was how very hard it would be. And how much of her life Franklin wanted to take over. He controlled her daily schedule. He was either with her, waiting for her, or had someone ready to take her where he wanted her to go. He told her how to act when they arrived at whatever he had set up. Parties served as a place to make contacts with people who could help move her career forward. They didn't waste time with people who didn't matter. Before each introduction, Franklin told her what to say, what subjects to avoid. He maneuvered her in close when pictures were being taken. It's all about being in the right place at the right time with the right people. And he made sure she was. She had movie magazines to show for it. Maybe Penny would see one. But would Penny even recognize her? It was a heady feeling to be among so many rich and famous people, a rarefied atmosphere, an environment of competition and caution, hope and disappointment. Everyone looked like they were having a marvelous time, but there was always the undercurrent of more than small talk and light laughter, handshakes and drinks. If there wasn't a party going on somewhere worthwhile, Franklin took her to a club where stars hung out, big stars who might like her and mention her name in the right ear. He got her in the door the same way Dylan had. Men approached, but Franklin was always close, watchful, protective. She drank Coke. He drank Scotch neat. If anyone asked for her telephone number, he gave them his card. You're not here for romance. You're here to work. Sometimes Franklin reminded her of Lilith and Dylan Stark. He knew how to work a room. Murray kneaded her shoulders. He hadn't said much. But then how would she know if he had? She hadn't been paying attention as he had first rinsed, then conditioned her hair. Now she felt his concentrated stare. But she avoided looking at him in the mirror. You look depressed. Murray studied her face. What's bothering you? She gave a shrug and a practiced smile. I wish I knew. He checked the roots of her hair. Thinking about your past life? Franklin had come up with her story and had kept it uncomfortably close to the truth, because reporters will always dig into your past when you're famous. He made her into Cinderella, a child with no parents, passed from one family to another. She grew up, talent and potential beauty unnoticed, in a small Northern California farming community. A friend offered her a ride to Southern California. Franklin spotted her in a crowd. Shades of truth. He laughed and said a story like hers would bring 1,000 girls to Hollywood, hoping to be the one in a million noticed by an agent or a director who knew how to make a star. They'd believe it didn't matter if they'd never been off a farm or out of North Dakota. They could be discovered in a diner or a bus station or walking along a sidewalk. Murray dropped his hands to her shoulders again. Lena, you can talk to me. Despite what Franklin may have told you, I can keep secrets. To whom thy secret thou dost tell, to him thy freedom thou dost sell. Ben Franklin. Right? Did Moss make you memorize that? I have an appointment to get my nails done. Okay. He lifted his hands. Have it your way. He whipped off the silky covering that protected her clothing. Only you'd better find a way to unwind, or you're gonna break. Abra stood, smoothing the designer dress that fit her like a second skin. Maybe I should run an extra 5 miles. I think you've run too far already. He wadded the cloth and tossed it into a basket in the corner. I'll see you in 2 weeks.